Yeah, Tub did post a new video. I'm pretty confident I'm going to know all of these. Let's see. Oh, wait, hold on. I don't want spoilers. All right.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be talking about YouTubers
You in the chat, Tub?
ruining their careers in seconds. There are
Easy to give
a
some
lot,
greens.
and I'd like to make this a series. Probably going to see a part 2 coming in the future, but there are a lot of OG YouTubers that I forgot existed, and I just remember, wow, they did something horrible. But I know I'm like Mr. Long Intro. I'm sorry about that. I'll make this one short.
Oh, you don't need to apologize for that.
Is that new music video coming out October 3rd. Yes, you guys finally don't have to listen to Cherry Soda on repeat anymore. I got you guys with a new music video, Spotify, Apple Music, all of that. Yeah, October 3rd, be there for the live premiere. It'll be on this channel. It's gonna be so fun with the live chat and everything. I'm thinking November the EP will be out, and that EP will have music videos to every single song, and that'll be like a 30-minute video.
That's the way to do it. Music video per song.
Guys up, but let's get started with our list. Vitaly TV.
So Vitaly, this guy fell on some fucking wild times. Pretty sure it was a crippling drug addiction, and then he snapped one day, jumped out of a moving vehicle, and beat a random woman. I'm going off memory here, but I'm almost positive that's what it was.
Vitaly Zodorovetsky, also known as Vitaly TV, was once
the Bang Bros guy, whatever it was.
Concepts at the time, such as gold digger pranks, Russian hitman pranks, in the hood pranks, and who could forget classics such as how to get girls to kiss you, getting girls' panties.
Yeah, the classics.
Can I eat your booty? The channel now sits at 10 million subscribers and over 1 billion video views, though his recent uploads don't match that of a 10 million follower channel. So what happened? If we want to understand the fall of a man who was once getting a minimum of 20 million views per video, we have to go to the very beginning, before he was even a prankster on YouTube. Let's go back to when Vitaly was 18 in 2010. A Russian friend of his called him up and told him he can make easy money if he just appeared in an adult video. Being broke and living with his mom and abusive stepfather, he took the chance. And that's when this infamous video was filmed. The video is a bang bus film where the girl picks up guys and fucks them in the van, though Vitaly couldn't get hard, so it was an extremely awkward 12-minute video. Yes, I watched all of it. Yes, I was alone. Yes, I had lotion. The next year in 2011, Vitaly would
that's an internet classic, by the way. I remember when that story broke. So Vitaly used to be massive. Most of you probably don't remember him now, but he was absolutely massive for a time. And then one day, out of nowhere, someone recognized him in a Bang Bus video, posted it on Reddit, and it flew. That shit was huge news. Yeah, he basically did start the pranking meta. Well, the fake pranking meta, the one where it's like gold digger prank, but he like paid all the actresses and shit. Yeah, he was the one that started that. Man pioneered that, trailblazed. Why couldn't he get hard? I don't know, nervous? I'm not his penis. I don't know why he couldn't get hard. I have no idea.
Uploading pranks to no avail. It wasn't until June 2nd, 2012 that he'd upload the Miami zombie attack prank, a video where Vitaly pretends to be on bath salts scaring the locals. This of course was a reference to the situation that occurred only a week prior where a man on bath salts bit off a homeless person's face. Kind of a weird thing to base your prank off of, but hey, it was 2012 and I understand it was a different time. The video gained 10 million views in a week and gained Vitaly 70,000 subscribers. This even caught the attention from Daniel Tosh from Tosh.
Oh my god, Tosh.0.
Oh, and not to mention CNN.
So, a guy in Miami, a prankster, decides to go out, dress up as a zombie and covered in blood, and he starts running around chasing people. Look what he does to this guy. Like, you can see the front of his shirt when he turns. He's covered in blood, and he chases this poor guy here, and numerous people, and they're rolling on it, right? It's a prank, so he chases people around, scaring the absolute...
These are 5 good subs.
He rode the momentum and kept making prank videos and started becoming the face of YouTube pranks, along with FuzzyTube, Roman Atwood, Dennis Rohde, and several others. Saying Vitaly got into a lot of controversies is an understatement, but I'll tell you guys the biggest ones. In 2014, Vitaly was arrested for streaking the field during the 2014 World Cup final in Brazil. He had natural born prankster across his chest.
Yeah, Remy Galliard was really kind of the OG. Remy Gallard, I don't remember.
2016, he was arrested for trespassing after climbing the Hollywood sign.
Back to our breaking news. A man believed to be a YouTube prankster has climbed the Hollywood sign.
Tim Lynn monitoring the situation overhead in Sky 5. Tim.
He had a flag, like you said earlier on. It says, "I'm back." I don't know where he was before, but apparently he is back.
The next month, on June 10th, he was again arrested for streaking during Game 4 of the NBA Finals between the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Golden State Warriors. This time with "Trump sucks" on his chest and LeBron for president on his back.
I don't remember any of these. I only remember his stupid, like, gold digger pranks and shit like that.
In 2017, he shrieked at the World Series. He also got banned from attending any sort of sporting event, so he eventually got his girlfriend and his mom to streak for him. I guess they really love him. In January of 2020, Vitaly was arrested and spent 5 days in an Egyptian jail after climbing the pyramids of Giza.
Oh yeah, let's raise money. I did this for a good cause. Spread awareness by these beautiful pyramids in Egypt.
Man, I didn't remember any of this shit about him. What the fuck?
He also starred in his own movie with Roman Atwood and Dennis Roddy, which wasn't that great. It was clear to see Vitaly was becoming addicted to the views. As time went on,
He's
he
became electric and sly.
began punishing creators for making edgy content. This was horrible for Vitaly, as it meant he either was out of a job or had to become family friendly. He ended up becoming family friendly and now does toy reviews. Imagine? No, fuck no. He instead made an uncensored subscription service to see his videos uncensored. But by the looks of it, that didn't go anywhere. Vitaly began losing relevancy as YouTube suppresses content. And in 2020, his name was back in the news, but for something no one expected. In April of 2020, he was
I won't say no one expected. This man fell so hard. So even before this story broke, it's about to be when he beat the woman. Even before that story broke, there was so many videos, so many clips, and so much shit all about how bad he'd gotten. From drugs to all kinds of, like, different kinds of substance abuse. It was bad. Like, this was not surprising, but the brutality of it caught most people off guard. There's even a video of his arrest. I think it's on Code Blue. Or, not Code Blue. I think it's on Police Activity.
Later charged for aggravated battery by the Miami Beach police. Vitaly tackled a female jogger and struck her multiple times on the head and chest.
Your boy can stay back there.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, here's a clip from it.
No, put your hand on the car.
Just lean on the car, please.
Lean on the car right there.
I'm sorry, guys.
And he seemingly did this for no reason, but it was later revealed that he was on shrooms.
No, but mushrooms are good. I never had a bad trip until that one time where I flew. So I was COVID mushrooms. I was bored. Last thing I remember is, please help. And I tried to hug her and she pushed me or whatever. I hit her and I realized what I was doing on top of her and I was like, what the fuck? And I didn't even run back to the house. The article says,
Jesus Christ.
I didn't know what was happening.
He was released from custody after a $7,500 bond. Vitaly reunited with his attorney, Roger P. Foley, and released a video on how Roger was able to get him to avoid 15 years in prison. After filing in on the case, the charges were immediately reduced to a felony battery, a third-degree felony, and after a few months, the case was reduced to a misdemeanor and eventually dismissed. I feel like if the charges got dropped because you have a really good lawyer, I don't know why you would make a video on it. It kind of seems like a big fuck you to the woman that got attacked. Like, hey,
that's exactly what it is.
I got a good lawyer. It's kind of a weird video to make. Fast forward to 2022, and Vitaly seems to be trying to make a comeback to YouTube with classics such as Can I Eat You Out? How Tight Are You? And Epic Farting on Girls prank. Someone needs to tell Vitaly we're not in 2015 anymore. He even does the
he's killing it,
guys intro unironically, and it's pretty sad.
What's up, villains? Welcome to another video.
The prank format on YouTube isn't what it used to be. Great examples of new prank channels are Balin Levine, Loaf, Kaisenat, Gideon, and the list goes on. But these new era of prank channels have one thing in common. They all have a lovable main character. With Vitaly, it's going to be hard for him to gain an audience again, especially after being a woman beater. But I guess we'll see what's next for Vitaly.
It should be prison. Tuv doesn't go into it, but he beat the shit out of that girl. Man jumped out of a fucking moving vehicle just to beat a random woman who was jogging. Like, he should not be out of jail. The guy's a menace. So I think it's fucked up. His lawyer got him out of 15 years of prison. What bullshit. Yeah, that guy sucks. Thanks to the resub advanced in the bits, Marty. He's probably out of his fucking mind. Yeah, he absolutely was. It's no excuse, but yeah, he absolutely was. Because the man's been abusing substances for the better part of like 6 years now. Yeah, he must have called Saul, because that guy worked some magic. Thanks to resub owner Twitch.
Yo, hold on, guys. Someone's knocking at my door.
I think it's tier 1 doctor. A tough skit?
You're under arrest.
What do you mean I'm under arrest?
Because you don't have the new Earl drop.
A merch skit. Oh, I thought it was like going to be VPN or something.
Earl, the brand you own, the new collection that just dropped.
Exit Prime Drew.
Back to school collection, and if people use code
Give some
back to
Tavos.
school, they get 20% off anything at the store.
Hey, 20% off
Maybe
sounds
some
really good.
Quazon?
Give me that.
Here you go.
Wow, this is really good quality. I'm gonna put it on off camera. Yes, off camera. Yeah, I don't get to see my nipples yet. Oh my god, it's embroidered. Look at that. Y'all
Thanks
still
to
go
the
to college?
resub,
Nah, we go
Chunky
to Earl
and
University.
Girus.
Isn't that right, cop that randomly
And
came
Fire
to my
Strike.
room?
Hey, that's very true. My
The
kids
contest.
actually go to Earl University. Anyway, you're extremely cute.
Hey, what can I say? You are too. Get the fuck out of my room.
Okay.
Guys, make sure to use code back to school to get this
How adorable.
amazing Earl hoodie, which I will be wearing for the remainder of the video. EarlDoesn'tExist.com. Let's move on to the next one. Rice gum. The story of Brian Lee is a really upsetting one.
Jesus.
I was a big fan of his in 2016. Back in 2016...
How? What was there to be a fan of? In 2016, he was still doing the same dumb shit of, like, diss tracks and saying, these kids need to be stopped. It was like, damn, this kid is so cringe. This kid is just lame. What the fuck was there to be a fan of? The guy hadn't done anything, like, ever. I will legitimately never understand how Rice Gum rose to popularity on the platform. Always blew my fucking mind.
It was definitely a different era. We had YouTubers such as Leafy, Pyrocynical, Grade A Under A, Drama Alert, H3H3, iDubbbz, Filthy Frank, and yes, some of those YouTubers still upload to this day, such as Pyrocynical. Shout out Pyrocynical. If you know me, that's crazy because I look up to you. But we're talking about Rice Gum in specific. I made a video dissecting Rice Gum's fall off last year, so if you want a more in-depth version of that, you can watch that after this one. Anyway, Rice Gum initially blew up off his These Kids Must Be Stopped series, a series where he makes fun of cringeworthy kids on the Musical.ly app.
Man, I don't know if you guys heard it. This fucker just said, I'll be drunk texting you. I did some research. This fool is 13.
The public absolutely loved these videos, and he quickly skyrocketed to 100,000 subscribers. And only 4 months later, he reached the 1 million subscriber mark. He continued roasting other influencers, and the main thing people looked forward to in his videos were the diss tracks.
Your fans are little kids under the age of 12. Tell me why your ears make you look like an elf. You think I'm trying to roast you, but I'm just trying to help. Psych, I'm just here to give you this L.
God, yikes.
Now, these diss tracks weren't good,
even worse
but
than
they
I
were
remember.
extremely entertaining at the time. As
Like
time went on, he
Dream,
only grew and was
Prime
becoming
Massey.
a mainstream YouTuber. It was great seeing this 19-year-old achieve his dreams. But on January 14th, 2017, he uploaded a video which many fans to this day claim was the beginning of his demise. Finally Moving Out of My Mom's House is a video where Rice Gum kinda just tells the audience he's moving. He did move, but 3 months later he moved again into the Los Angeles Clout House, an influencer house founded by
Oh, the
FaZe
Clout
Banks,
House. I
which
forgot about
included Alyssa
that.
Violet, Summer Rae, Wolfie Raps, FaZe K, and some other forgettable people. And I don't mean that in a mean way, like some people in there were genuinely forgettable. Now, this is where Rice Gum's downfall truly began. Not statistically though. I mean, he peaked in popularity at this house. Bigger videos, better production, more money, more fame, but that all came with a big ego. You see, if there's anything I've learned from doing research of YouTubers' rise and fall, or just celebrities' rise and falls, it's to never get a big ego. That will just make sure your career dies. But I'm going off track now. Then one day, iDubbbz uploaded a content cop on Rice Gum, a video where Ian completely rips Rice Gum apart for being an arrogant, money-fueled YouTuber.
He is extremely insecure, and he makes it very obvious when he uploads videos like this, where he details how much money he earns in a month on YouTube.
There's like this video that has been going crazy viral, and basically in the video he shows how much money
Thanks for the resub,
YouTube has
Buck.
paid him. Everyone just giving him so
God,
much
this is
props,
such a
everyone
nostalgic
loves him. This dude is
trip.
getting so much street credit. I'm like,
I can't believe it's been fucking 6
Last month,
years.
I made a roughly $60,000. I mean, it's okay. It is actually my lowest paid month. Once again, I only got 20 million views.
I'm not sure what odds he's trying to improve. The odds that a female will finally see him as a suitable sex candidate because he has money, or the odds that his child fan base will revere him more as a god.
After this, Brian's videos began receiving a ton of dislikes. Now this other people is Rice Gum's downfall. I'll explain later why it wasn't. After this, his content began getting more lewd. But hey, they got views, right? Then he got into this
Then he tried to make a family channel when he started falling off. The family channel didn't work. His girlfriends wouldn't stay with him, and he just stopped making videos altogether. That's where the curtain closes on the Rice Gum story. He tried streaming GTA RP, but after getting insulted by the chat constantly, he eventually called it quits there too. I already know his whole fucking story, man. This guy's just such a fucking L. He was for a long time my least favorite person on the platform. So I kept up with him, man. I was like a full-blown hate watcher. Thanks for the gift sub, Angel.
Mystery box scanning situation where he didn't even apologize. He just pointed fingers and was like, hey, they did it too.
There's this YouTuber named Reaction Time. He actually has more subscribers than me. I don't know how because he's not cooler than me. But anyways, he made the same type of video. The same type of video like 3 months ago. No one said anything. It wasn't a problem.
And then all of his scams, but kids don't care about getting scammed.
Dobrik's crew, whatever. They're influential. Got kid fans. Same thing. Opened up boxes. This was 3 weeks ago. Way before I was doing it. Why did no one bring it up 3 weeks ago or even talk about these guys?
It seems like after this, he just started uploading extremely inconsistently. Fast forward to 2021, and he became a full-time Twitch streamer. The last the general public heard from him was when he was beefing with KSI, and then with Aiden Ross, which, by the way, I don't know if that was real or not.
He's a tier 1 gaming.
Lived in the same fucking house, but quite frankly, I don't care enough to look more into that. Rice?
Yeah, I don't know if Tubbs gonna mention it. He might, but I have to pee really bad, so I want to mention it. He also did a lot of scamming towards like the death throes of his channel. He did like the, here's 20 Amazon gift cards to make up for my last scam. And if you used any of the codes, they were already used like 3 years prior. So he just gave like previously used codes. So he scammed on top of a scam. But the scam before that was these like fake loot boxes. Before that was another like fake raffle. So right towards the end of his career, he just started like scamming as much as he could on his way out. Thanks for the 10, damn, thank you for the 10 gift sub size. Oh, Save the Kids, I forgot. Yeah, and Save the Kids. But he was like the most forgettable person in that because by that point he was already completely just out of the public eye. You're right, he was with Save the Kids. I forgot about that. Twitch tweeted about Kai. I saw. I was actually shocked. I think, here's my theory. I think Twitch is now in a position where they feel threatened by YouTube now. So now they're doing everything they can to try and do anything the community has said. I mean, whatever. I mean, I think it's a net positive no matter what. But Twitch just rolled out this terrible elevated chat thing out of nowhere, which is a terrible idea. It seems like it was so haphazardly thrown together because everyone was upset about their 70-30 split going away. So like, wait. But look, yeah, you're all going back to 50-50, but here's an elevated chat functionality, which is more money for you guys. And it's fucking dog shit. So it seems like they're doing everything they can, like hustling and scrambling to try and bring out as much as possible, even when it's not fully realized. But I am glad they finally recognized Kai. It took them long enough.
Scum's main channel hasn't seen an upload since 2020, and same with his Family Gum channel. He doesn't really tweet or post on Instagram. The times when he's most seen is on his girlfriend's TikTok, but personally, I truly believe that January 14th, 2017 was the beginning of Scum's downfall. Again, not numbers-wise, but
tier 1 fear, and the 5 gift subs Maki.
Moving to LA
Thank you,
doesn't
Maki.
mean you're gonna turn into this clout
Appreciate it, Maki.
demon. But if you let the lifestyle consume you, you will turn into someone no one wants to support. I really would be interested in seeing Brian return to YouTube with a more humble and charismatic attitude. And I'll give him credit. He made his bag.
Impossible.
He even started the entire diss track trend on YouTube. But his image will always be remembered as the arrogant hypebeast who let fame get to his head.
He's also not right there, by the way. Back when I used to like actively shit on Rice Gum, one of his friends actually reached out to me, like an old high school friend, and was just telling me stories about this guy. I can't corroborate any of them, but they were friends. Like, he linked his Facebook. They were friends in high school. He was telling me that Brian was legitimately always a douchebag, but kind of a loner in high school, but still an asshole. So I don't think it was fame that got to him. This guy was legitimately just born a douchebag. He's the resub Jedi 60 and certified in the tier 1 Aragorn.
Carson. Carson King, aka Call Me Carson, is a YouTuber who peaked at 2.9 million subscribers, and ever since the incident, his subscriber count has been trickling down. He began his YouTube journey by uploading Minecraft videos to his first 2 channels, which were called GamerCraft157 and Icebox Carson, before eventually moving to the Call Me Carson channel. His channel started taking off in 2017 with videos focusing on Discord trolling, reviewing internet media, and playing video games with his friends. The momentum continued, and the official name of his friend group became Lunch Club. It consisted of Call Me Carson, It's Joko, J-Schlatt, Slimesicle.
Holy shit. I don't think I've ever seen Schlatt without the facial hair. What? Is this Schlatt? It has to be, right? What? I didn't even know it was possible. I thought this man was literally born with facial hair. God damn. I almost feel like I'm seeing something I'm not supposed to. Taking a peek behind the curtain. God, oof. I wasn't ready for that.
Hugbox, Travis, Connor Eats Pants, and C-Scoop. I hope I pronounced all of those right. I am so used to calling Ted Nevison Ted Nevision, but I get corrected a lot. It seemed like nothing could go wrong for this friend group, and especially the leader, Call Me Carson. But on January 4th, 2021, a video was uploaded to Drama Alert, of all places, with the title, Call Me Carson's Serious Allegations, Lunch Club Interview. In this video, Lunch Club members Hugbox and Travis explained that Carson has been having inappropriate conversations with underage fans. This included the exchangement of lewd images as well. This information was told to them by Carson himself. That same day, a Twitter user whose information I'll be blurring out said this on Twitter. I can personally come out and say that I've been groomed by Carson. I have talked to many people and never came out about this since now. At the time, I was still 17 and in high school. Here's a few things he said to me. Alright guys, I hate reading word for word, especially when they're a little bit inappropriate. Let's get into this. I'm scared and I want to talk to you for the wrong reasons. Elaborate? What if I only want to talk to you for the sexual part of it? I don't want that, but like, I'm worried about it. What if subconsciously I'm only talking to you because it turns me on or something? Is that really what you want? What other options are there? Also, what would you want to happen? I don't know. All I know is every time I jack off now, I have a really hard time not thinking of you. I guess my brain got stimulated and now
reading anything more, you know? Sorry, like any sexual texts are always so fucking cringe. Christ.
And next time you're horny, we can have some fun.
Yeah, this whole situation was super weird. Like the whole 1917 stuff.
This is all my fault. Damn.
But then, like, the people closest to Carson said it's more than that, so this whole thing was such a weird mess.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm scared of getting your hopes up or something. I'm willing to try, but it's such a bad idea. But so is sexting you. Fuck. Carson later revealed in his Discord that the texts were real. Long story short, when I was 19, I sexted a couple of viewers that were 17. Extremely regrettable and incredibly embarrassing. Felt guilty since. Apologized to them both and resolved it privately last year. Then Keem got a hold of it like 2 days ago. At the time, the girl was 17 and Carson was 19 years old. Though a 2-year age gap isn't anything to glance about, I guess people did because 1, this is a famous YouTuber and it's easy to like nitpick anything a famous person does. 2, even though the age of consent in the majority of the United States is 16, talking to people that are under 18 on the internet is like a well-known no-no thing to do, especially if you're famous. And 3, people argued that there was a power dynamic, which honestly is something I do agree with. I mean, think about it. If you're a big YouTuber, your fans already see you as a god. So asking them for pictures might just make them feel like they're forced to because they don't want to let down their favorite YouTuber, right? Anyway, Carson lost followers, friends, and basically everything. He stopped uploading, stopped streaming.
No, the hurricane missed Tampa for the most part.
Whenever he did tweet, he would like quickly delete it. It was like this for 7 months until a video titled Moving Forward was uploaded by him. This specifically was August 25th, 2021. In this video, he doesn't discuss the situation at all. He says he doesn't want to make more drama and instead promotes the fact that he's going to be donating 100% of his earnings to charity.
Hey guys, it's been a while. This isn't going to be your average YouTuber apology video, and I'm not going to make it long and drawn out. I've learned a lot this past year. I'm not seeking forgiveness, nor am I looking to make excuses. I'm sure some of you are expecting some long drawn out video explaining my truth of the situation, but I have no intentions of doing that. I'd much rather just tell you what I can do in the future. For the next year, I plan to donate 100% of my profits to charity.
And since that day, he's uploaded 7 more videos onto his channel, and his views clearly don't match to those before the situation. So yeah, Carson is back, but with not nearly the same amount of love he once used to have. In fact, he gets hate.
I forgot that he was doing that for the charity stuff.
I mean, there are definitely trolls that just don't like him, but I think this is a perfect time to move on. Guys, I want to give a quick update to the whole Call Me Carson.
Oh, well, actually, you might answer the question I'm about to ask.
Situation. As you guys know, there's been a bunch of Twitch drama recently, and Hugbox actually wanted to add on to that. I won't say it like that, but I'll just say he did add on to the drama, though I didn't see anyone talk about
Frog,
this.
Seabird,
Just
Nihao,
happened to stumble
and
across
Matt.
it while doing my research. So here's Hugbox's Twitter, and Hugbox actually made a twit longer with the title "Game Over." This got almost 5,000 likes. Like, I would say it got some attraction. I have no idea how I did not hear about this at all. But the twit longer is it's a lengthy read. It's a very lengthy read. But I'll just give you guys the important sentences. I'm gonna try to explain the relevant events of the last couple years in the most concise way possible. This was always written off as drama when I try to talk about it, but I only spoke of it because it really bothered me and I cared. It's not easy to be threatened with legal action when you're just trying to tell people what's going down. That's why my tweets were always so cryptic. I'm not a clout chaser. I haven't even made money over the last several years, only alienated my audience since I started talking about this stuff, and at this point want absolutely nothing to do with the internet. We'll start with the Carson thing. I
read this and this guy tries to make this whole thing about himself. I vaguely heard about this. I will say off rip, him saying I'm not a clout chaser but calling this game over is kind of contradictory. That just immediately rubs me the wrong way.
Started talking about this stuff, and at this point want absolutely nothing to do with the internet. We'll start with the Carson thing. I found out about what he did in March 2020, and for a moment considered tweeting it right then and there. Unfortunately, I did not have any concrete details initially. In fact, the few details I had were lies. The group had a meeting later that day which our manager, Ryan, told us that he had dealt with this several times before and we can make this go away. And some members of the group insisted we needed to stick by Carson. At this point, I was checked out completely, but naively was shocked that so many people seemed to value their careers over doing the right thing. Over the next several months, I started asking around as to what others had been told, and found out that every single person was told an entirely different story as to how many girls he was contacting and what their ages were. This pushed me to do something, and I had actually gotten the entire group to agree to recording a video of each of us simply saying what we were told and uploading it directly to the Lunch Club channel. No baseless accusations, no clout chasing, just the truth. At the last moment, many pulled out of the video because, in Schlatt's words, he had too much to lose. Deja vu. It was never supposed to go through Keemstar. I'm gonna skip this paragraph. Again, you guys can just go to Hugbox's Twitter to read the whole thing because it is a lot. Carson had a whole Discord of content creators that aided him in strategizing damage control in the lead up to the drama alert, because naturally Ryan had gone behind my back, warned him, and tried to prep him. I know this because not all of them suck and they told me what was up. Then the creators in that Discord fled like rats from a sinking ship when it was clear the situation was not salvageable. I called Carson several times in the days leading up to the drama alert because I did not want the venue to discredit the story, and I wanted him to take responsibility for his actions like a fucking adult. To this day, he hasn't even admitted to what he did, and everyone still thinks it was a 2-year age gap. That is not true. So if we go to the responses on the tweet, we get stuff like this. I like how instead of telling us why it was worse than a 2-year age gap, he simply didn't.
Oh, that's rough.
Elaborate on that.
Sorry to hear that, Lamone.
No, it's a very strange twit longer because, I mean, he's being cryptid like he said, but he said something about legal action, so I don't know. I don't know that. I'm just the messenger. I want to make that clear. I'm just the messenger, and I just felt like I should update you guys since something else came through to the story. It's very odd that Hugbox says that there wasn't a 2-year age gap. It was that was not it. But yet this girl says that she's 17. But I also remembered apparently there were multiple girls. I don't know. It's very weird. What I'm telling you guys is not factual. Again, just the messenger.
Yeah, this shit is so fucking messy. What?
I guess now we're actually going to talk about another YouTuber, you know, because we're continuing the video. Shout out to Five Nights at Freddy's t-shirt. But yeah, let's head on to the next person on the list.
I don't know much about Hugbox. So what was he saying? What was Hugbox saying then? Now I'm just left really fucking confused. Thanks to the bits, Vintage. Yeah, I haven't seen too much from it though, Vintage. Not since we first looked at it, but I am keeping my eye on it. So wasn't a whole lot of new stuff in the twit longer. Okay. All right. Okay.
FaZe K and FaZe Jarvis.
Oh, these are huge. FaZe Jarvis posted a video cheating in Fortnite. He was like, I'm trying out an aimbot in Fortnite for content. Got permabanned. Cried. FaZe K, save the kids. kicked out of FaZe, cried.
And began as a Call of Duty sniping team. Members would achieve impressive clips only using sniper rifles and later create montages which would be uploaded onto YouTube. When FaZe Clan started out, they were all just kids in high school enjoying the most played game at the time. By 2012, the YouTube channel had hit 1 million subscribers and it was the thing to know about FaZe Clan if you played Call of Duty. Everyone and their mom wanted to join FaZe Clan at one point. I wanted to join FaZe. 2014 to 2016 is when I would say FaZe truly peaked. This was when the main members of FaZe all moved into a house in New York and called that the FaZe house. Many fans still say this was the best era to be a fan of FaZe. And FaZe hasn't stopped growing at all. They even have esports teams in every major video game. They also recruit athletes, and not to mention that their main focus is still Call of Duty, with members such as Swag.
It's not their main focus.
Call of Duty. Also, I can't.
Nah, they're much bigger than that now.
The best member, FaZe Jev. Yo, Jev, if you're watching this, I just want to let you know you're a huge inspiration to me, and thank you so much for always being you. Anyway, let's first talk about FaZe K, who joined FaZe in 2013. This was thanks to his sniping skills. He would upload gaming content and occasionally have his younger brother Jarvis join in on videos.
What's going on, guys? This is FaZe K, and I'm doing a Q&A today. I asked some of you guys on Twitter to ask questions to ask my brother, who is here next to me.
Though K never got nearly as many views as his American peers, I'll give him credit for going outside the box and attempting to capture the more IRL side of gamers. And when he would get views, it was for very out of place content like water bottle flip videos. You'd never expect that to be uploaded by
Damn, he did a lot of that.
I mean, they brought in views, so he was doing something right. Around this time is when his younger brother Jarvis began uploading content of his own, but things would change in 2018 around Fortnite's peak. K would begin to make videos revolving around his little brother and Fortnite. The views were immense, and at this point K was living in a new LA FaZe house, or the Clout house. Either way, it was a fucking influencer house. Eventually, thanks to his skills and very, very saturated thumbnails, Jarvis joined the one and only FaZe Clan in 2019. The momentum only continued. And then Jarvis got banned from playing Fortnite due to using hacks in the game, aimbot to be specific. He wasn't playing competitively, he just downloaded some mods and wanted to make a cool video out of it.
I'm truly so sorry. Epic, I know I have to take accountability for my actions, and you know I'm gonna do my best to accept any punishment or comes my way, whatever happens.
Epic Games decided to make an example out of him and banned him from
He's still banned, right?
No, this doesn't mean that when he goes to his friend's house and picks up the controller, the FBI just breaks down the fucking door and arrests him.
Spicy.
It just meant that if you made any new accounts publicly, they would all just automatically get banned. This also meant Jarvis had to switch content. He basically became
It's just such a stupid idea. Like, I don't remember how old he was when he did it. I think he was probably like 18 or something. But what a dumb fucking idea. I'm going to knowingly cheat in this game for a video. Like, I don't know what you would possibly expect to happen from that. It's so... Like, I feel like almost bad because to be so stupid to think it's a good idea, like it's... I don't know. Still, very, very dumb.
Challenges and TikTok life hacks. By the way, these thumbnails are still, very bright. In 2020, he quote-unquote fooled the internet that he was playing Fortnite again. He went live and had someone else play for him. Then his username got leaked and Epic Games banned him on the spot. But when did FaZe K and FaZe Jarvis's careers go to shit? Kids. The Save the Kids crypto scam.
Yeah.
YouTuber was hopping onto the crypto coin.
Save the Kids.
Well, this was one of them. This was a coin that claimed it would be used for charity and used the likes of K, Jarvis, Tico, Ricegum, and Nikon in order to get more clout. This was an entire mess, and I'm gonna dumb it down for you guys, but if you guys want full explanation, make sure to go watch CoffeeZilla's video. It's an amazing detailed video.
That is a great video on it.
Fans would buy this coin thinking that the value was only gonna go up. You know, they probably thought it was gonna be the next Bitcoin, but instead, the owners of the coin just left with all the money. I believe this is called a pump and dump scam. All the people in that video were part of it except Tico. Tico was genuinely innocent, which is why he's back in FaZe now. But everyone else in that video, yeah, they got a lot of money from the fans that were trying to support this charity. Due to this, K was kicked from FaZe, and Jarvis, Nikon, and Tico were suspended until further notice.
He's got some tacos.
Well, he's Ricegum. He wasn't a part of any team or anything. He's just himself. So this is where K's career started going downhill. I mean, why wouldn't it? Who wants to support a scammer? Then K came out saying that the mastermind behind all of this was Sam Pepper. Yeah, the dude with Black Ops 3 dark matter for hair. This response wasn't really taken that well, and his views dipped right
Probably really was Sam Pepper, but you're also a fucking idiot for doing anything with Sam Pepper. It's your fault. How Sam Pepper still somehow infiltrates anything blows my fucking mind. He's like the most well-known scammer of all time. Hey, thanks again, Maki. Thanks for 5 gift subs. And the tier 1 Climate, and the resub Chaser, and SSB.
Thought I got the wrong channel. I thought I put Jarvis's channel instead of Kay's. But notice how much Kay uses his brother in his thumbnails. Like, do you not think you have a photogenic face? I literally thought this was Jarvis's channel. I was like, okay, I gotta re-screenshot it. No, this is Kay's channel. I did not make a mistake. Again. Please stop the oversaturated thumbnails. Jarvis had a boxing match which he won, and he was back in FaZe. Then this video was uploaded, Why I Left FaZe Clan, where he explains that he left FaZe Clan because his big brother was kicked.
Weird for me because I don't want to be a part of FaZe if like you're not in FaZe as well.
Oh, that's so wholesome.
Me and you, we started YouTube since the very beginning.
Trust.
All of this happened because of you and you pushing me to like make videos, start vlogging,
give some
start
beaches
streaming.
and the resub
really
Duluth.
all happened
Give
because
some Claire.
you pushed me to do it.
Aww,
tier 1
so
Swoosh
sweet.
and tier 1
Except
Carla.
Not really, because this is when Jarvis would begin uploading less frequently and get less views. And no, YouTube Shorts don't count because those views are from randoms, not your fans. I forgot to mention that they have another channel called Jarvis and K.
Oh, nice.
They do upload more frequently, but the views aren't there either. And for some reason, while watching their videos, I feel like they're always finding a way to diss FaZe.
7 months ago, I left FaZe Clan, and after watching these TikToks, I think I made the right decision.
It's like I get the vibe of like biting the hand that fed you. I mean, even the fans dislike the videos, and it's very weird. I don't know. It seems like they have a big ego after leaving FaZe. I truly believe Jarvis could have saved his career by just staying in FaZe. It doesn't matter if you were banned from Fortnite. There's new Call of Duties every year to make content on. I get that family comes first, and that's super respectable that he did that. But
what is K doing? I know he showed his channel, but is that really all he's doing? Yep. That's really all he's doing. He legitimately does just use his brother in every single thumbnail. I would have no idea this is K's channel. Legitimately. There is nothing here that tells me this is FaZe K's channel. That's crazy. But man, this content does look fire. Awesome. I asked her to be my girlfriend on camera. Whoa. I exposed Jarvis playing Fortnite? Oh, no. And what is Jarvis doing? Maybe Jarvis only has K in the thumbnail. That'd be huge. No, I guess not. He also hasn't fallen off nearly as hard. Yeah, it's mainly just K. So Jarvis has 2 channels? Well, yeah. Jarvis and K have 2 channels. They have their own, and then they have the FaZe and Jarvis channel. Or the K and Jarvis channel.
Joining FaZe doesn't mean fuck you, bro, to your brother. It just means you're looking out for yourself. It's quite literally your livelihood. Nowadays, they both upload shorts and Mr. Beast inspired videos, but it doesn't seem their audience is there anymore. Jarvis had a video get over 1 million views recently, but it's because FaZe members are in it. Pretty ironic. I mean, you could have stayed. You could have fucking stayed in the group. But yeah, let's head on to the next one. Kiwis. Kiwis first started.
I forgot about this one.
2015, when he was part of the Call of Duty team Red Reserve. This team was seen as a stepping stone to FaZe Clan. During this time, the Red House became a thing, and this included Formula, Random, Mix, Kiwis, Game Gandhi. Since
crazy, no one remembers
Red, I
this.
mention Red's best member, Game Gandhi. He was always the best person out of their crew and had the best content, and it just sucks that he got grouped with these.
I won't spoil it. I'll let Tub explain.
This house had a life of its own. Like, the chemistry
it's pretty
was there,
bad, though.
And the Gandhi vlogs were sweet and to the point. They weren't seen as rip-off FaZe anymore. They were just becoming Red. Until one day in 2016, Keemstar uploaded a video where Kiwis attempts to justify why he sent a 12-year-old girl images while he was 17. And that had started a 1.5 years before the interview, so now the girl was 14 and he was 19. Either way, it's fucking disgusting. And then he proceeds to shoot himself in the foot.
Because
okay, so
it was just weird.
You sent pictures when you were 17 and she was 12. Now, I believe she said that
she said she was 14.
I believe,
and the kick logs will prove it. Like, if you guys get it, like,
okay,
it's there,
but she said she was 14 or whatever. But
it was a month ago.
Yeah, and a month ago on Snapchat. Yes.
Okay, so a month ago you sent her a picture.
Yes.
But the problem with that is you're 19 and she's 14 at the time.
But the thing, like, I was in a really like depressed state. Like, she was talking to me. Like, she kept on saying how she was saying how she was so attached to me. And I was saying, and she said how she wanted to meet up, and I said that's really weird. I don't want to meet up. Like, that's something you can't bank on. Like, that's just really weird. I don't want to do that. and she's claimed that she wants to meet up with other people. There's another person in red that she talks to that she wanted to meet up with. Specifically, and we can talk more about that in private.
But oddly enough, this wasn't the end of his career. He continued uploading and even uploaded a response video where he flat out victim blames the girl.
I shouldn't have trusted this girl. I shouldn't have. I don't know why I did what I did. She convinced me that I could trust her, and it was a mistake. And that's something I will never make ever again. This girl lied about her age and convinced me to send her pictures of myself. Like, she sent pictures to me too, but
his audience seemed to have liked and supported him. By this time, everyone knew about the situation, and due to living...
I never saw that. This man's just out here confessing to full-blown crimes without knowing it. Thanks to resub Helicity, Waifu, and Jay. I only knew that first part. So the dude straight up like admits like, I thought she was 14, so I sent her all these nudies. Yeah, that's why I was, being romantically involved with a 14-year-old. I didn't know she was 12. She fucking lied to me. Can you believe that bitch? I didn't know he even made a response video where he just like straight confirms it and then makes it clear that he also received child porn. Yikes.
In the Red House, the address was public. I don't know if they publicized it themselves. I'm sure they wouldn't dox themselves so fans could come over and say hi, but their address was known. Anyway, Kiwis got confronted at his own house by a random person, but it was done horribly. The person called him a... Like, the dude filming could have at least said some factual stuff instead of just saying that he's a...
Red Formula.
Yeah,
the leader
up,
of the Red Reserve.
What's up, man?
What's good, man?
How you doing, man?
What's going on?
You a fan?
Yeah, I'm a fan of the Red Reserve. Is Kiwis around?
Yeah, he is.
Do you think I could talk to him?
Yeah, sure. You wanna come on in for a bit?
Yeah, sure.
What?
Red Kiwis.
Oh, hey,
DJ Tittynack.
Yeah, what's up?
Life, the man with the big shorts.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
I wanted to ask you a question.
Okay.
Why did you that girl?
Oh, you think you're funny?
Yes.
Right. That is not funny at all, dude.
Alright, you gotta leave, dude.
You wanna leave, bud?
You gotta get out of the house.
Why did you do it?
You gotta get out of the house.
Why would they invite this guy in?
Yeah, I know the whole story.
Get out of the fucking
Why
house.
did you do it? Why did you do it? You sent your dick online to a girl that was 14 years old. That was 14 years old.
Do you realize? Do you not understand that she completely lied about her age?
Get out of the house.
It's proven.
Get out of the fucking house.
That's why I'm here.
The reason why Kiwi's story is so odd is because he never stopped uploading.
Why the fuck? How dumb is that whole house? What? Is everyone in that house just an actual fucking idiot? It's so fake. I don't know, man. It may be. I choose to believe that over them being that fucking stupid. I don't see why it would be fake, though, because then that once again just puts it in the public eye that this dude was sexting a child. Sending and receiving pictures from a child. So why would they try and make a fake video about it? Like, that seems like a terrible idea. Crazy.
He even peaked in 2018, 2 years after that situation. This is, of course, with the help of overly saturated Fortnite thumbnails. Yay! Fast forward to 2021, and skipping over his new team, which failed, Drumler uploaded a documentary about him, and he got dislikes for a little bit, but kept uploading. His views nowadays are nowhere near his peak, and it's just sad, really. Seeing when YouTubers ruin their careers, but don't have anywhere else to go because they make their money on the internet. I mean, they could go work at their local Food for Less, but I think at that point, of being a YouTuber, your ego's really high, so you just don't want to do that, and there's a chance you could get recognized, which is always going to be awkward. We're literally watching these people die inside, but yeah. Alright guys, thanks so much for watching the video. I just want to say I don't condone the harassment of any of these people. I don't want my subscribers to be those subscribers that go to these pages and leave hate comments. Don't do that. Let's just watch from the sidelines, chill out. But looking at all these names, the only person I would say really didn't do anything wrong, just made like I guess a bad decision, was Jarvis. I don't think he did anything to get canceled for it.
Yeah, his was very stupid. He cheated in a game, and the game happened to be his cash cow. I agree. Out of everyone on this list, Jarvis was like the most like trivial, the most innocent. He cheated in Fortnite because he's a fucking idiot, and he got banned for it, which cost him like his career as a Fortnite creator. But he's still doing fine. Oh, actually, no, he was in Save the Kids. Actually, I forgot. I actually totally forgot he was in Save the Kids. Never mind. I actually, it's crazy. Every time I hear Save the Kids, I only think of FaZe K. Yeah, never mind. I totally forgot that he was also part of Save the Kids.
On Fortnite, and he chose his brother over FaZe Clan, which I think was the wrong decision. Yeah, just wanted to make that clear. Leave a like, make sure to subscribe to the channel, and make sure to go to earldoesn'texist.com to get yourself some new Earl clothing and use code BACKTOSCHOOL for, I don't even know how much percent off. It's on the screen. Yeah, music video coming out soon. The name of that song is Overdose, and that'll be part of my 9 to 10 track EP. There will be a whole movie on this channel, so I can't wait for you guys to see that. I'm so excited. Sorry for missing an upload. I was recording the music video for that, so follow me on TikTok, follow me on Twitter, follow me on Instagram. All the apps were right there. Specifically TikTok, like I hate when I pop up on people's For You page and they're like, "Oh my god, you have it?" Yes, I have all social medias, bro.
He's using Schlatt's music.
I'm gonna go have sex with your mom, and I'll see you guys next time I upload.
You're right, actually. That wasn't that? Yeah, this is 8 hours old, so I actually think that was Lud and Schlatt's Music Emporium. So is Kiwi's still uploading? Holy fuck.
I got you.
Yeah, that's further evidence. Unless you're like literally thrown in jail. If you just ignore it and keep posting, you'll be alright. Goddamn. He doesn't get nearly the views he used to, but I mean that's still enough to make a living off of. What about Mini Lad? Yeah, his is the same deal. We already talked about that one.
So
we didn't watch this one yet. The internet's strangest websites. I pretty much know every website that's existed on the internet throughout time, so I don't know if he'll really pull any fast ones on me here.
So I thought we'd revisit a fan favorite video, and that's the internet's strangest websites. In this part 2, we'll be taking a look at obscure, funny, and downright horrible websites. Anything from Skyway Bridge reports, the Heaven's Gate cult site, boobas, to whatever the f this is. Today, we will be talking about the internet's strangest websites. I also want to mention that if this video somehow gets 100,000 likes, then sure, I'll go back onto the dark web and make a part 2 to the dark web version, which a lot of you guys seem to enjoy.
Nice.
Anyway,
thank you so much,
sit
Taco.
Back, relax, and let's get started with the video.
Thank you so
hey
fucking
guys,
much,
I just want to say thank you guys so much for 800,000
oh yeah, that's what I just said.
subscribers. We literally hit it about like maybe 20 minutes ago. I was live on my Discord.
Damn.
Live streamed the
Tough
live
going
sub count. So if you guys want to join the Discord, make sure to go join it. Let's talk about the Patreon for a little bit. So for $5, you guys can get access to a special role where I always talk in that specific chat. You know, I don't really be talking in the general chats. I be talking to you guys all the time in the Patreon chat. Like we're friends, like friends, and it's pretty cool. And for $15, you guys get all my YouTube videos. Or this video, my Patreon people, they already saw it like a couple days ago. Also, thank you guys so much for all the birthday wishes. Seriously, it means a lot to me. March 18th was my birthday, and I turned 20 years old. All I asked for my birthday was y'all stream Cherry Soda. And I guess leave a like on the video, because we're trying to hit 100,000 likes, which I think we can get. And if you're on mobile, there's a new like animation. Right now, literally try it out if you're on mobile. Click the like button. It does this cool animation. I wish they did that on PC, but sadly not. So the internet's strangest websites part 2. This list is in no specific order. The websites can be
Tuv's the boy, man.
Funny,
he's such a good guy.
Pointless, or downright horrible. All my sources will be linked below, and all the websites will be linked down below in a Google document. Without further ado, let's get started with the video. Pink meth. Revenge is the concept of sharing an ex-partner's nudes publicly without their consent. Pink meth, which was originally a site on the surface web before switching to the dark web, was the main website for this. With the option to submit images anonymously, some posts even included contact information and links to social media profiles of the victims. But what if a girl found out she was on the website and didn't want her images on the website? Well, luckily there was a removal request form, but it wasn't really. It was just so that the people reading could get an even bigger laugh seeing at how the victim is trying to get her images off the website. This is what the form read. Click the link below to submit a story containing 500 to 2,000 words explaining how your personal information and images got leaked, and teach a hooch to cover her cooch so she doesn't have to explain to her coworkers or sorority sisters why her, quote, intimate moment with the love of her life, or drunken one-night stand, is now making strangers around the world reach for the lotion and Kleenex. Pink meth loves slutty smart chicks, so share your story, along with a few solid tips on how you can let your freak flag fly while keeping your naughty side on the sly, and your profile will be removed. Plus, you get that warm fuzzy feeling that only comes from schooling bitches or a great orgasm. The site was seized in November 2014 as part of Operation Onimus, a multi-agency law enforcement effort that resulted in the shutdown of over 24 dark websites, Pink Meth being one of them. Though I could not find the original creator of Pink Meth and if they were ever charged, but for comparison's sake, 27-year-old Kevin Ballalert, owner of YouGotPosted.com, another revenge site.
That
was
looks like
charged
a guy
with
that would run
31
that.
felony counts of conspiracy, identity theft, and extortion, resulting in 18 years in prison.
I ended up
Nice.
in mental hospitals twice because of this, and recently just had another break. Didn't end up in the hospital, but I'm medicated and everything, which has been helping. But it's been so traumatizing, and I just want my life to get back to the way it was.
This is a first. Hosanna1.com.
What was that
This
guy's name?
website is
Kevin. What was it? Kevin something? What was it? Someone tell me what the last name was. Kevin Costner. Kevin Spacey. Kevin Bacon. Kevin Gar. Okay. I'll do a little broader search. How about... Let's see if that comes up. Man who was wrongfully convicted of 3 murders, Kevin Strickland. No, that didn't work. What the fuck? What was the name of that site then? Yeah, I'll just rewind it. I don't know why I'm asking chat. It's a stupid idea.
Definitely one
In the hospital twice.
theft and extort. YouGotPosted.com.
You got
Another
posted.
Hosanna1.
Kevin Bolart. Man, that guy was destined to be a loser. That's a weird last name. Bolart. It's like a Dungeons and Dragon AI generated name. Alright, here's an update in 2017. "28-year-old web developer and confirmed douchebag." Oh, this is not an official reporter. I don't think I've ever read an article from the New York Times where they just call the guy a douchebag, which he is. But yeah, it looks like he's still serving his 18-year sentence, even by the other headlines. Nice. Hey, Bolart, I'm sure it was worth it.
.com. This website is definitely one of, if not the strangest website on this list. I mean, I could have an entire video talking about this one. From what it seems, this is, or was, an Afghan
Tier 1
hound
bunny,
breeding
Tier 1
registry
Tokez,
where one
and
would
Prime
visit to schedule
Avid.
breeding the dogs or simply buying from a litter. But the website looks so fucking goofy. To be fair, it was created in 1999, but even for that time period, the website looked like this. We believe that Afghan hounds are some of the most marvelous of his works. Visit our Hosanna Afghan Hounds homepage to view about a dozen pages with dozens of beautiful photos of our wonderful hounds. The AAA and AAA World Wide
Is yours a
Web
pickle?
publishing stands for Afghans, 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 since we have so much experience producing beautiful websites to showcase them. Browse the pages we've done for ourselves and others. See what AAA, WW can do for you. Then it proceeds to talk about God? I thought this was for dog breeding. Look, I'm sure we're not going to get any
Thank you for the 10
answers
gift subs,
soon,
Pope.
but
Thank you, man.
I'll just show you the weirdest things I found on this website. Clicking the main dog gif on the website leads you to a YouTube video of a person showing off the Afghan hound certificate.
This is kinda
Our channel
wholesome.
seems pretty normal and wholesome, but the website is so fucking weird. I dumped Twitter, deleted my account and the app off my phone the day after they dumped my president. The best president in my lifetime. If he wasn't good enough for Twitter, Twitter is sure not good enough
Why
for
is
me.
this on
I will
the
never touch
Afghan
TikTok with a
breeding
10-foot
site
pole. It is
for
owned by the
dogs here?
Chinese Communist Party. I also dumped Amazon and avoid Google as much as possible. I use DuckDuckGo. I am Linda Farley, God's child, mom of 6, grandma of 21.
Oh,
and a
what?
charter member
Grandmother of 20. This is numbers like that just always make me so upset. It's like you didn't need 21 fucking kids. Nobody needs that many. It's absurd.
of the vast right-wing conspiracy. It seems like the owner is just someone's grandma, which explains why the website layout is so old. I mean, she got a jukebox section and an art card section, and not to mention, they got the Great Site Award. Look at that. That's the official Great Site Award. Is the website wholesome? Is it strange? Is it creepy? I think it's all of those and more. Poopsenders.com.
Hey!
Send shit to someone through mail. Well, now you can. Poop senders refer to themselves as the ultimate gag
I've
gift, a literal
no sites
gag
like this
gift.
one.
It's guaranteed to be anonymous, and all you have to know is the person you want to send it to's address. You have the options of cow poop, elephant poop, gorilla poop, or even the combo pack. Now you're probably wondering, how the fuck do they get the poop? In their frequently asked questions section, it says that one of their staff team members goes to a local dairy farm and zoo about twice a week.
Thank you for the crazy generosity
been active since 2007,
man.
so I'm
Thank
sure
you.
business is booming. But
Give
is
some
this
taco?
even legal? Well, yes. Poop is non-hazardous. You just can't use their service to threaten people. But bruh, you know damn well the only people you would send this to is someone that deserves it. Let me know if I should order some and unbox it on my second channel. Yeah, I'm asking you guys if you guys would like to see me unbox
Thank you so much,
poop
Taco.
on my second channel. By the way, I have a second channel where I post anything I want. In case you guys are interested, make sure to go subscribe to that.
Now, I haven't seen part 1 of this. Has he mentioned Rate My Poo before? If anyone's seen part 1? Thanks to give sub Jinx. Thanks to give sub Kako. No. Oh, it looks like so many people remember Rate My Poo. That's so sweet. Rate My Poo is one of those websites that just always immediately takes me back in time when I think about it. In the Gears Award days, people used to like send that around as a joke thing. They'd disguise the link and people would click it and it's just a bunch of shit pics where you rate them. Oh, that one was genuinely a fucking classic. There were some wild poops on there, that's for damn sure. Some unholy loads.
Meatspin.com.
Hey,
Meatspin
classic.
was part of a collection of shock sites from back in the day. Back in the day when you got a random link and you didn't have to worry about getting your IP grabbed. Instead, you just worry about a rickroll, or even worse, a rickroll with a different link. But being sent a link that said Meatspin on it, who wouldn't want to click that? And well, how do I say this without being demonetized? This is gonna be
You can't.
one of the weirdest explanations of my life. Okay, are you guys ready? It's
Ready.
a man helicoptering,
Mhm.
right? You guys know what the helicopter, that move that only guys can do? So this is guy
Helicopter dick.
helicoptering another guy that he's sitting on. They doing the thing, right? They doing the thing, and he just helicoptering, and his thing is just 360ing. Y'all gotta give me some credit because I am a good explainer, bro, when it comes to like not getting demonetized. I am great at this. Anyway, the video was like 1 second and it would just loop. There was a counter at the bottom noting how many spins you sat through. It says here,
Ooh, I actually didn't remember that.
112 spins. Internet shock sites are a glorious part of internet history, and I even debated
I didn't
making
remember
an
the
entire
counter.
video based on them, but that's not really a smart idea considering the whole video would be me explaining things how I just did, and that's not really that fun, is it? But join me as we read some of the titles of other shock sites.
High
I'm probably gonna have
score.
to blur some of these guys.
Yeah, I'll
so,
try and break the
wow,
record.
I'm only gonna read a few of them. So we have Shock Button, Nut Abuse, BME Pain Olympics, Lemon Party, one of my personal favorites. I can't even say that. No, actually, no, not one of my personal favorites. Two guys.
Lemon
one
Party is a
horse.
pretty wild
Goatsy.
one.
We have One Man, One Jar. Yeah, I'm gonna stop there. I don't. Turdgasm? What is Turdgasm?
I actually don't know
I want to make
Turdgasm.
it clear that I'm not going to be providing links to the 18+ websites. I literally can't. I think that's against YouTube's terms of service. When you go down to the
Executive
list of the
Brit
document, there will
influence.
not be the 18+ websites. Only the ones that are appropriate for me to link.
What were the other ones on that list real quick? I think the only one I don't remember is Turdgasm. And Two Guys, One Horse, is that the same as Mr. Hands? I don't think that's the same as Mr. Hands, is it? Oh, it is? Okay, it is the same one. Then yeah, the only one I don't know here is Turdgasm. I've never heard of that one before.
One Horse. Pointer Pointer. Pointer Pointer is a 2012 website created by Studio Moniker
Horse guy
that
legit
loads in a
died.
picture of
Yeah, he
someone
did.
pointing at your cursor wherever it lands. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty innocent. It's pretty funny. I like it. It's pretty fun, but it gets boring after a minute. The images don't look like they were ripped from Google, but rather a collection of images that were taken by a college student. I wonder if the creator was the cameraman and if he just went around his college campus being
Thanks,
like, hey,
Yusuf
yo,
Dylan.
can you quickly point for a picture? While I was reading about this website, it actually said that the creator makes the website load in like a little suspense because he said that he could do it really fast. Like when you drag the cursor, it would actually load in all the pictures instantly. But he said it wasn't good suspension wise. So yeah, let's move on to the next one.
That was a pretty innocent one.
HashimaIsland.co.uk. Hashima Island is an abandoned island of Nagasaki, lying about 9 miles from the center of the city. It is one of the 505 uninhabited islands in Nagasaki Prefecture. The island's most notable features are its abandoned concrete buildings, undisturbed nature, and the surrounding sea wall. While the island is a symbol of the rapid industrialization of Japan, it is also a reminder of Japanese war crimes and the forced labor prior to and during the Second World War. During World War II, the history of the island is darker as Japanese wartime mobilization policies exploited enlisted Korean civilians
Wasn't
and
that a
Chinese
jail?
prisoners
Is it?
as forced laborers. Made to work
Guess
under
so.
harsh conditions, it's estimated that over 1,000 workers died on the island between the 1930s and the end of the war as a result of unsafe working conditions, malnutrition, and exhaustion. The website opens up with this statement: "Welcome to Hashima Island. On 27th June 2013, Google released brand new
Thank you,
street
two
views of a
good subs, Speedy
forgotten
Gonzalez, and
world
their
off
sub
the
dubs.
coast of Japan in Nagasaki Prefecture. Take a haunted trip through history and discover the secrets and myths hidden amongst Hashima Island's mysterious, desolate landscape." It seems like a video game with eerie music playing in the background and a black and white filter. You can visit the Google Maps version as well. This website only modifies it to make it scarier and provide important facts about the history. Very sad and haunting at the same time.
That's kind of impressive.
Skywaybridge.com. A sadder one on this list is Skywaybridge.com. This website keeps track of all the committed at the Hillsborough County Sunshine Skyway Bridge since 1954. You can search by name, check out the camera footage, and leave tips and comments on threads about certain events.
I didn't know about this one.
The website is dedicated to have everything you need to know regarding incidents and accidents that have occurred here. I do not suggest visiting the website if you're in a bad mental state, and that goes for some of the other websites in this video. So if you're in a bad mental state, I really do not suggest visiting these websites. Just want to make that very clear.
Yeah, that one's sad.
Thisman.org. I'm sure we've all seen this man, and if you don't know what the story behind this man is, here it is. In January 2006 in New York, the patient of a well-known psychiatrist draws the face of a man that has been repeatedly appearing in her dreams. In more than one occasion, that man has given her advice on her private life. The woman swears that she has never met the man in her life. The portrait lies forgotten on the psychiatrist's desk for a few days, until one day another patient recognizes that face and says that the man often visited him in his dreams. He also claims he has never seen that man in his waking life. The psychiatrist decides to send the portrait.
God damn it, now he's gonna be in my dreams tonight.
With recurring dreams. Within a few months, 4 patients recognize the man as a frequent presence in their own dreams. All the patients refer to him as this man. From January 2006 until today, at least 2,000 people have claimed they've seen this man.
It's D.B.
in
Cooper.
many cities all over the world.
Yeah, he's hiding in
Los
people's
Angeles,
dreams
Berlin,
now.
Sao Paulo, Tehran, Beijing, Rome, Barcelona, Stockholm, Paris, New Delhi, Moscow, etc. At the moment, there is no a certain relation or common trait among the people that have dreamed of seeing this man. Moreover, no living man has ever been recognized as resembling the man of the portrait by the people who have seen this man in their dreams. The aim of this website is to help those who have seen this man in their dreams and to foster communication among them, to understand
That's my
why
buddy
this man
Eric.
is and why he appears
Man,
in
he's
an
such a
apparently
fucking asshole.
patternless array of situations in the dreams of such diverse human subjects. Though this whole thing was a fucking lie and found out to be a hoax. Anyone that's right now watching this video and said, "Hey, I've seen that," no, you're lying. You're a bandwagon person. Stop it. It's not real.
That was a
Upon
call
this
out.
man's initial widespread exposure, there was suspicion from not only 4chan users but also blogs like Ask Me and IO9 that it was a guerrilla marketing stunt, as they discovered thisman.org was hosted by the same company that also hosted a site named guerrillamarketing.it, a fake advertising agency which designed subversive hoaxes and created weird art projects exploring politics, and advertising. Alright, so from what I've researched, eventually someone from the company was came out and was like, nah, this was a stunt, guys, I'm sorry. So it was a full admission. Like I say in a lot of my videos, don't believe everything that's on the internet. InternetLifeStats.com. In part 1, we spoke about another stats website, and that focused mainly on life and death. But this one focuses on more, I guess, common situations, such as internet users in the world, Google searches, emails sent, websites hacked, internet traffic, CO2 emissions, and a lot more. It also has awesome visualizers to really give you an idea of
how
fast
accurate
something
it is.
happening. Now, how do they get these stats? I'm 99.9% sure they're just estimates. They're not real. It's not like they're tracking.
Probably just made up.
Women have babies, right?
Thanks to Tier 1, Speedy Gonzalez.
Heavensgate.com.
Oh.
Heaven's Gate was an American new religious movement, often described as a cult, and
Such
was
a
founded in
wild
1974 and led by Bonnie Nettles and Marshall Applewhite, known as T and Doe. Nettles and
35
Applewhite
years of
first met in
speeding? Thank you, man.
1972 and went on a journey of spiritual discovery, identifying themselves as the two witnesses of a revelation, and attracting a following of several hundred people in the mid-1970s. In 1976, the group stopped recruiting and instituted a monastic lifestyle. Scholars have described the theology of Heaven's Gate as a mixture of Christian millenarianism, New Age, and ufology. The central belief of the group was that the followers could transform themselves into immortal extraterrestrial beings by rejecting their human nature, aka
Maybe they did.
committing, and they would ascend to heaven, referred to as the quote next level. The death of Nettles to cancer in 1985 challenged the group's views on ascension, where they originally believed that they would ascend to heaven while alive aboard a UFO, later coming to believe that the body was merely a container or vehicle
There's a
for the
prime
soul,
Bobo.
and their consciousness would be transferred to
Not
new
yet, Miles.
quote next level bodies upon death. On March 26, 1997, deputies of the San Diego County Sheriff's Department discovered the bodies of 39 active members of the group, including that of Applewhite, in the house in the San Diego suburb of Rancho Santa Fe. They had participated in a mass. Just before the mass, the group's website was updated with the message, "Hail Bop brings closure to Heaven's Gate. Our 22 years of classroom here on planet Earth is finally coming to conclusion. Graduation from the human evolutionary level. We are happily prepared to leave this world and go with T's crew." The website is just so creepy looking at
Fucking
now,
wild.
considering it was a real cult, and these members browsed exactly what we're browsing now to eventually leave this Earth together.
How did they kill themselves again? I don't remember what it was. I do remember the Heaven's Gate one pretty well, though. They tried to do the suicide as a comet was passing over by or something. It wasn't Kool-Aid. Jesus Christ, you guys are mixing it up with Jamestown. Jesus, Jonestown. Jesus, what? Jonestown. Jesus. I'm just gonna look it up. Okay. Chat's divided on whether or not it was Kool-Aid or just some other poison, because I'm super curious now. Let's see. Oh, God damn it, it's making me pay for it. Let's just check Wikipedia. To kill themselves, the members took phenobarbital mixed with applesauce and pudding and washed it down with vodka. So yeah. They poisoned themselves, but it wasn't Kool-Aid. Oh, it's a barbiturate? Oh, well that would make sense considering the end of it is barbital. Yeah, that one's fucking wild. Cults are crazy, man. Cults are fucking crazy. The surviving members sued Lil Uzi for copyright. No shot. What? No way. That's gotta be some kind of meme. Heaven's Gate cult threatens Lil Uzi Vert over eternal atake. How is there still Heaven's Gate members? He is using and adapting our copyright and trademarks without our permission, and the infringement will be taken up with our attorneys. This is not fair use or parody. It is a direct and clear infringement. Holy shit. The judge working on that case, resident sleeper. Yeah. Oh, there's only 2 surviving members. And they've threatened Lil Uzi Vert. What the fuck do they do now? Thanks to the resub Neb and Sam. And the gift sub Dario.
Hey guys, this video is brought to you by Atlas VPN. You guys are going to want to hear about this considering we are talking about visiting strange websites. Atlas VPN is
some members had to stay alive to keep the site running. It was part of their plan.
Server, your device is connected to a new IP.
Wait, that's fucking crazy.
Address. All of that traffic is encrypted and routed.
So they still fully believe in it?
When the traffic arrives at the server, the VPN decrypts information and allows traffic to access the desired destination. Atlas VPN is available on iPhone, Android, Mac, and PC. Currently, Atlas VPN is
wow, I had no idea about that.
For just $1.99 a month with a 30-day money-back guarantee. The deal won't last for long, so make sure to check it out by clicking the link in the description below. Let me show you guys something really cool you can do with it, and that's saving money. So many websites have their pricing adjusted based on the region that your device is in.
Real life Vegeta and Nappa.
And IP addresses.
Guess that's one way of looking at it.
Exactly where you are. Once you switch your location to like India, for example, the price in whatever you're looking for will see a huge drop. We've tried this out on many different websites, including airline companies, subscription services like Spotify, YouTube Premium, and Netflix. Again, guys, Atlas VPN is running a 3-year deal for just $1.99 a month with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you are interested, make sure to click the link down below. And now let's get back to the internet's strangest websites. Part 2.
Out of all the things you can did you say booba? I was gonna read that. I'll still read it. Out of all the things you can choose to believe in, people choose cults. What the fuck? I mean, it's not that simple, man. People don't go into a cult thinking it's a cult. That's like the last thing they think of. They'll deny that shit to the grave. Like, it is really not that simple, man. There's a lot that goes into it, and they prey on the most vulnerable people and give them some type of family atmosphere to make them feel like they're a part of it. So it becomes part of their personal identity. So when that gets attacked, they're personally attacked since they're so invested. And then that solidifies their position, and it really... Thanks to Tier 1 Moon.
Actually doesn't have like a booba.com. Someone had to re-upload the website, so the website doesn't actually still exist, but we have a copy of it. Booba was a British preschool television series that premiered on ITV in 2003.
Oh, we watched this once on stream.
Junior UK in 2005. As a kid, I fucking loved the show, and now doing research on it, I don't even know how I got access to it, considering it's a UK show and I'm just a random Mexican from California. You can tell it was made to stimulate a baby's brain with all the bright colors, weird noises, and lack of real words. And oh yeah, those alien things, aka boobas. They had a website for children, and oh boy. Looking back at it, this seems like a full-on drug trip. There's not really a goal. You just click stuff and it gets your brain stimulated.
Let's go, boobas!
The designs of the characters are fucking creepy. If you're not a baby, this website should earn a spot on your I'm never visiting this again list. A ColumbineSite.com. Their homepage states what their website contains perfectly. The oldest Columbine research site on the internet. A Columbine site archive is dedicated to those who were injured and those who died in the Columbine High School incident in Littleton, Colorado on April 20th, 1999. This website deals with the grim facts of what happened that day. It's a stark look at the actions of Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold and the consequences they have followed. You'll find a mountain of information here about the victims as well as photos, videos, and news clips from the event. There are transcripts from the gunman's videotapes and basement tapes, and news about Columbine's repair. You'll also find the shooter's diaries and AOL profiles, Reb's Doom 2 WADs and websites, and thousands of official documents such as autopsy reports and crime scene photos. Everything that happened before, during, and after the tragic massacres, so we'll never forget. So if you've come looking for information about the Columbine shooting because you're doing research or just want to know what happened, proceed with caution. Some content is graphic and disturbing. Essay Typer and Hacker Typer. Hacker Typer allows you to live out your wildest dreams of hacking into someone's computer, stealing their social security number and identity, then moving to America, dyeing your hair red, and proclaiming yourself as a YouTuber. And Essay Typer is exactly what it sounds like.
Sounds
you can
cute.
set any subject onto the search bar, well, almost any, and this website will generate a pre-written essay and allow you to make it seem like you're the one typing, even though you're just button mashing. Not really ideal since this is blatant plagiarism, but I remember in middle school I had a substitute teacher, and you know, substitute teachers don't really give a fuck, so he was just walking around the class making sure that everyone was working. He was just glancing at the Chromebooks, so you know me, I would switch over to Essay Typer, button mash. You know, I kind of feel bad for him because he was an old fella, but that's what you get for being old. I can't say that, bro. I'm 20 now. I'm sorry, old people. I'm a part of you guys now. All right,
that's the fucking truth, man.
Let's get over to the next website.
It's all downhill. Well, after 21.
Imagine Hosanna1.com with the intentions of being a horrible website, but also wholesome. It's still extremely active, as we can see. The owner tweets pretty frequently. I mean, I hate using this word, but it's a quirky website. You can play a background song, and that's Hey Yeah by Outkast, the 8-bit version.
Sounds like RuneScape music.
Facts, look at amazing colors, cool fonts, their favorite
Hey,
software,
Distortion, good to see you, man. Congrats on that crazy fucking run. Can't wait to check the
Everyone
VOD.
loves Donald Trump, and
Thanks
those
for
that say
resub.
they don't are just lies from the lamestream media. Since Trump is the greatest person who ever lived, and we all should model our behavior after him. It is a sure, you're fired way of getting people to read what you say.
This is on the same site with Outkast, Hey Ya?
It's not the real site. It's SITE, actually. I just realized how annoying I sounded saying that. Ew, look how smug I am in this clip. Gross. Anyway, apology video coming out soon. Alright, so yeah, thanks for making it to the end of the video. If you guys like
That
the
was
video,
cute.
make sure you leave a like. If you guys are new to the channel,
I only knew
subscribe
2
if
of
you
those
want. I'm not gonna
websites.
force you to subscribe, but you can subscribe. I think you should subscribe if you made it all the way to the end of the video. But I make music, in case you guys didn't know. I don't know what else to say. I make music, and like always, my sources were linked down below. I always make sure to credit everything I use. The website.
Reddit's darkest corners. Let's ride.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. I have a lot of announcements, so I'm gonna try to make this very quick.
Thanks for
The first
resub,
announcement
Carney
is
in blood.
600,000 subscribers. The last video,
This channel's popping off.
500,000. As of filming this video, we are at 622,000 subscribers. And honestly, thank you guys. Thank you to all the newcomers that are coming from Critical's channel. First of all, Charlie, thank you so much. I know I told you thank you in DMs, and by the way, guys, the fact that I spoke to
He's such a
Critical,
sweetheart.
literally a dream come true. I sound
Unironically,
like
he's
a
such a
broken record,
sweetheart.
but I feel like I'm saying something I would like to repeat. So thank you to all the newcomers. Also, there was no like cinematic intro for this video because the channel intro editor known as Charge is actually he's actually editing the music video that's gonna be out soon. That's right. Cherry Soda.
He seems like a nice guy. He
Hyperpop
is.
Single, which I'm sure all of you guys are gonna like, even if you don't listen to Hyperpop. I'm sure you're all gonna like it. That's how confident I am. We do not have an official release date, but the video will premiere here on my channel live. Yes, I'll be in the chat. I'm literally gonna ping everyone on Discord, and
Fuck,
you
man,
guys
that
should
horse
have
is
post
really, like,
notifications
hurt my
turned on.
head.
So it's gonna be a live event. I'm thinking 6 p.m. PST. So convert that over to whatever your time zone you're in. But seriously, it's gonna come
I've
out
seen
in
Carl
February for
H.
sure. So
Yeah.
just keep your eyes open on that.
We
It might
saw
be
that
on
one.
the channel already, just like for the countdown thing. Hey guys, I want to let you guys know that I actually did an interview with Mocknix, and it's so extremely
Thanks, Resub
funny.
Granny.
I love this interview, and it's my first interview ever. So if you guys want to get to know me, make sure to check it out in the link in the description. And here's a little preview of what the interview looks like.
Reminds me of Comedy Night.
Guys, Mocknix is pushing P.
Turn off that fucking sign!
All girls, hit me up. Hit me the
Get this man a collab with 100 Gex. Do they still make music?
You could be right there.
100
So,
Gex is Piss
Reddit's
Baby,
darkest
right?
Corners. In this video, we will be covering specific subreddits and users that can be described as strange, disturbing, odd. And I know what you guys are thinking. Dude, all of Reddit is like disgusting. What are you talking about? I know it is. I know it is. But let's just go even deeper than the surface. This video will be a little
You don't
want
wanna go deeper than the surface on Reddit.
to help me out on certain topics. I want to give a big shout out to Juno over on the Tub Discord for
Thanks, Resub
helping me
Granny
out
and
with this idea.
Hero.
Juno gave me the idea. That's what I'm trying to say. If you guys have video ideas that you want me to cover, make sure to go leave it in the video ideas channel over on the Discord. I'm not gonna lie, literally like 9 out of 10 of them are horrible. I go on that channel. Dude, I remember someone requested me to talk about Harry Styles. Like, what do you want me to say? The dark side of Harry Styles. Like, no.
Harry
no.
Styles has
So,
probably got
okay,
some
here's my
fucked up
official
shit in his
subreddit. People
past.
say my intros are long. Okay, if they're long, literally skip to where the video starts. That's why I leave chapters in my videos, okay? So,
Does he?
skip, I don't care. Anyway, let's get started with it.
That's cute.
r/Jizzy cards.
Jizzy cards.
937 members. Oh boy, we're starting off strong with this one. Okay, r/Jizzy cards. If you had to take a guess of what that even meant, go ahead, take a guess.
Alright, I bet I can nail this. I would imagine it's people doing cum tributes on old video game cartridges. I would say it's people that like, I love Ocarina of Time so much, here's the N64 cartridge. Just fucking blast it. That would be my guess.
Certain you wouldn't have guessed men ejaculating onto video game cartridges and
But I did. I fucking did.
discs for fun. Yeah.
Yep,
pretty
but I
much.
did.
There's only
I know these communities so fucking well. I've never heard of Jizzy Carts. I know this shit so well. Because there's other communities like this. Like I mentioned cum tributes. This is huge for like figurines. So like U2's has their own cum tribute community where people will get U2's of their favorite YouTuber or whatever, and they'll literally just cum on it. They'll put it in jars and shit. Yeah, it's huge. It's fucking huge. So I knew right away Jizzy carts had to be video game related. I bet most people go to like shopping carts or something of cum, but I fucking knew exactly where this was gonna go. Thanks for the anonymous 5 gift subs, man. And the 10 gift subs, huge ass Marcus. You guys like mods at Jizzy carts or something? Yeah, hey, fuck yeah. Keep up the good work. And thank you for the generosity.
15 posts, and the subreddit was created in 2012. The most recent image was posted 3 years ago. It's safe to say that this subreddit is dead. The images consisted of 3 different accounts, but who's to say it wasn't just one person with 2 other alt accounts? The comments mainly consist of people questioning the existence of the subreddit and, requests? The main user posting these images goes
I want to read the request. What did he want? If it wasn't Donkey Kong 64, they fucked up. That's a cool cartridge. Oh, better yet, Majora's Mask. That had the holographic. Good to see a rareware game being humiliated like this. I would shoot a load on Conker's Bad Fur Day, but I'm low on money at the moment. It costs nothing to ejaculate. Unless you have to put like a quarter in like a jar at your house like for every time you sin. I don't know what you mean. Or I guess like he has to buy the game.
The main user posting these images goes by ISVP7, and by clicking on this account, we can see he's still active. By the way, just by browsing this account, I got like 5 other strange subreddits that are in this video, so shout out to ISVP7. User Snapped Fingers. All credit to Eudoxia Mystery's video on this. He made a 25-minute detailed video.
He's a bit soulless in the prime skelly.
He's almost at 100,000 subscribers, and honestly, he deserves a lot more. So make sure to subscribe to Eudoxia Mysteries. Anyway, this is a case of a missing or dead Redditor. I obviously can't cover everything in this video because I'm covering these things in a very broad manner just because it's a list video. This story begins with the user claiming that they can see things that aren't actually there, like paranormal things, and that they were told by experts on Discord that they have to make a sacrifice.
Experts on Discord, huh?
In order for the interdimensional beings to leave them alone. Discord experts? Like...
Yeah, that's what I said.
The things they describe
that's definitely a red flag.
Dark figures of humans, adults, and children, spiders, snakes, and more. They also explain that they are against medication and refuse to see a doctor. This story is very similar to that of Worthless 319, which we already covered on the channel, so make sure to watch that after this video. Eventually,
Worthless 319 was the video we watched. It's about the Redditor who claimed he blew his cock off to save the world with a gun. I'm pretty sure it was all a hoax. I looked into it further after the stream. I'm almost 100% sure that was all just a big, like, ooh, so edgy kind of thing. The pictures weren't even of, like, a dick that had been shot by a gun. It was just more of, like, a really deformed, weird wiener. Like, I don't know how to describe it. But yeah, that was definitely not, like, a real thing. But the penectomy shit is real. There are people that do actually cut their cocks and all of that, but it wasn't that Redditor doing it.
Snapped Fingers questions the reality of there being a hell portal in the Paris catacombs and explains that they're booking a flight to put an end to this. What are the Paris catacombs though? During the Gallo-Roman period, many cemeteries within the city limits had become filled to overflowing, resulting in unsanitary and unpleasant living conditions. The problem grew so much that by 1786, these cemeteries were being emptied for reasons of public safety, with the remains of about 6 million bodies requiring to be reburied. The only location with sufficient room to hold them were all the former mine tunnels 20 meters beneath the city. Thus, the former limestone mine.
Someone got lost in the Paris catacombs and died.
As the catacombs. So yeah, it's a
I think there's like a YouTube video about it.
Actually, go visit. Some of it is open to the public. You just gotta pay. So back to Snapped Fingers. Their last post on the account, which was 2 years ago, reads, "We'll be entering the catacombs in a few hours-ish," with another comment under it reading, "Also, I am very fast. I used to run track back when I was in junior high school. I can likely outrun any possessed people. I am excited to finally close this chapter of my life and shut that blasted portal off for good." Now, personally, I do think this person was suffering from schizophrenia. Or, I could be completely wrong. This could be someone just looking for attention. The thing with these Redditor stories...
Most likely attention when on Reddit.
We don't know. We don't really know. There is going to be one on the list where we do get an update. But for the most part, these are people that just never signed back into the account. R/coming on figurines. 35.
That's what I was just fucking talking about. This is where they'll do like U2's, Marvel figurines, all kinds of shit. I was just talking about that. Yeah, this one's kind of popular. They go kind of wild.
25.9 thousand members. I mean, pretty self-explainable. It's always been a thing to nut on figurines. I can't even say that one. Wow. It's always been a thing to nut on figurines, especially in jars. Shout out to that.
Yeah.
Shout out to the My Little Pony jar. No idea why, but something interesting I found
back
about
in the
this
Brody
subreddit
era.
is that the owner
God
has
rest
a
their soul.
Patreon where you can enter for, quote, figurine giveaways. Yeah. There's 28 patrons paying monthly to get exclusive pictures and videos of a man nutting on anime figurines.
Yo, he's probably got a great collection.
Wow. Honestly, I just want to get all through
They're probably not there for the nut or for the
Let's
collection.
go over to the next one. r/inbreeding, 25.5 thousand members. And just fucking your family isn't enough. Their description reads, subreddit for posts about adult inbreeding, real or fantasy, porn or stories, AMA questions and answers.
Jesus Christ.
It's inbreeding related.
Makes his tier 1 play it
Personal
safe.
experiences are encouraged and supported. The post consists of a lot of people's stories, and honestly, I can't tell if they're real or just fantasy. When loading up the subreddit, we can see that this community is quarantined. When a subreddit is quarantined, it means that it's dedicated to shocking or highly offensive content, and you must be logged in order to access it. So basically like a shadow ban. And here's a strange comment I found. Well, the whole subreddit is more than strange, but again, I don't know if these people are telling the truth or just having some crazy fantasy roleplay. Congrats, that's awesome. My mom and I are currently both pregnant with my dad's babies, and that's awesome. Here's another comment that I found, and it comes from the perspective of a daughter that's dating her father. My current status is mostly a girlfriend, but he still sees me as a daughter often. I'll get scolded if I'm not careful enough, and sometimes that's a turnoff for me. Lol. Rarely he uses the phrase, because I'm your father, Christy, and we end up fighting. Fortunately for me, he's very sweet and caring, and he knows me very well, and he even hates the thought of hurting me, so he always makes up with me the same day.
Alright.
Cum tagging, 2,000 members. But yeah, this was just the guys splurging on objects. Men splurging on objects. I mean, that's it. There's nothing more to explain to that. We have public trash cans, airport toilet paper holders, campus bathrooms.
I actually...
Yeah.
So, I don't know about cum tagging, but I do know there was a... I don't want to give too much away about the guy. I've talked about it before. We've talked about it before on the podcast. We used to have this thing where we talk to people from the Patreon podcast, and one of the people that was a regular is a U.S. soldier, and he was on a submarine. He was one of the nuclear subs, so in between his tours, he'd come on to the hangout with us, and he'd always tell us the stories about like the people on the subs to pass time will literally just like come on things in the sub. I don't know how real that is, or if it was just like his degenerate crew or whatever, but it's apparently like super common, at least on that vessel, because he would talk about it like pretty much every time he came back. Do we have any other like submarine boys in here that can confirm or deny? What episode? No, it was like just hangouts where we just talked to people. It was a while ago. We haven't done that in a couple of years now. Thanks, the resub Chewy. I heard living on those is fucking horrible. Oh, it sounds absolutely miserable. Yeah, it sounds true. I can't imagine a worse career than being on a submarine. You can't leave it. You're confined to such tight space, and apparently all your friends are just ejaculating on everything. Sounds terrible. My dad was on one, but I'm not going to ask him. Why? Just hit him with that, hey, pop, you ever come on the sub? Thanks to the resub, Turbo. Sounds like the average frat house. Well, the way he described it sounded like everything a frat, like the worst parts of a frat house at the worst possible place. Seemed miserable. But yeah, apparently that's pretty common there. According to one guy that we talked to. That was the only guy we knew like that ever worked on subs. All the other veterans were usually in like, I don't know, like the Marines or something. Sometimes Air Force.
Just continuing the list of wholesome subreddits on this list. Ew. That's so gross. Women hating subreddits.
I used to give some cheese.
It's not women hating the subreddits, but it's women hate. Men that hate women. I found a lot of subreddits that are now archived. They don't exist anymore, right? But we have r/beating women. We have r/r-wording women.
Jesus Christ.
Hate women. We have r/just r-word. I'm not gonna go through what. I mean, you guys can imagine.
Yeah, I can pretty much take a guess.
Or I hate them. I want to do this to them. I want to R-word. Like, I found an archive of the R-wording women one. I mean, just look at the suggestions.
Oh my god, what the fuck is this? There's a thing on Reddit where like almost every sub has the same moderators. I wonder if they were mods on here. I imagine at least 1 or 2 of them were. There's only like 100 mods on all of Reddit, and they happen to mod every other subreddit on that fucking site. Like, there's some mods that are literally a power mod of 100 other different subreddits.
Like, Reddit was a crazy place back then, and still is, but it was just a lot less monitored. r/iBletch, 228,000 members. iBletch is one of the more popular ones on the subreddit, especially if you're into gore and just disturbing things in general. I wouldn't use the word mainstream because we're going to talk about another subreddit that has like millions of members, but definitely more popular. It's ironic that this is one of the more popular ones because you can argue it has the worst stuff imaginable. r/iBletch became one of the main subreddits to visit for gore, especially when r/gore and r/watch people die.
Oh, I actually remember when they did that.
Why isn't this one taken down? According to some users, this subreddit is completely banned in some countries. However, I do not know which ones. Yeah, I have nothing more to add to this. I don't know what else to say about it. It's pretty gross though, so you know, a little warning if you guys want to head over there.
Was that first one Tub Girl? I didn't read it.
Pissers Gone Wild. 1.2 thousand members. We fuck shit up. This community is for the dedicated sink pissers who want to take their game to the next level.
Fuck yeah, finally.
2019. This is a subreddit dedicated to people peeing in sinks.
Finally, my kind of people.
Is pointless at this point. We're
my brethren.
Reddit. Peeing in your sink, weird, but okay. I mean, you're not harming anyone, right? But these people go out of their way to sometimes pee in public sinks or their friends' bathrooms. Yeah, it's
get pranked.
To walk into your local retail store or a neighbor's house, a friend's house, walk into the bathroom and record yourself peeing in their sink, hoping that no one walks in, with captions like, fuck it, not my sink, cleaning out the neighbor's sink, and always better in a public sink. I think it's safe to say that the members of this server are not in the right headspace. And I'm sure some of them are gonna watch this. My videos get very popular now, and if I'm offending any of you, I'm sorry. I don't want any of you to fucking pull up to my house and start peeing in my sink.
True, you don't want to fuck with the sink
pissers. It's not like I have a piss kink or anything. I don't. I mean, imagine going to a friend's house and then thinking, oh boy, I can't wait to take a piss in their sink and record it for.
I'm sure everyone's pissed in a sink at least once in their life. Like, let's not mince words.
Make sure to leave a like, and if you're not subscribed, make sure to subscribe.
We've all been 2 or 3 Bud Lights deep, 19 years old, and
an extremely sad story.
It's a little wacky.
Last words. His account has since been deleted, but I'll be using screenshots that I found from a YouTube video, so all my sources will be linked down in the description. This user would make extremely depressing posts on multiple subreddits. I'll read some so you guys get the idea of what this person was battling. I'm just struggling to understand the meaning behind enjoying life. If it's just gonna end at some point, either abruptly with no warning, young, or slowly and humiliatingly with old age. What is a hug supposed to feel like? I'm genuinely considering just for the small chance that it will allow me to start life over. Further on, he goes to explain that he has a facial deformity due to his mother smoking while he was in her stomach, so while she was pregnant. He describes regretting pursuing engineering and is really going to go through with taking his own life. Then we get this one.
That's sad.
I lose. I am 25 years old. I have a degree. I have been actively searching for a job for half a year now, getting absolutely nowhere. I am a virgin despite efforts to not be one. I am poor. I live in the cheapest student dormitory in the city. All my flatmates are filthy and I don't feel comfortable in my own home. I may get kicked out any day at short notice once they discover I'm not a student anymore. I have no friends. My family has excommunicated me. I am born with a malformed face. This isn't exaggeration or drama. My medical records describe me as malformed. I am
this one's just sad
and will never be looked at with affection. I am r/oh come on, 63.1 thousand members. 63.1 thousand, that's actually a lot. There's a lot of humans that have joined this subreddit. They describe themselves as a place to challenge others to come in unusual places, ways, and circumstances. You know what? I'm not gonna describe any. I'm gonna describe one. Sorry, guys. This one is it's called the Oreo video.
I've never heard of.
Come on. It's gonna be stuck in my brain forever, and it's even hard to repeat what happened. But I'm gonna do it for you guys. 1, because it's funny. 2, that's it. It's just funny. So there's this video where this guy, I'm gonna use the word splurge, okay? I'm not gonna, yeah. So this guy, you know, Oreo,
the word is usually splooge. Is splurge the new one?
This guy like takes off the cream, right? And then splurges where the cream should be, puts the fucking Oreo on top, you know, makes the cookie again with the splurge like leaking out and shit, and fucking eats it on video, dude.
Yeah, that's hardcore.
He doesn't eat it on video, but like you could tell he's munching on it, right?
That's Christian shit.
And I already know some of you guys are going to
That's gourmet.
If you guys watch my channel, I know you guys are going to go look it up. At least give me the watch time. Like always, give me the watch time and then go give yourself a little bit of trauma. That one's called the Oreo video. Not officially named that, but I'm naming it the Oreo video. This video is brought to you by Manscaped.com. Feeling your best starts with
Manscaped does slap. Agreed.
r/justno, MIL. 1.8 million
Whoa.
members. MIL means mother-in-law. This subreddit is dedicated to people venting about their horrible mothers and mother-in-laws. I'm gonna read you guys a story that pissed me off and I'm sure will enrage any normal human being. When my twin girls were born, we had no issues in the hospital. They were born right on their due date, latched perfectly, and passed all their postnatal tests with stellar stats.
Nice.
When we brought them home, however, we noticed that one of the girls, let's call her OD, since she was a whole 4.5 minutes older than her sister, was developing a rash. I hadn't really dealt with allergies in kids since my son didn't have them, and neither did any child or adult in my entire family. I wasn't sure what it was. I thought that maybe she just had sensitive skin like me. I can't tolerate certain fabrics because I have very dry skin, and I'll often break out in rashes if my skin decides that it doesn't like something. So I stopped using fabric softener on all the clothes. I bought the nicest, most comfortable bedding and clothes. At one point, I even made her clothes myself in the fear that maybe something in the manufacturing process was upsetting my OD. We went to the doctor several times, and they knew that she was having an allergic reaction to something. But every test came back negative, and we couldn't
and
figure
it turned out the mother-in-law was doing some crazy shit
to figure it out. During that time, her allergic reactions got more and more severe. At one point, she was the only baby in the history of the hospital who had to be kept in a clean room because she seemed to have a reaction the minute she left. When that happened, we began to have elimination therapy that would rival the lifestyle of Buddhist monks. My husband and I moved our son and YD in with his parents because we needed to eliminate everything from our routine to figure out what was causing the reaction to our OD. We stopped using our soap, our shampoo, our deodorants, our laundry detergents, and that was before we even got to our diet. It took us 3 more months, but we figured it out. Our OD was allergic to coconut. The doctors told us that it was a particularly rare allergen, and so it wasn't on any of the skin test panels they ran. When we found out what she was allergic to, we were so relieved. So relieved. But in addition to feeling relieved, I delved into a bout of hysterical laughter. I laughed so hard I cried, and to this day, my DH tells me that he didn't know if I was crying from relief or pure happiness. Okay, so like I said, this story is very long, but to summarize it, the baby has an allergic reaction to coconut oil, and now we're being introduced to the mother, right? The mother of the woman. And this
I thought it was gonna be something like the mother-in-law was
serious,
like using bleach on the kid or some shit.
Like what was gonna happen? So let's skip to where the grandmother is taking care of the baby. My mother had put coconut oil in both my daughter's hair when they were playing the previous day before bed. The girls loved it when my mom did their hair, and so they asked for braids, and my mom was doing their hair. She put coconut oil in both their hair because it would make for smoother braids. According to my son, OD started to get a little dizzy and itchy when my mom was doing her hair, so my mom gave her some kids Benadryl, which made her sleepy. Since it was close to bedtime anyways, the kids went to bed. Giving her Benadryl was something we did whenever she had a mild reaction, since it usually meant she accidentally came across some coconut from a secondary source. We also showered her head to toe immediately to erase any lingering traces of it. My mother simply gave her some Benadryl and kept the coconut oil in her hair and put her to fucking sleep. The Benadryl made her sleepy and unable to wake up or be conscious enough to wake up her brother or cry. She vomited in her sleep and the rash spread all over. Her little body was swollen to twice the size.
That was sad.
She had asphyxiated in her sleep. She died painfully and slowly in the early hours of the morning. My mother was never arrested. My father did leave her, though they're not officially divorced. The majority of my mother's family refuse to speak to her, and the few that do speak to her only do so on a limited basis. She currently lives on her own in a small town, and every couple months I'll get a call from her telling me how sorry she is and how she just wasn't thinking, and can I please find a way to forgive her. She wants to come see me. The only thing I can find to ever say to her is, you can come see me when you bring my daughter with you. If you guys want to go read it on your own, it's a lot longer than what I just said, and I know what I said.
Man, that's probably one of the most intense ones on that subreddit.
Horrible. That sucks.
The rest is probably like my mother-in-law baked a dry turkey.
That's what ignorance does, man. Let's move on.
Jesus Christ.
r/jailbait. The Urban Dictionary
definition that was a big one back in the day.
A female who is under the age of consent.
That shit was
dresses,
fucked.
acts, and appears as if she is over the age of consent, and who does nothing to correct that impression when she is bedded. Yeah, when I read that, I was like, whoa, what kind of victim blaming, dude? Why are you getting mad at them? Like, nah, I don't want to get off track, but it's just weird when guys are like, yo, you shouldn't dress like that. Too young. It's not even your life. Just fucking move on. Go on Reddit. Actually, that's what they were doing. It was just a place where creeps would talk about underage girls. At the time, Eric Martin,
they used it the front page almost every week.
Subreddits, including jailbait, by claiming that it was one of the side effects of promoting free expression on the web. Reddit administrators took down the subreddit after a user shared a picture of an underage teenager, saying that he had nude photos of her as well. And many users were requesting, send me. Yeah, it's just pretty disgusting stuff.
Yeah, he's underselling how popular that was. Back when I first found Reddit, I would have been, what, a junior in high school? Jailbait was usually on the front page. That was a massive fucking subreddit. That would, what year would that have been? 2011-ish? It was fucking crazy. Yeah, and that was like, for some reason on Reddit, that like was totally normal. And I remember someone made a big hoopla. I don't remember, it might have been our atheism, to be honest, because that was also huge then. Someone made like a huge hoopla, like, why the fuck are we just allowing like open pedophiles on the site, like super transparent? And they're like, no, Jailbait's fine. Jailbait's good for Reddit, actually. And it was like a huge controversy when people were like, we need to get Jailbait the fuck out of here. But they fought tooth and nail. That was on there for a long time. Like a really long time. Much longer than you'd expect.
Spontaneous H. This is
That's
the story
Twitter
of
now.
a Redditor who documented
Okay, I guess.
injecting heroin. I'll read the main posts. I did heroin yesterday. I am not a drug user and have never done anything besides pot back when I was a teen. Ask me anything. This is a little long. I've never been a drug user. I drink once in a while and smoked pot years ago back when I was a teen in high school a few times, and that's it. I'm 24 now, have a master's, and a well-paying
This one's
full-time
fake.
job. Yesterday, I was
Usually
walking
the
through
personal
Washington
stories
Square
are.
Park, where I pass every day, and there are always people looking to sell drugs. Not in the park anymore due to the cameras, but it is well known you can meet a dealer and do the transaction elsewhere these
Thanks for
days.
some
They
damper
usually
and
don't
prime
solicit drugs
Sebi.
to you unless you stop to stand around near one of them for some reason or look like you're looking for something. Yesterday, I happened to stop by a row of benches to check some messages on my phone when a dealer on the bench to my right asked me if I need anything. My life has been pretty boring the last few years, and I felt like I haven't really lived, taken any risks, or done anything crazy. So I figured, what the hell? Maybe I'll buy some pot. It's been a while. I said yeah, and after asking me several times if I'm a cop, he gives me his number and tells me to meet him at a fast food place several blocks away, and he will, quote, hook me up.
Sleep
I was
well,
blown away by
man.
the power of this drug and how orgasmic it felt. I never understood why people did drugs before and got so hooked on them, but now I see why. I have the urge to do it again, but I will resist and not do it, at least not for a long time. I understand the addiction potential and how someone could easily tear apart their lives with this stuff. Heroin is pure powdered pleasure. I actually feel proud of myself for having the balls to do something this crazy, and I feel like it was a valuable life experience and my window into another world and part of society. I'll never forget the day I did heroin. Now, ask me anything. 2 weeks ago, I tried heroin once for fun and made an AMA. I have been using since and shot up for the first time today.
No.
AMA. Wednesday night update. Fucking, I'm still withdrawing, throwing up, and sweating out gallons of sweat. I really want to use and relapse right now. I know I shouldn't. These urges are so strong and overpowering.
No shot,
Please
these are
help
real.
me if you
Nah,
can
I
before
usually
get
don't
chance
believe
to
the
fuck my life.
personal
I wish I was
ones.
trolling and this was some elaborate lie. I was doing everything right, have been clean, and somehow a rumor got out that I've been using, and my girlfriend found out. She basically broke up with me last night, but is now putting that decision on hold. I have some serious unrelated business/work I need to attend to in 2 hours, and I don't know if I'll be in any state to be able to be ready. I can't stop crying. Fuck heroin. Fuck my life. I guess I don't need to say that since heroin pretty much fucked my life for me in under 2 weeks. I just want to die. I am a patient in a psychiatric hospital. I was also technically dead last week. Ask me anything. Well, you guys will be
Thanks
happy
for
to
some
know
Twista.
that this person is actually still alive. Even though this all happened about 12 years ago, this user actually came back 4 months ago with an update. It's been a while. This is not an AMA or anything exciting, really. I saw a disturbing and sad post about an opiate overdose on
Easy tier
Public
1
Freakout
slang.
and was reminded to try to
Is it
log
totally
in
fake?
and
Yeah,
check this. I guess
probably.
it's been over 3 years since I checked this or posted anything. I find this Reddit account pretty overwhelming. I'm just posting to let people know that I'm still alive, clean, and doing well. Thanks to everyone who reached out in messages checking in over the past few years, and sorry if I can't get back to you. Here's another comment with more details where he responded to another user. It has been coming up on almost 11 years since I have used heroin, any hard
Thanks for
drugs, or
resubmission.
alcohol. That was November 2010. A few years ago, I had a slip and just smoked weed, which is a bad mistake, so I consider my current total clean time 3 years since I count that. Nice. We actually had a happy ending to this one. Love that. Love that he's still okay and doing just fine. It's kind of crazy to just be like, hey yo, let me just shoot up some heroin. Fuck
Is it
it.
tier 1
My life's
gifted?
kind of boring. Oh, should I document my experience doing that? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah. Yeah, no. Alright guys, that's gonna be it for this video. Don't click off yet. Don't click off yet.
I knew
wanna say
almost all of
something. In
those.
the community tab, when I was telling you guys to leave requests for
Nice.
video ideas, right? Or like Reddit ideas for this one. People were saying that I
He didn't
just,
even
like,
cover
steal
True
video
Cells, which
idea
is
topics,
surprising.
and I just cover them in a mediocre way. Which
Do you guys remember True Cells? That was a little bit before the big incel explosion. Thanks to Prime Grant. Wow, most people don't seem to remember it. True Cells was basically, they were the progenitor to modern incels. They had a lot of Very sad dudes that would post shit like women should be kept on farms and men should be allowed to buy women to fuck them. Like really horrible stuff. Like incel shit before it became mainstream. That one was pretty wild. They had like full websites full of like hundreds of pages where people would like write some real gross shit and their weird view on the world. Thanks the resub, Asa. Pre or post Elliot Rodgers? Fuck, I'd have to really think. I'm not sure. I think it was post because I vaguely remember that one of the websites had Elliot Rodgers like their poster child. So I'm thinking it was post Elliot Rodgers. Yeah, it was fucked. Thanks the voice crack, the resub, Shoof and Cypher. I feel like there were some other ones that weren't covered, but I can't think of them off the top of my head. True Cells is just one that I always remembered. You going to bed? I'll come say goodnight in a sec. Why do people go so feral for sex? Let's check out the new TUV video. The only thing I know about Kik is when Tinder was first becoming a thing, there was a ton of Kik bots where you'd match with them, and the first thing I do is like, hey, you want to see me spread me out on Kik? But obviously everyone knows that it's a scam and a bot, so I never knew anyone that actually went to it, and that's all I know about Kik. So from what I understand, it's supposed to just be like a messenger app, right? So is it like WhatsApp? Do we have any like Kik enthusiasts in here? It's for grooming and catfishing. Seems like a pretty risky business model. Like officially, that's what they target? Man, no one has anything nice to say about Kik. Why does it exist? What the fuck? This is all horrible. This all sounds miserable. Jesus Christ. Alright, well, I guess we'll just check this out then. Ooh, it's like a full-blown movie here from TUV. Unfriended on
Hey
Kik.
guys, welcome back to another video. My name is Tuv, and today we will be talking about one of the worst apps I've gotten to know, which is Kik Messenger. It's actually an extremely old app, but we're gonna get to that later in the video. Right now, I do want to explain my absence. Why was I gone for like 2 weeks? As you guys know, I did drop my first ever song, Cherry Soda, and I want to say thank you guys so much for all the support on that. I know hyperpop is like a very small genre and very hard to get into, but I'm so happy that it was overwhelmingly positive, and we actually hit 100,000 streams on Spotify. Like, Spotify's not even my platform, and you guys went there for me. So just thank you guys so much for liking Cherry Soda. Oh yeah, by the way, my vocal preset is available now for sale. If you want to sound just like I did in Cherry Soda, well, now you can. No, I don't know shit about Kik, right into FL Studio. And this is perfect if you're just starting to make music, specifically hyperpop, but any type of music. So yeah, make sure to go check out the video over on Gunner's channel whenever you have time. So yeah, we're finally back on the morbid video grind. New video every week, just like always. And if you guys want to watch my videos earlier than everyone else, make sure to subscribe to the Patreon. With that being said, let's actually start talking about Kik Messenger and why I'm making an entire video about it.
You lay it out for me. I don't know shit about it.
I don't know about y'all, but Kik Messenger ran my middle school in 2013 to 2016. If you thought a girl was cute, your first word should have been, hey, yo, what's your Kik? Or add me on Kik.
Man, what the fuck?
This was before Snapchat streaks, before Instagram DMs. Vine was peak comedy at this time. Yes, King Batch Vines. Kik Interactive was founded in 2009 by a group of students from the University of Waterloo in Canada who wished to create new technologies for use on mobile smartphones. Kik Messenger was created on October 19, 2010, and it was and still is a mobile messaging app available on the App Store and Google Play Store. In September 2019, Kik CEO and founder Ted Livingston announced in a blog post that Kik Messenger would be shut down with over 100 employees being laid off. However, this decision was later reversed, and it was that same month Media Lab acquired Kik. Like I was saying, Kik was so goated back in the day, but nowadays, if you talk to anyone anyone about Kick, first of all, they're gonna laugh at you. But also,
when was Kick founded? Was it like just after my time? Because I never heard of Kick until Tinder, because of scams. Well, this seems like a dangerous Google search, but I'm feeling adventurous. Okay, cool. Where's the Wikipedia page? Founded in October 2010. Oh, did he say 2010? I didn't even hear that. Sorry. I guess I got too hyper-focused on it. It's using blockchain technology in 2017. Innovative. When can we get the Kick NFTs? Yeah, I missed that whole wave, man. But what about Yik Yak? Do we have any old Yik Yak fans? Yik Yak ran my campus for like 2 semesters, or 2 years probably, before it got banned. Yik Yak was like a local chat app. So at my college, everyone would go on there and just post house party addresses, or sometimes girls would just post like pictures of themselves. And no, actually, that wasn't Yik Yak. Yik Yak, they would post like house party addresses and shit, and just like say generally mean things about each other on there, because it was like anonymous messaging back and forth. You couldn't share pictures on it, could you? Am I misremembering it? I think it was only text. Yeah, it was just text, right? Okay, thought so. Okay. I remember there was a Snapchat page where girls used to literally just post videos of themselves having sex. It was like a trend for like a semester before they completely banned the Snapchat account. And I guess I conflated the two, but Yik Yak was big back then.
Known to be the main grooming app. Besides Discord, of course. Discord is so mainstream. But the thing with Kick is that it's not mainstream at all. No one uses it. So, all these people and abusers go under the radar because, again, no one gives a fuck about the app. And as the years have gone by, the problem has only gotten worse. I mean, let's look at the app setup, for example. Opening the app, it seems like a literal porn site. You get a bunch of ads for, quote, lives, which the thumbnails are just people in suggestive positions or with very large personalities. It's not that different from other chatting services. Add your friends by usernames and that's really it. Kick has a public group chat search functionality that allows you to enter keywords in order to find topics to talk about with others. If you guys are seeing footage in the background, it's going to be from my iPhone and also from an Android emulator I have on my computer, and that's called BlueStacks. So now that I give you guys, a little introduction about the app, let's get into the worst part of it. The horrors. The horrors, guys, not the whores. The horrors. So just like the Discord video, we spoke about the dangers on a specific app. It ranged from groomers to doxers. However, like I was saying, this app is not mainstream anymore. Since this app is so under the radar, this is abusers' favorite app. Again, excluding Discord. I feel like Discord is really big on this, and we did talk about that in that video. Think about it. Who's gonna get caught more? Someone that uses Discord or someone that uses fucking Kick? Right? So you know how I was saying that you could put a certain key tag and find people that are also interested in that? Well, Kick actually has its own list of pre-written tags. Very cool, right? So as you can see, we have like Fortnite, for example. We have Naruto.
Let's go to the Naruto one.
Just things kids like. But if you click any of those topics, by the way, this is right when you download the app, they're all overrun by sex and porn group chats. People bypass this by using the host word at the beginning and then simply adding filler to the rest. Joining them will cause a bunch of sex bots to message you and send you scam links. Some keywords such as child or anything inappropriate will result in nothing. Kick blacklisted those words.
This is exactly what I thought
like they're,
Kick was.
Protecting the kids, right? No, let's keep talking. I needed some help on my research on the Kick app. So I actually went on Reddit and was looking up, a bunch of subreddits about Kick. Well, first of all, most of them are NSFW, which already gives you a bad look on the app. But I was able to find one where you just find regular group chats to talk about similar topics. And I came across this person that has been using Kick for years, right?
Why?
A Kick veteran. And they told me that a popular method abusers use on this app is by looking up sad or depression group chats and will prey on children that are looking for someone to talk to, aka a shoulder to lean on. You could apply that to any case, but I just didn't know. I don't know, man. If I didn't know that, I feel like other people don't know that, and I just want to make you guys aware of that. That's a method abusers will use. These abusers will look up depression chat or LGBT chat simply to prey on vulnerable minors. And this is a huge problem on the app. There are articles and articles.
The big problem is anyone downloading the app, it sounds like.
Put into place.
Sounds like just downloading the app should flag the FBI.
About CP and gore trades going on in the app, but of course, I'm not going to go out of my way to research that. Just like the Discord video, I mentioned that it exists. So again, I keep comparing this app to Discord because if you think about it, there's already a lot of shady shit that goes on Discord that isn't talked about, and imagine something that isn't even mainstream. There's also a live functionality, and that is something completely new to me. I had no idea Discord had a live section. Like, what? Back in 2013, it was just a texting app. That was it. The most damage you could do is make your name like your name and then is typing to trick people into thinking that you're typing. Yeah, the live section is extremely sexual and revolves around girls getting money from simps, or guys too. I even joined and asked if you can make a living on the app like one would on Twitch.
How does the donating system work? What is the... So that is, if you would like to donate and tip your streamer guy, you hit that gift box at the bottom, and then you buy credits, and you send whatever gifts you like, preferably the wheels. The wheels, it's hard to know what they are, but they like spin like this, and they're mystery wheels. It says mystery, and then you could hit a bonus.
Oh, nice. Let's go.
Googzy's like, I'm waiting. Let's
I
see
don't
what
get
you
it.
got to
Can
say.
you dig in and
Tough.
tell me a little
Come on.
more? Whoop, there it goes.
She saw me in the nudie.
Sarah and I saw each other talk.
Give her the dragon.
Changing into our panties and bras. Can people make living off of going live on Kick? Sure, guy, if you're cool enough. If you suck, then no.
Right.
Rosie, hello.
If you suck, then no.
I mean, maybe if you suck, you could. You know what I mean.
The live section is definitely not for kids. I mean,
hey, what are you talking about? That was good. That was high quality stuff.
So now let's head on over to Kick's contradictions. The worst thing about the app is the
I'm signing up.
Demographic.
From everything that looks like great live streams.
You'd expect this to be an 18+ sex app, right? No. The minimum age to use Kick is 13 years old. And this is a document taken from their website, Kick.com. Want to know the name of the document? Kick's Guide for Parents. Yes. It's like, dude, whoever the team is behind Kick right now, you know that kids are on this app. So why would you make it that when you open the app and you just create your account, it looks like a sex app? The screenshots I'm showing you, I had just made that account about 1 minute prior. I'm using a fresh new account. This isn't like some old account that has an algorithm like TikTok that shows things to your liking. No, fresh new account, fresh email. It's so irresponsible and gross. And the fucking group chat topics being overrun by sex chats and the sex bots that DM you. When I had just made my account, I did not join any group chats. I just made it and let it sit there for like 2 hours. I already had 2 sex bots DMing me. Again, I didn't, there was no algorithm to that.
No,
I just made my account. I'm pretty sure you guys can make an account right now and sex bots will DM you. Go try it out if you don't believe me. And remember, 13 plus, right? How old does my teen need to be to use Kick? Teens between 13 and 18 years old need to have permission from their parent or legal guardian before they create a Kick account and start using Kick. Your teen will be asked to enter their birthday when they create their account. If the birthday entered is for someone younger than 13, the account won't be registered. Y'all act like every kid that is gonna download Kick is gonna ask their mom if they can download Kick. No one asks their fucking parents, bro. And if they like choose to respond, like Kick, if you choose to respond to how horrible your app is, that's probably gonna be their excuse. They're probably gonna be like, well, actually, we always tell the kids to get their parents to give them permission first. It's like, no.
To be fair, and not to defend Kick, it is absolutely a parent's responsibility to monitor what their kids download and engage on the internet. I am so tired of companies, or not companies, parents blaming companies. The parents have a fucking responsibility to actually be a parent. It's not up to the internet to raise the kids. Now, this obviously shouldn't be accessible to kids in the first place. Like, this is just like a dog shit degenerate app. But I'm speaking on the whole. Fucking parents don't do shit anymore and blame everyone but themselves when, like, oh my god, my kid was... He left YouTube Kids app, and instead of getting Finger Family, he watched Ludwig talk about why he's not his friend. And now all of a sudden my kid's crying, and I'm fucking pissed at Ludwig, and YouTube ruined everything. You know, it's like, do some parenting. It makes me so frustrated. That is one of like my biggest pet peeves. Thanks for the gift sub, Jinx, and the resub Croven. It's been like that for the last, like, 3 years, I'd say. It's gotten really bad. Especially on YouTube, where they keep having to, like, pressure YouTube, like, YouTube fucking hates kids. YouTube ruins kids' lives. When it's like, you just let your kids go on YouTube completely unmonitored. And then they found a Nexpo video on a morbid topic or something. Like, it's your fault. You suck. Like, face it.
Guide for parents alludes to the fact that they know kids are on the app, but I gave them the benefit of the doubt. This document was made in 2017, so I looked for the most recent version of it. Maybe the rules had changed, and I actually did find a more updated version. This is from March of 2021, and guess what? It's deleted. Yeah, like, come on, creators, you have to be more responsible about this. Another contradiction is their App Store and Google Play Store ratings. And I'm not talking about the 5-star ratings. I'm talking about the rating that they give their own app, you know, the age rating, right? On the App Store, they are rated 17+, which, by the way, is still a minor in most states. And on the Google Play Store, they are rated T14, which literally means 13+. I checked the Google Play Store website about the ratings.
It's not like
and
a
yes,
game.
13+. I honestly just don't like the fact that they don't try to hide that their app is just a sex bot. That's probably how they make all their money now, from simps spending all their life savings on the girls on Kick Live. Look, Kick Team, if you see this video, or if people are outraged by this or some shit, either remove all the sexual content from the app, clean up the hashtags and sex bots, or simply make the app 18+ everywhere.
True, it should just be an 18+ app.
Kick. Like, no, this is a sex app. It is clearly a sex app. And if you don't want to admit that, well then clean it up with better moderation. How is it that when you make a Kick account and you just leave it sitting, you get sex bots DMing you? Is this not a problem? Like, I've never seen such an unmoderated app in my life that is available to minors. By the way, don't try to sue me, because all the information I'm getting is from using your app and looking at your ratings. That's literally it. I'm not like defaming you or anything. This isn't defamation of character. This is what you've written on your website and how it's contradicting other shit you've made, aka the entire app. Hey guys, I want to give a big thank you to Keeps for sponsoring this video. As you guys know, a lot of morbid creators don't really get monetized due to the topics we talk about. So having a lot of
I didn't know shit about Kick.
Really
this is absolutely just a sex
Keeps
app.
is a subscription
100%.
service that helps men keep their hair. If you're a dude, I know you don't want to go bald, bro. I don't want to go bald either, man. And you guys know I've dyed my hair so much, I don't want to lose my hair, bro. But Keeps has you covered. Did you guys know that 2 out of 3 guys will lose their hair before they're 35? Keeps offers clinically proven, research-backed treatments to stop hair loss and improve hair growth. With Keeps, you can actually get quality, expert care right from the safety of your own home. All Keeps treatment plans are doctor recommended and delivered right to your doorstep. And it's actually half the cost of traditional pharmacy. Not only that, but they have an amazing 24/7 support team. Keeps has a network of expert medical advisors, prescribers, and care specialists to support you in making your hair goals a reality. Hair loss stops with Keeps. To get 50% off your first order, make sure to go to keeps.com/TUV, capital TUV, by the way, or click that link in the description. That's KEEPS.com/TUV.
Well, yeah, apparently Kick predates
Once again, I want to give a
Discord.
big thank you to Keeps. Now, let's continue with the video. I just think it's horrible how if you literally go to the Kick Wikipedia page, there is a controversy section with 3 whole paragraphs talking about minors' use of the Kick app and explicit content. Like many other social media services, Kick has garnered negative attention due to instances of minors exchanging explicit messages and photos with adults, causing law enforcement and the media to frequently express concerns about the app. Automated spam bots have also been used to distribute explicit images and texts over Kick Messenger. A state law enforcement official interviewed by the New York Times in February 2016 identified Kick as the problem app of the moment. Police said they found Kick's response
popular in
frustrating,
2016?
and one detective said obtaining information from Kick was a bureaucratic nightmare. I just can't believe that it's to the point where they have this stained on their Wikipedia page and they haven't fixed it. It is the year 2022. I feel like at this point you should at least get rid of the starter page with the key tags. It's like that's the first thing you should do. That's so easy for them to do. I don't understand how they don't give a fuck. I personally think they're just making a ton of money off the fucking lives and they don't care using the app live.
I would venture to guess the reason that it stays totally unmoderated is because the second they moderate it, everyone just goes to Discord. Right now, the only thing that keeps it afloat is the pure degeneracy and, I guess, illegal activity that takes place on it. So the second they can no longer conduct business on Kick, they just die. Like, there's nothing else on there, it seems. Except for apparently the guy Tuv talked to who's a lifelong Kick stan or whatever. But he's one of a dying breed. I don't think he's necessarily donating money to the Kick live streamers. Or if it's, I don't even know it's money. If it's money, it was like pictures of dragons and wheels and shit. So I'm guessing that's the only reason it stays that way. Thanks to the Prime, Sad, and Tier 1 Earthworm, and Resub Little.
I just want to open up the app and let's go through it together. I haven't opened it up in about a few hours. Maybe it's actually open right now. Let's see. Okay, so it's connecting at the top. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna have to blur almost everything. First of all, it's overrun by ads and it's fucking gross. Like, why? Anyway, that's not a big critique. If we go to the top where it says 11 new chats. Look at this. Do you guys see this?
No, I can't.
13 plus, right?
I can't see it. Just paint a picture. Is it goatse?
Chatting with single
Blue
guys.
waffle?
21. Oh my god. You will see explicit photos. Please be discreet. What is that an IP address? What did you just send me? And you know it's so weird.
Don't click it.
The same profile picture. Like, poor woman who's being used. Like, what is this, bro? Is there a secret ring going on Kick? Probably.
Well, it's not a secret.
Probably is a secret ring going on Kick.
Bro, they just sent you the IP to it. It's not secret.
Guys, look at the ads. Look at the ads on this 13 plus app. I can't make this shit up. It's like we're in an episode of South Park. Like, what the fuck? So the thing is, with this account that I'm using on my phone, I'm actually soft banned, which means I can't really enter lives, and I don't think I could actually enter any new group chats. So if we go to public groups,
why? What
I don't think
happened?
it's gonna load in. Oh, actually, never mind. Yeah, look at that. K-pop. Look at all the K-pop groups that are just sex chats for grown men or grown adults, I should say. I shouldn't just single out men, but dude, I mean, literally, think about it. A kid downloads this app, right? Ooh, Pokemon. Let's go to Pokemon. There are nudes right there. There are nudes right there on the app, right? It's horrible.
How cool is that, right?
A guide for the
you
parents,
get Pokemon
in their right mind
and tits.
And again, there are tons of stories about kids getting groomed on this specific app. And it seems like no one gives a fuck about it. Again, it's because it's not famous anymore. No one turns their head to this. Like in the Discord video,
I can't believe Kick's still
leave your
alive.
stories down below if you feel comfortable. And you guys did. And it seemed like you guys were really helping each other out in the comment section. So if you guys do feel comfortable, leave your stories about using Kick down below. Or any app for that matter. I just want to let you guys know that this is a nice community where you guys can communicate with each other. If you guys want to join the Discord and talk to each other in voice chat or in the general chat, make sure to join it. It's just discord.gg/tuv. I mean, not everything is bad on Kick. Some group chats actually do help people. Like I was saying, there are depression chats where people do help each other, but it's like such a gem to
just
find
go somewhere else.
Group chat with humans.
Why stay on
or at
Kick?
Least decent
just
humans.
go to Discord.
There's no point in downloading the app or depending on the
fucking
app.
Skype. I don't know, man. Why stay there?
Please fix your app. Please fix the ratings. Do something about it. But yeah, that's it for this video. Again, new morbid videos every week. If you guys want to subscribe, make sure to subscribe. If you like the video, then leave a like. I have a second channel where I just uploaded a documentary about my first song ever. And I guess go follow my TikTok too. Literally, it feels so good to be back, guys. It feels so good to be back. And follow me on Instagram. And I'll see you guys next time I upload.
Bye, Tuv.
Now, you guys might be wondering why I am so happy. Well, there's a lot of great stuff happening right now. Not only is Mr. Sonic the Hedgehog going to be in the background for this video because we're talking about video games, but also we hit 700,000 subscribers and Cherry Soda is coming out on February 24th. It's going to premiere live. Before I talk about the Cherry Soda release, thank you guys so much for 700,000 subscribers. Can't wait for someone to get mad at me for saying I say thank you too much. Dude, we're getting closer and closer to 1 million subscribers every upload, and I can't wait for the comments. Tuv used to make better content before he hit 1 mil. He changed after 1 mil. So, the song, Cherry Soda, it is my first song, like actual like song that's gonna be on streaming services, and it's gonna premiere here on the channel on February 24th at 6 p.m. PST. Also, make sure to pre-save it on Spotify. The link will be down in the description. I am fully aware that this song is not gonna be for everyone, and I'm okay with that. I mean, not everyone likes KSI's music, right? When YouTubers make music, there's always a certain stigma, though I really like KSI's music.
I don't think so.
Don't think this is some Logan Paul, little brother Jakey trying to diss me. Like, no. Like, I actually really like what I make. For a genre, I guess. Yeah, it's hyperpop. And I can't wait for you guys to see it. And I hope you guys add it to your playlist. And I've always made music, but I'm finally able to release it because I know you guys really f with me. And if you guys don't like it, that's totally okay. I'm not gonna fucking, what am I gonna do? Get mad at you? Like, no, I'm not. Please be there for the premiere. Please. I've never done a premiere on my channel. I don't know how many live viewers we're gonna get, but please be there for the premiere. Notifications. You guys got me. Oh yeah, I also want to say I'm not a YouTuber that's switching over to music. I am a YouTuber that does music as well. I've always wanted to be both, YouTuber and an artist. I am not just gonna, peace YouTube, I'm gonna be a full-time artist. No, y'all are my babies. Anyway, today we're gonna be talking about the most controversial video games. For the most part, I try to look for video games that are not really that well known, so you guys have some fresh content. All my sources will be linked down in the description below.
I guarantee I'll know all of them. I'm confident I'll know all of them.
1992.
I was immediately wrong. The fuck is Night Trap?
Night Trap was a game released in 1992 designed for the Sega CD, an attachment for the Sega Genesis. The Sega CD added hardware functionality such as a faster CPU and graphic enhancements. Sega tried to match the capabilities of the competing PC Engine CD-ROM system, but failed to do so. One of the games playable on the Sega CD was Night Trap, an interactive movie video game developed by Digital Pictures. The game is shown mainly through the use of full-motion video. In this game, the player takes a role of a special agent tasked to watch over teenage girls having a sleepover, and those girls are visiting a house which they don't know is full of danger. The player watches live surveillance footage of the house and triggers traps to capture anyone seen endangering the girls.
Watch out!
Designing a game where you're supposed to watch a bunch of underage girls having a sleepover is already pretty weird, but designing a storyline where they're gonna get hurt, it's a little bit nah, it's not it. The player can
shit. Sorry to pause so quickly. This just poured salt in an old wound. Who remembers, I think it was 2 years ago, that game they tried to make about a, was it a female streamer? It was a full motion interactive game, or yeah, full motion interactive game, whatever, a live movie. What was it called? Because I can't remember it now. Was it Gamer Girl? Was it actually just called Gamer Girl? It might have been. And they canceled it because it got clowned on so hard. Rest in peace. This game would have been fucking amazing.
Peggy 18.
Okay, cool. Water time, break time.
Oh, yeah, you play as the moderator. Fuck!
Dunk has been taken out my stream.
Fuck! Would have been so good.
Oh, come on. No.
I'll skip around a little bit, but you get to the big reveal. I was so hyped for this game. But yeah, it got canceled because it got so much shit tossed at it. Damn. Thanks, Recent Floppy. I mean, they filmed most of the game. They should just release it, man. Why not? Like, why just hold on to that? Let us have it. Go independent. Like, shit. I mean, I'll finance it. I want to fucking play it. I want to see what it was. What was the studio behind that? Let me look. Like, what do they want? Like, $100 maybe? Wales Interactive. Jesus, do all their games get pulled? What the fuck is all this? Oh, no, wait, these actually did get published. It's just they were not popular. Hey, if you're watching this, Wales Interactive, I will buy a Gamer Girl from you. In whatever state it's in. I still really want to play that pile of shit. I mean, you're not doing anything with it. Fucking, what, on like a flash drive or something? Like, I'll take it from you. I'll put that shit on Steam for free. Just for the love of the sport, god damn it. I want to see that game badly. No, I didn't do the new Destiny 2 raid. And if Gamer Girl comes out, I may never need another video game. This has everything you could ever want from gaming.
Switch their view between different cameras. Insert Five Nights at Freddy's reference here. To keep watch over the girls and eavesdrop on conversations to follow along the story and listen for clues. There are some pretty funny scenes in this game, I'm not gonna lie.
But it was going to be a surprise. Couldn't stand in my way, would you?
This game looks awesome.
Night Trap was one of 2 games criticized during the 1993 congressional hearings on violent video games. The other was Mortal Kombat. Public concern grew surrounding the video game after claims were made that it included an extreme amount of violence and promoted SA against women. When I say SA, it's that. I just don't want to get demonetized, so yeah. As a result, Night Trap was pulled from the shelves of major video game retailers, and the following month, Sega stopped production of the game altogether. The Senate hearings that revolved around Night Trap's apparent violence resulted in the creation of the Entertainment Software Rating Board. It's the ESRB, which is still used to this day. The game was given an M for mature audiences, which means 17 years or older in the States.
Who is she being hunted by? Foot ninjas from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
RPG. 2005. 6 years after the events that happened at Columbine High School, Danny Ladon, a video game developer, decided it would be a good idea to release an RPG PC game based around Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. In fact, he chose to release it on April 20th, 2005, which was the 6th year anniversary of the incident. He initially distributed the game anonymously, but after a friend of one of the victims discovered his identity, Ladon decided to come out as the creator. About 10,000 people had downloaded the game in the year since its creation. The game is no longer available on Ladon's website. Instead, it has popped up on a number of sites and download services. Ladon initially accepted donations to defray the cost of hosting the game, but stopped when he took the game off his site. He said he's making no money on the free distribution of the game. When players engage in battle, the screen changes to a first-person view of the enemy. Enemies are named stereotypes or occupations such as preppy girl, janitor, math teacher, and a jock type. Combat has 2 options: autoplay, where the game chooses the weapon to use, or manual play, in which the player decides to use a hand-to-hand weapon, explosive, gun, or defensive maneuver against foes. Once a battle starts, it is impossible to avoid or escape. The player must kill the enemy or die. Text narrates battle events and actions such as finding a bag or gaining a weapon. As the game proceeds, flashbacks occur showing events in Eric and Dylan's lives, which may have caused them to commit murder. Much of the plot is constructed around the events precisely as they are believed to have occurred. Lines of the gunmen's dialogue are often lifted verbatim from their writings or from their home videos of each other. In contrast to the 16-bit graphics, there are digitalized photographs from the shooting or full voice samples from news reports. Reaction to Super
this one was
Massacre
really
was
fucking dark,
negative.
man.
The title was criticized as trivializing the actions of Eric and Dylan and the lives of the innocent. The hate was so much so that Ladon ended up removing the game altogether from his website. You know what sucks, guys? That this isn't the only shooting RPG that we're going to talk about.
What is he doing now? I actually never followed up on this. I've known about that for a long time. What was his name again? Exit Tier 1 Astro and the Gifts of Rainbow. What was his first name? Something Ladon. Radon. Good Elden Ring reference. Did he not say his first name? Oh, Daniel Ladon. Is it like this? That didn't work. Maybe like this. No, that's definitely not going to be it. Unless it's him with the obituary. Oh, thank you for the... Jesus, thank you for the 10 gift subs, Fishy, and the 5 gift subs, Karma. Thank you for that. And thanks for the Prime Sins. Thank you for the generosity, Fishy and Karma. Danny Ladon. We'll say that in his Daniel. How do you spell his name? Okay, how about this? We'll just look it up like this. Well, this is going to be a dangerous Google search, actually. I'm not doing that. And thank you for 5 gift subs, Cheese. Thank you. Someone spelled that out for me. Okay, let's see what he's up to. It doesn't even have anything about the super colon. Oh, here it is. It's up here. Okay, so he only made one game. And it was this one. Damn. Yeah, it's fucked up. I had assumed he maybe stayed in the video game industry, but I guess not. Thanks to the resub, Boop and Sun.
Yeah, I don't know what mindset you have to be in to make a video game out of that, but yeah, we have a lot more on the list. Custer's Revenge, 1982.
I know this one.
Custer's Revenge was an adult action game published by American Multiple Industries for the Atari 2600. First released in November 1982, the game gained notoriety owing to its goal of a Native American woman. In the game, the player controls the character named Custer, depicted as a man wearing nothing but a cavalry hat,
yeah, Atari
gloves,
games are
boots,
pretty
and a bandana
wild.
with a visible, you know. Custer has to overcome arrow attacks to reach the other side of the screen. His goal is to a Native American woman tied to a pole. Custer's Revenge quickly gained notoriety upon its release. It was sold in a sealed package labeled "Not for Sale" to minors and sold for $49.95.
$49 for that?
$4 today. It acknowledged that children might nonetheless see the game. The game's
$49
literature stated,
for a
if the kids
single
catch you
level?
and should ask, tell them Custer and the maiden
6
are
pixels?
just dancing. Women's rights groups criticized the game, stating that it was a simulation of other groups such as Women Against Pornography, Native American spokespersons, and critics of the adult video game industry in general protested about the content of the game. Activists tried pressuring legislators to outlaw the game, which Oklahoma City, home to the large Native American population, did. The focused media attention generated publicity for the game and caused it to sell approximately 80,000 copies, twice as many as the company's other video games. American Multiple Industries responded with, quote, "Our object is not to arouse, our object is to entertain. When people play our games, we want them smiling, we want them laughing." The game's designer, Joel Miller, said Custer was, quote, "seducing the maiden and that she was a willing participant." By April 1983, the game was withdrawn from
What? What a fucking weirdo. So, I mean, he had to blur the game out, obviously, but the game is literally that one guy with a wiener and one girl, and you just, the two of them just, like, collide like two action figures, because it's the Atari. Like, it's not entertaining or anything. And he's certainly not seducing. There's no cutscenes or anything. It's just an actual rape simulator for the Atari. Is he still in the gaming industry? Did he go on to work for any other big projects? Maybe he, like, had a huge glow up and he helped work on, like, I don't know, what's a beloved title? Red Dead 2. Hey, Chase. He works at Blizzard now. Okay. So it comes full circle then.
Circulation. I may have blurred it. I'm sorry for that, but like I am not risking anything.
They resub unique.
Especially with a topic like this. I know I'm just gonna be blurring pixels on the screen. Sorry, you guys might have to deal with some blur, but I hope you can still tell what's going on and being talked about. Hatred, 2015.
Yeah, this one was big.
What is important?
It just wanted to be as edgy as possible.
When I think of the most controversial video game, I think of Hatred. Hatred is a gruesome shooter game presented in an isometric perspective, in which the playable character and protagonist is a mass-murdering villain who, quote, hates this world and the human worms feasting on its carcass, and embarks on a genocide crusade against the entire human race. The player can carry 3 weapons and an assortment of grenades, as well as drive some vehicles. Health is regenerated by performing glory kills on people. This was a rare case of a video game being given the adults-only ESRB rating.
Yep, I remember this whole thing.
Are considered by the board to be suitable for players ages 18 and over. Most retailers refuse to stock AO rated games, and Twitch actually bans all AO games. They don't want to associate with that. The only mainstream platform to allow AO games is Steam, but even Steam hides the AO games by default. JFK Reloaded.
Oh, he didn't talk about that very much. Hatred had a really actually interesting history. They announced it and they tried to defend it like we should be able to tell whatever stories we want to tell in the video game medium without being ostracized. This is actually a commentary and this and that. When really it was obvious what they were doing is they were trying to capitalize off like edge. Like they just tried to make something super edgy and hopefully it would mask that the game itself wasn't that well made. So they banked on it just being like, this is gonna sell our game. And it didn't work. So they instantly got thrown to the curb. They had a really hard time releasing the game. And when they finally did, nobody gave a shit. Genuinely no one cared at all about the game. The controversy was forgotten. The controversy only lasted like in the public eye for like a week, maybe. And the game came out and it fucking flopped.
JFK Reloaded is a 2004 first-person shooter game developed and published by Traffic Games. It simulates the 1963 assassination of John F. Kennedy, the 35th President of the United States. The player, controlling Lee Harvey Oswald, is tasked with recreating the 3 shots fired at Kennedy and gains higher scores the more accurately they lined up with the report. Shots can be reviewed in slow motion and from multiple viewpoints. As Kennedy's motorcade passes on Delay Plaza, the player has to take 3 shots at the president with their sniper rifle. They gain points based on how closely these shots match the Warren Commission's report. The first has to miss the car, the second hit Kennedy in the neck and John Connolly, the governor of Texas, in the chest, and the third fatally hit Kennedy in the head. The perfect score is 1,000.
Shit, wait, this is really thorough.
The player from pursuing alternative scenarios. The score is deducted when the player goes off script from the event, such as hitting Jacqueline Kennedy, the First Lady. JFK Reloaded was denounced by several public figures like David Smith, a spokesman for Ted Kennedy, stating simply that it's despicable. Politician John Kasich discussed the game
a weird
in his book,
concept for a
Something,
game,
The
but
Battle
like,
for America's Soul, and a segment
kind of
about graphic
interesting for
content
its
in
time.
mainstream video games. I'm not gonna lie, the game actually has some really cool bullet physics. It reminds me of like Sniper Elite physics. I don't know if you guys have ever played that game, but it's very similar. I mean, obviously, I don't have to explain why this is controversial. For some of them, I do have to explain why they're controversial, but this one is like, you could just tell.
I feel like I'm pausing after like each one now, but I always have something interesting. You guys know that the Kennedy family lobotomized their daughter? We were talking about this on the podcast recently. I didn't know how fucked up that was, but I don't remember what year. The mom and dad Kennedy had their daughter undergo a lobotomy. Her name was Rosemary, because she had like mood swings and shit like that. So they had her lobotomized, and it was horrifying, the report. Then I think the lobotomy even won a prize for the science behind it or whatever, but basically, they were poking her brain through her eye socket, I believe. And when they were making cuts, they would have her recite the Lord's Prayer out loud. So she was awake during this, by the way. So as they were like making cuts, she would have to be reciting the Lord's Prayer as well as singing the national anthem. That's what it was. And when she started being incoherent, they would stop cutting. And the result of the lobotomy is her like mental capacity diminished to that of a 2-year-old child. She was incontinent and couldn't live on her own anymore. And so what they did is they basically got her like her own unit, like her own place to stay, and completely forbid anyone from knowing where she was and visiting her. Like, her mom and dad never visited her for like 40 years or something. The rest of the family didn't even know about it. And it didn't come to light until like the 80s, I think, the 70s or 80s, where the lobotomy was more well known, and then they tried to reintegrate her into the family. But I mean, by that point, she'd been living in that facility for like 60 years. And then she died, I think, in 2005. So yeah, I was reading about that the other day. It was fucked up, man. They lobotomized her over mood swings. A legitimate lobotomy. Source beyond Wikipedia. Oh, there's so much on it. Like, you can get the cliff notes from Wikipedia if you want, but there are like, I think there was an entire like giant book written about it, and I think there was a movie, a documentary. I can't remember now. But man, it was a wild story. Yeah, they sent her right to a lobotomy.
Homecoming, 2008. I'm sure we've all played or at least heard of the Silent Hill series, and I'm still pissed PT was cancelled. Fun fact, I actually use the PT soundtrack sometimes for my videos in the background. Homecoming was the 6th installment in the Silent Hill series, and follows the journey of Alex Shepard, a soldier returning from war to his hometown, where he finds his town in disarray, and his younger brother is missing. As he continues on his search to find his younger brother, he discovers more about the
this was controversial.
Cult,
I streamed
as well
this
as
game.
the town's history and his own past. Okay, a Silent Hill game. Why is this on the list? The game is literally banned in Australia. Apparently, it's due to extreme violence, but more specifically, a certain scene in the game. This scene shows Alex having a drill forced into his right eye socket, causing a lot of blood to spew out. I couldn't find an HD version of this scene, since the scene is a QuickTime event. Everyone just posted what happens when you succeed. I only found this extremely pixelated version.
Damn, that's hardcore. Get banned in Australia,
Left Behind,
idiot.
Eternal Forces, 2006.
I don't know
Left
this
Behind,
one.
Eternal Forces is a Christian strategy game. In the single-player campaign, the player controls the Tribulation Force, a Christian group in a post-rapture New York City who are combating the influence of the global community peacekeepers, the world government led by the Antichrist Nicole Carpathia.
Oh, I didn't know
the player
that,
directs the
Naruto.
actions of the main characters and the Tribulation Forces unit in an effort to defeat the global community peacekeepers by converting neutral and global community allied civilians to their side and only using lethal
Move
force
over,
against
StarCraft.
the Antichrist army
Lord's
forces
here
when
now.
necessary. But the player's main goal is to use conversion rather than violence, only resorting to combat when necessary, since killing causes the quote spirit level of the player's units to drop. This was a very controversial game, as it quite literally is telling you if you don't believe in Christianity or are an atheist, well, you're wrong. Other than that, the game's reviews are extremely negative. Like, it's just a bad game in general, which is going to be a common thing in these games.
That's
Most
not
of them.
super
Not all of them.
controversial.
Silent Hill's great. I just want to make that
That's like
clear.
every
Except the next
Christian
one.
game.
The next one, if you're a lonely teenager that's a guy, or at least you like girls, you're going to love the next one. Dead or Alive Extreme Series. 2003
Hey,
till
these are
now.
classics.
The regular Dead or Alive games are a part of the fighting series that began in 1996, developed by
controversial.
Team Ninja and Tecmo. The game always had very jiggly physics, so much so that in 2003 the spin-off series Dead or Alive Extreme Beach
Well, it came out in
Volleyball was created.
2003?
Those games are exactly that. The girls from the game
ahead of
playing
their
volleyball
time.
in little clothing with a lot of jiggle physics. As the years went on, well, graphics only improved. We went from polygons to this. Now, as one
Yeah,
can
we
imagine,
did.
the games received much backlash for being
Evolution.
sexist and being a way to just creep on girls, I guess. The backlash in the US was so loud that the game developers released an official statement on Twitter explaining that they will not release the game anywhere except Asia because they respect the different global audiences. And the game was still released in the US the very next year. The VR version of Dead or Alive Extreme 3 takes things to the next level. You can get
There's
as
a
up close and personal
VR
to the girls
version?
as you want, and let me tell you, it is graphic. Like, the girls
Bro,
just sit there
he's
and you
selling
can, like I
me
said,
on it.
you just get as close as you want. Dude, I found a playlist of this user on YouTube, I guess, that would upload getting up close and personal to every girl in the game,
That sounds
and
about
every
right.
single video on that playlist is age restricted, and the comments are just calling him out for being like a weirdo. Again, this is why some clips are blurred. If you're a fan of the Dead or Alive series,
Executive
let me know
poison.
if this spin-off Dead or Alive Extreme, do you think is misogynistic or sexist, or at the very least creepy? Let me know your thoughts. I really want to know the Dead or Alive fan base's thoughts on that spin-off.
They don't make the fighting games anymore, do
This
they?
video is sponsored by Atlas VPN. Atlas VPN
It's only
is
Dead or
until it
Alive
encrypts your
Volleyball
data
now,
and
right?
hides your virtual location. When connected to a VPN server, your device is connected to a new IP and DNS address. All of that traffic is encrypted and routed towards that VPN server. When the traffic arrives at the server,
No,
the
not
VPN
anymore.
server
That's a shame.
encrypts information
Dead or
and
Alive
allows
3
traffic
is
to
actually a
access the
really
desired
good game.
destination.
Well, at
Atlas
least it
VPN
was.
is available on iPhone,
It was pretty
Android,
innovative. You
Mac,
could
and
bust
PC.
people through the
Currently, Atlas
stages, which
VPN
was
is
really
running
cool
a
for its
3-year
time.
deal for just $1.99 a month with a 30-day money-back guarantee. The deal won't last for long, so make sure to check it out by clicking the link in the description below. Let me show you guys something really cool you could do with it, and that's saving
Teresa.
money. So many
Brinjul
websites have
and
their pricing
ammonia.
adjusted based on the region that your device is in. With the information provided by cookies and IP addresses, these services can guess where you're located.
Dead or
Once you
Alive
switch
6
your
was
location
20
to like India, for
oh,
example, the price
2019.
of whatever you're looking at will see a huge drop. We've tried this out on many different websites, including airline companies, subscription services like Spotify, YouTube Premium, and Netflix. Again, guys, Atlas VPN is running a 3-year deal for just $1.99 a month with a 30-day money-back guarantee.
More
So if you
Elden
are
Ring runs
interested,
tonight?
make sure
No,
to
the
click the
speed
link
run's
in the
dead now.
description
The
below.
new patch gutted it, so we have to
Ethnic
wait.
Cleansing 2002. Now this one is self-explanatory when it
Jesus
comes
Christ.
to why it's controversial. Ethnic Cleansing is a first-person shooter video game for Windows computers created by the American White Supremacist and Hate Organization National Alliance. It's a unique name.
What?
As part of a quote race war, the player controls a neo-Nazi skinhead or a Klansman and is tasked with killing stereotypical African, Mexican, and Jewish enemies. I don't even know if you can find download links for this, but I don't even know if I want to include this in the video actually. If you guys are watching this, then I guess I made it in. I don't even want to talk about this one anymore. Grand Theft
I
Auto
haven't
San
heard of
Andreas
that one,
Hot
actually.
Coffee mod 2004. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, the most
Holy
iconic game
shit.
in the GTA franchise, was not only controversial due to the fact that you play as a criminal that can cause a rampage at any given moment, but also due to
Is the
something
reset
that never made
Drew
its way into the final
trash and
release
the
of the
reset
game.
window?
Hot Coffee is an unofficial name for a minigame. The minigame is not playable through normal means. The game must be modded in order to access it. When enabled, Hot Coffee allows the protagonist, CJ, to have animated sex with an in-game girlfriend where you can control his movements. elements. According to the GTA Wiki, before development concluded, Rockstar Operations Director Jennifer Colby warned Dan Houser that explicit sexual content would likely bring restrictive assessments from rating boards, harming retail sales.
I made a whole
the
video
could
on
not
this.
be fully removed, so the content was hidden from players using cutscenes. Data miners discovered evidence of explicit sexual content after San Andreas was released for the PlayStation 2 in October 2004, and confirmed its existence when the Windows version was released on June 7th, 2005. Modder Patrick Wildenborg released a patch to unlock the minigame 2 days later. This led to San Andreas becoming embroiled in controversy. Within a month of the patch's release, the ESRB and Australian
I remember the company-wide
OFLC
meeting after this
re-evaluated
happened.
San Andreas'
Nice.
content rating. The ESRB re-rated the game to adults only, leading several retailers to pull it from the shelves. It's really rare, but there are some San Andreas boxes that do have the adult-only ESRB rating, and those can be found on eBay, while the OFLC issued a refused classification banning it from sale in Australia. Rockstar recalled all retail copies of San Andreas and released a new version that blocked access to hot coffee by the end of 2005, and issued an official patch for existing owners to prevent access. The hot coffee code remains in all versions of San Andreas, but takes more effort to restore due to missing models and animations. In August 2005, Rockstar North released an official cold coffee patch for the PC version of the game and re-released San Andreas with the hot coffee scenes removed, allowing the game to return to its rated M for mature rating.
Nice. Welcome back.
Border Patrol 2002. Back in the Flash player days, many games were being created.
I don't know this
daily,
one either.
And most of them were extremely fun. I can't mention Flash games without giving a shout out to Newgrounds and Con and any unblocked game website that I would go on when I was bored using a Chromebook in class. But with so many games being made, it makes sense that some would cross the line.
What the fuck
or I should
school
say,
was that? You
cross
get a
the border.
Chromebook in class?
Te prometo que
What?
soy mexicano. Lo prometo. Border Patrol is a Flash-based game that lets players shoot at Mexican immigrants as they try to cross the border into the United States. The game's opening screen states, "There's one simple rule, keep them out at any cost." In Border Patrol, players are told to target one of 3 immigrant groups, portrayed in a negative stereotypical way as the figures rush past a sign that reads, "Welcome to the United States." The immigrants are very, I guess, stereotypical. Honestly, it's just a very racist game against Mexicans.
Yeah, that one's very
Bonetown,
racist.
2008. Bonetown is an
It's just an
adult
old
action
Flash
adventure
game.
video game developed and published by American studio
pile of
D-Dub
shit.
Software. Released for Microsoft Windows
I know
on
this one.
November 12, 2008, the game follows a player as he completes missions and has sex with various women. A man in a suit approaches and explains that he is part of an organization called The Man. He warns the player that public indecency is illegal, and if the player is caught, he will be arrested. The player goes through the game completing missions in the style of like the GTA games. Missions include participating in graphic films and beating up someone who believes they are Jesus. Women are scattered throughout the city, and the player is able to have sex with any of them. Sex can either be for the player's enjoyment or to recover in-game health, depending on the position selected. The game requires the player to match the desires of the women in order to last as long as possible. VTech Rampage.
I didn't know it was that deep.
2007. I don't want to talk a lot about this one, so I'm gonna try to make this one quick. Only 3 weeks after the Virginia Tech incident, Ryan Lamborn from Australia created a spin-off RPG. And while doing research, man, fuck this guy. The source I read said he only did it just to be offensive and he thought it was funny. That's it. That's why he recreated this Virginia Tech incident and
sounds about
made it
right.
into I guess a funny video game for him. The first mission of the game requires you to kill, I'm not even going to say her name, but it's like the actual first victim of the shooting. Not only that, but as I was reading, in 2013, this same idiot released another game based on Handy Suck. I'm not going to say it, so I changed the first letters because I'm not trying to get demonetized.
Yep,
but
that
yeah, he made
sounds about
another
right.
video game like that. And
giant
honestly,
fucking
fuck him,
loser.
let's move on. Play 2006.
Yep.
Play is a 3D
This is the most
Eroge
well-known
video game
one.
made by Illusion, released on April 21st, 2006 in Japan.
Makes me
Eroge
zigzag.
means Japanese erotic video game. The game centers around a male character that you control, whose goal is to a mother and her 2 kids, specifically her 2 daughters. 3 years after its initial release, the game garnered international attention and controversy for its content, resulting in it being banned in several countries. In story mode, the player controls a sex offender with a history of previous arrests. The protagonist SA's 2 minors and an adult woman, and the minors' ages are 12 years old and 17
Holy
years
shit,
old.
I didn't know
After
that.
the player finishes all 3 women, they unlock free play mode. Following its release, the game was banned in
Holy
several
fuck.
countries, excluding Japan. In fact, articles in defense have also been written, many noting that rape is considered a lesser crime than murder, yet there are thousands of legal video games.
I mean, there's
in
a
which the
lot
goal is
of
to kill
like
enemies.
rape
Yeah, that was people's
hentai.
argument. They would be like, it's not as bad as killing people. So all the Call of Duty games are worse than this. Illusion's response to the controversy was basically, hey, it's okay in Japan. So if you guys don't like it, well, we're in Japan. As an immediate aftermath, several Eroge publishers doubled down and studios began to ban foreigners from their official websites. They really like what they do, man, and they will stand for it. This is probably the
Do
worst
they
one
still
on the
make
list and it was
games?
last. This list wasn't in any order. This just ended up being last.
Thanks for your
If you guys
sub,
enjoyed the
Light.
video, make sure to leave a like.
I wonder if they're still around. Hold on, let me look that up. Well, that's pretty dangerous to look up on stream. Let me do that on my phone, actually. They are still around? Let me see what they make now. I know that... So there was Raplay, and they also made Battle Raper, if I remember correctly. Like, I guess their whole thing is making rape-based video games. At least I think it was them that made Battle Raper. I don't really know. I guess it could have been someone else, too. Thanks to the Prime Attack. I can't find their Wikipedia page. Oh, here it is. Yep, it was them. Oh, they even made a... They have Battle Raper 2, Raplay... And I guess that's their whole rape series. And they are still making games. Wow. Wow. Well, what do you know? There's no Wikipedia pages for any of them that are recent except for this one called Honey Select. So you modify virtual men and women and direct them to do porn and fetish scenes. But apparently this one's just supposed to be like porn. There's no like rape in it. I don't know. Weird company though.
And if you guys like the content,
Exit
it would
tier
be
one
awesome if you could
Sadler,
subscribe. If you
the
don't want to,
Prime Zappy.
that is completely okay with me. And make sure to stream Cherry Soda when it is out. Please be there for the premiere. Again, it is February 24th at 6 p.m. PST. Convert that to whatever time zone you're in, so it can be easier for you. Literally just turn on post notifications. You'll get a notification on your phone right when it's like about to premiere. Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Today
I'll check
we're
them
gonna
out.
be talking about
I'll see what
musicians
musicians
who
made the cut.
committed crimes. There is in fact no Danny DeVito in the back. Not forever. Just for this video and maybe the next one. But yeah, we got a Christmas
Exit
tree.
tier one, Davies.
Woo, festive. Also, my album Ear Candy comes out next month. We're getting closer. We're getting
Yeah, Mob
closer.
Psycho's
Finally
great.
gonna give you guys a package. You guys don't have to listen
Great
to Cherry Soda
conclusion.
on repeat anymore. But yeah, like I've said before, there will be an Ear Candy album movie here on this channel. It'll premiere live. And the album cover is officially released. Drum roll, please.
Thanks to Prime Princess.
The album cover is actually on my Instagram. I'm not going to show it in this video. We're almost at 100,000 on Instagram. So
Damn,
that would
the
be
plug.
amazing if you guys could go follow it. And also in news of the channel, we actually hit 100 million views.
Thanks to tier one
Woo!
Looter.
Give it up for us, man. We
And
did that.
resub.
100 million views in total on this
Vanilla.
tub channel. Thank you guys so much. That's a lot of people looking at me, judging me behind the screen. I know you judged me behind the screen. Do you guys remember my hard drive video that I released like I think 2 or 3 weeks ago? Well, I got limited ads. Boom. I'm not gonna make a big deal out of that, but I will say a big thank you to today's sponsor. A lot of my videos just get straight limited
Do I check the
ads,
NORAD
so I'm
Santa
very
tracker?
thankful for
I
companies
used to.
that want to sponsor the channel. And today's sponsor is Casetify. Casetify is the world's most popular tech accessory brand, known for their protective phone cases made from 65% recycled
No, it's
materials
about
that'll
evil
keep your devices
musicians,
safe from
so it's
bumps
gonna
and
be their
bruises while
crimes, not
also
their shitty
expressing your
music.
individual style.
Well, I don't even know if all the
Casetify
music is
offers
shitty. I
a
thought
wide
I
range
saw
of
Johnny
case types that
Johnny
offer
Cash
high
on
levels
here,
of
but I don't wanna
protection,
spoil it.
style, and sleekness. The Bounce case offers world-class protection with Casetify's EcoShock impact absorption
Here's some saucer.
technology. These cases are test-dropped 156 times to ensure they can handle everything life has to
No,
offer.
I don't
The
skip
clear
the
case
ads.
offers a sleek look for your devices with its clear back black, and slim form factor providing you with a low profile. Unlike other cheaper TPU cases, Casetify's clear cases are optimized to prevent yellowing. The Impact series is a great combination of the two, offering a slimmer profile than the Bounce case, but still being tested from drops of 11.5 feet. Casetify has also recently launched their artist program, where they partnered with exclusive artists to offer more than 2,000 prints to choose from for your case. You can express yourself however you want to.
Didn't we watch this?
They also
No,
have
he
these
just posted
accessories
this.
that you can attach to your phone.
I just made a
Casetify was
video
nice enough to
on
send some out
the
to me, and I've been
most
using them for a
evil
while now.
musician
I genuinely
ever,
love this brand, and it
Ian
actually has
Watkins.
saved my phone a couple times. Make sure to go
So
to
it's just a similar topic.
casetify.com/tuv today to get 15% off your order. Thanks again to Casetify for sponsoring this video. Alright, now let's get started with the video. Sid Vicious. John Simon Ritchie, better known by his stage name Sid Vicious, was an English musician, best known as the bassist for punk rock band Sex Pistols. Despite dying in 1979 at age 21, he remains an icon to some of the punk subculture. To say John had a troubled childhood would be an understatement. He was raised by a single mother who sold marijuana to get by. She later remarried and John now had a stepdad, but sadly, that man passed away 6 months later due to kidney failure. By the time John was 15, his mother's life was consumed by a heroin and opiate addiction, causing him to feel lonelier than ever. While attending Kingsway College of Further Education, which was a school for students with difficulties, John admitted to a counselor that he had thoughts of and that he would torture and kill cats in his free time. That same year, Ritchie met fellow Kingsway student John Ladon, who introduced him to his friends John Gray and John Wardle. All four, who became known locally as the Four Johns, quit school and began squatting in various dismal locations. Three of the Four Johns would then take nicknames. Liddon gave Ritchie the nickname Sid Vicious after Ritchie was bitten by Liddon's hamster, Sid. 2 years later in 1975, Glenn Matlock and Paul Cook joined the band, now rebranded to Sex Pistols. Though Ritchie still wasn't a part of the band, it wasn't until 1977 that tensions started rising between member Matlock and their manager Malcolm McLaren, which led to Matlock being kicked from their band for, quote, liking the Beatles. The work environment was pretty toxic, with Matlock revealing that their manager purposely made them pick fights with each other because he thought generating chaos between the band was a creative mechanism. Anyway, this is when John Ritchie, aka Sid Vicious, would finally join Sex Pistols and become their new bassist. Just a year later, on October 11th, 1978, Sid and his then girlfriend, Nancy Spungen, hosted a party in their hotel room, during which Vicious took approximately 30 Tuinal tablets, and while many people came and went, he was comatose for the rest of the night. At about 11 a.m. the next morning, hotel staff found Spungen dead on the bathroom floor, with a knife wound in her abdomen. Vicious was found wandering the hallway. He first claimed to have killed her, then said he remembered nothing. Two people who had been at the party stated that Nancy was alive at 5 a.m. The murder weapon was identified as a Jaguar K11 hunting knife, which Nancy had purchased for Sid a few days earlier. Vicious was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. He told police that he and Nancy had argued that night, but gave conflicting versions of what happened next, saying, "I stabbed her, but I never meant to kill her," then saying that he didn't remember anything. Then after that, saying that Spungen had fallen onto the knife. Later,
this kind of shit happened. Like, he mentioned the torturing and killing cats. That's where it always starts for a murderer, or I guess like a full-blown like psychopath, fucking maniac. That is like the number one sign that someone will end up doing that to a real person. Torturing, killing animals. That is just the most common thread. I think the second that gets mentioned, they need to take that very seriously and monitor the person. There needs to be some very serious repercussions for that shit. That is just like the most cited correlation ever. Like an early sign of someone who will likely be a murderer. Makes no sense why it's still not taken super seriously. A lack of respect for life. I think it's still just that notion that, oh, it's just an animal. That's a huge distinction. He's just doing it to cats right now. He'll never graduate and do that to people, surely. But I mean, there's tons and tons and tons of killers. All, and very many of them, I have no problem being open that it started when they were kids with torturing and killing animals. I just don't know like how much more evidence they need of that being a telltale sign. Thanks, Resub Kumquat and Baby Whale.
The arresting officer was quoted as having said, after an investigation, Vicious admitted killing Miss Spungen during a dispute, though the situation was a bit hard to get out of because Ritchie admitted to stabbing her. His manager, his mother, and his label were able to get a top-tier lawyer which arranged for Ritchie to be released on a $50,000 bail, with conditions that he wouldn't leave New York and that he'd sign in daily at the 3rd Homicide Unit offices. All legal costs were covered by Virgin Records. Just 2 months later, Ritchie found himself in another case when he was flirting with Todd Smith Smith's girlfriend. No, not that Todd Smith, but he was flirting with a man's girlfriend, and when Smith told him to back off, well, Richie broke a beer bottle and jammed it into his face, leading to Smith getting 5 stitches and Richie being arrested and charged with assault. In January 1979, Richie would be released on a $10,000 bail. In the morning of February 1st, 1979, after completing his detoxification program, Richie was released from Rikers Island jail. When he arrived in Manhattan, he met his friend Peter Gravel. Vicious asked Gravel to find him some heroin, and Gravel brought $200 worth of the drug to the apartment. Gravel said that they sat around doing drugs and he left at 3 a.m. when the hard drug use began. He noted that Vicious was already nodding off, but he also said that Robinson, which was another friend of theirs, gave Vicious 4 Quaaludes to help him sleep. Vicious died that night of a drug overdose. Deborah Spungen, who was Nancy's mother, claimed that Vicious wrote a letter to her when he was hospitalized saying, "We always knew that we would go to the same place when we died. We so much wanted to die together in each other's arms. I cry every time I think about that. I promised my baby I would kill myself if anything ever happened to her, and she promised me the same. This is my final commitment to my love." No one's ever gonna know if Richie actually overdosed on purpose to meet Nancy again, or if he genuinely accidentally overdosed. Chuck Berry. Charles Edward Anderson Berry was an American singer, songwriter, and guitarist who pioneered rock and roll. Nicknamed the father of rock and roll, he refined and developed rhythm and blues into major elements that made rock and roll distinctive with songs such as Maybelline, Roll Over Beethoven, Rock and Roll Music, and Johnny B. Good, which was featured on the classic Back to the Future. Writing lyrics that
I'll be honest, the main thing I know Chuck Berry for is that performance with John Lennon where Yoko starts banging a drum and making outrageous noises into a mic and he looks extremely shocked and uncomfortable. That's like the most I know about Chuck Berry. And then I also know the Bill Burr segment on that interaction. Iconic clip though. It goes on for like 3 minutes. What? The Yoko Ono screaming? No. That went on for only like... probably only like 30-45 seconds before they cut her mic. But it's enough to be traumatizing to listen to. Show the clip? I highly doubt I can show that clip on Twitch. That would get my shit DMCA'd so quick. Chuck Berry and John Lennon? Are you serious? And Yoko Ono? Well, Yoko Ono doesn't even know what the internet is. Yoko Ono still does that shtick. She's lived her whole life around this idea that people like to hear her make goofy noises. I will never forget that, I think it was 2016, 2015. She went to like an art museum and had her own exhibit where she just grabs a mic and goes, for like 5 minutes. Yoko doesn't know what the fuck the internet is. Thanks a tier 1 Travis and the resub Dish, Axel and the Prime Toad. Resub Void, hope you're doing well. Merry Christmas. Oh, I'm so tired of this fucking PC crashing. Oh, it's getting so frustrating. Oh, now the border's all fucked up again. Oh, goddamn. Thank you for the 10 gift subs, Morgoth. Appreciate it, Morgoth. Thanks for resub Wolf. Thanks for resub Brew. What? No, this is an old Artesian I'm still on. I've just been riding it out. I don't know why, though. It's hard to get past that mental block where I only get something new if the previous thing I was using actually is non-functioning. That's just how I've always been. But this is borderline non-functioning. There's the thing about not wanting to waste stuff. I don't even know where it really started, man. I couldn't tell you. Because it's not like it'd be a waste. This old computer still works, albeit with crashes pretty often, but like it's not unusable. So even if I do just finally upgrade, I could just put this one like at the warehouse as like a last resort kind of computer. So it wouldn't even be like waste. I don't know what it is though. It's just like this little mental barrier where it's me just not feeling ready to upgrade. I don't know. Okay, that's good enough. Alright. I'm going to chalk that one up to Yoko Ono cursed my PC for a crash there. That's going to be my leading theory for now.
Roll Over Beethoven, Rock and Roll Music, and Johnny B. Good, which was featured on the classic Back to the Future.
God,
writing
such a good
lyrics
song
that focused on teen life and consumerism, and developing a music style that included guitar solos and showmanship. Barry was a major influence on rock music. Though he's seen as a legend by many, the fact that he's a predator and full-on creep seems to be forgotten. Well after his peak fame, when Charles was 61 in 1987, he was charged with assaulting a woman at New York's Gramercy Park Hotel. He was accused of causing lacerations to the mouth requiring 5 stitches, 2 loose teeth, and contusions of the face. He pleaded guilty to a lesser charge of harassment and paid a $250 fine. 3 years later, in 1990, he was sued by several women who claimed that he had installed a video camera in the bathroom of his restaurant. Barry claimed that he had the camera installed to catch a worker who was suspected of stealing from the restaurant. Although his guilt was never proven in court, Barry opted for a class action settlement. One of his biographers, Bruce Pegg, estimated that it cost Barry over $1.2 million plus legal fees. His lawyers claimed that he had been a victim of conspiracy to profit from his wealth. Reportedly, a police raid on his house found intimate videotapes of women, one of whom was apparently a minor. Also found in the raid were 62 grams of marijuana. Felony drug and abuse charges were filed, and the abuse charges were eventually dropped, and Barry agreed to plead guilty to misdemeanor possession of marijuana. He was given a 6-month suspended jail sentence, placed on 2 years unsupervised probation, and was ordered to donate $5,000 to a local hospital. Still don't know why the abuse charges were dropped, even though there was apparently a video. Later videos Barry recorded of himself urinating on a woman, and another of her defecating on him would surface. And one of
Whoa! Wait, this guy was like the original R. Kelly pisser. He recorded a video of him pissing on a woman like 10 years before R. Kelly did. Maybe R. Kelly was inspired? Interesting. The defecating, I don't think R. Kelly ever did. I don't think he ever got shit on by a woman. Well, he may have. I have no fucking idea. But that was never in any of the court documents. So he didn't want to go full Chuck Berry. It was a half measure. Thanks to Tier 1 Sergeant and the 5 gift subs Destroyer. Thank you, Destroyer. The Prime. Grit and Resub Brain. John McAfee. Yeah, I still don't know if that one's true, but I still just love the mythos around that. It was rumored that John McAfee would hire prostitutes to sit in this special swing he made that had the ass cut out of it so that way he could lay under it and they'd shit on him. That was a kind of wild theory. Don't know if it's true. There's a lot of mystique around the life of John McAfee. There's really no telling for sure what's real and what's fake. What is it with celebrities and shit piss fetishes? I don't fucking know, man. I'm not their sex therapist. I have no clue. If you want me to take like an uneducated stab at it, I'd say it's probably because they reach this level of wealth and fame where they have everything. So the only thing left to give them some kind of thrill is the most deplorable shit. I don't know. Thanks, Resub Foxy and the Prime Dirty.
videos is it's on Reddit. Doesn't show that much, but you can hear a Chuck Berry fart and then ask, "Did I fart in your face?" Not gonna play the audio.
Oh,
but
what?
It's pretty odd and wild stuff. Nonetheless, the
you can't tease me with that, Tub. What? Say that again.
Face on Reddit doesn't show woman, and another of her defecating on him would surface. And one of those videos is it's on Reddit. Doesn't show that much, but you can hear a Chuck Berry fart and then ask, "Did I fart in your face?" Not gonna play the audio, but it's pretty odd and wild stuff. Nonetheless, the dude was a fucking
Okay, hold on. Just pulling that up. This is called Classic Video Chuck Berry Farts on Prostitute. Okay, I don't know how crude the audio is, so I'm going to mute for a second and listen to this.
Hundreds of hours.
Yes. Yep. So.
That was hype. That was a lot cooler than I thought it was going to be, too. It's not muted. Well, you're welcome then. How about that? That was hype. The video had like his legs over his head. It was like the fart was aimed at her face. Fucking weirdo bad guy, though. Interesting fart, though.
Creep. And he died on my birthday, March 18th, 2017. He died due to a cardiac arrest. It's so annoying that his music is built in all Teslas on their little Christmas mode. Hey Elon, this dude was a full-on predator.
It does seem that way.
Goldvik Ethan, aka Faust, is a Norwegian drummer known primarily for his work with the black metal band Emperor. In 1993, he was sentenced to 14 years in prison for, get this, murder. He's been out of prison since 2003, but according to Ethan, while walking home from a pub through the Olympic Park, a well-known gay cruising spot, a man named Andresen drunkenly approached him and solicited him for sex. Ethan agreed to go with him to the nearby woods, and there he stabbed Andresen 37 times. Ethan claimed that he felt no remorse at the time. Ihsan, his bandmate in Emperor, said that Ethan, quote, had been very fascinated by serial killers for a long time, and I guess he wanted to know what it's like to kill a person. The media has linked the murder to black metal, and speculated that Ethan was motivated by Satanism, fascism, or homophobia. In a 1993 interview, he stated, I am not a Satanist, but I praise the evil. In an interview for the book Lords of Chaos, he explained that he had been interested in Satanism, but there are other things as well. Basically, I don't give a shit. In a 2008 interview...
Which one's the one that's, what is it, the Church of Satan? I don't remember. One of those that's called Satanism or something to do with Satan is actually just kind of about, like, loving yourself or some shit. I don't think it's this one. Whatever this guy's talking about. But which one is that? Oh, the Satanic Temple. Ah, okay. The Satanic Temple. Yeah, because that one is apparently just all about, like, self-love and not worrying about, like, greater powers. Something like that. Thanks to resub Milky and Pupil.
Ethan said, I was never a Satanist or a fascist in any way. In a 2012 interview, he said, I never had any racist or homophobic views. Gal, who was an openly gay member of the Norwegian black metal scene, said that Ethan was the first person to send him a message of support when he came out. Police initially had no suspects, and Ethan remained free for about a year. However, he told Oystein Euronymous Arseth, Varg Vikernes, and a few others what he had done.
Damn, those names are crazy.
After Oystein murder in 1993, which we will talk about next, Ethan was arrested and confessed to killing Andresen. In 1994, he was sentenced to 14 years imprisonment, but was released due to good behavior in 2003 after serving 9 years and 4 months.
Isn't that wild? Murder is still something that you can just serve your time and come back from. I guess maybe there was some level of rehab at that particular prison. That'd have to be some fucking crazy rehab. Guy just randomly murders someone. I don't really know how you solve that problem. But then there's people that have marijuana charges that will never see the light of day again. Apparently marijuana is something you can never rehab out of. Isn't that fucking crazy? Yeah, true. I guess maybe it's just something with the prison system over there that's different here. I don't know. Still, though, I just find that to just be very sad.
And 4 months. Varg Vikernes. Now, the Mayhem Band is a topic you guys have requested a lot, but I honestly don't think I'm gonna make a dedicated video to them anytime soon. There are some great documentaries here on YouTube all about that. However, I will talk about Varg Vikernes, the 1993 to 1994 bass player for the band. On June 6, 1992, the Fantov Church, dating from the 12th century and considered architecturally significant, was burned to the ground by arson. The cover of Burzum's EP, Ashes, is a photo of the destroyed church. By January 1993, arson attacks had occurred on at least 7 other major stave churches, including one on Christmas Eve of 1992. He was found guilty of several of these cases. At the time, media outlets reported that he was associated with some type of Satanism. In later interviews, Vikernes,
man, that satanic panic was in full effect,
arsons, said they weren't satanic, but instead revenge for the Christian desecration of Viking graves and temples. According to him, the arsons were on the anniversary of the Lindisfarne Viking raid. He claimed that all the burnings except for one were done by one person. In early 1993, problems came between him and Euronymous, which was the band's lead guitarist, which ended up in Euronymous' murder. It's been speculated that the murder was a result of a power struggle, or a financial dispute, or maybe even an attempt at outdoing the stabbing by Faust. On the night of the murder, Vikernes and Blackthorn drove from Bergen to Euronymous' apartment at Toyengata in Also. Blackthorn allegedly stood in the stairwell smoking, while Vikernes went to Euronymous' apartment on the 4th floor. Vikernes said he met Euronymous at the door.
Jesus, this is so much to keep track of. Holy shit.
When he stepped forward and confronted Euronymous panicked and kicked him in the chest. Vikernes claims Euronymous ran to the kitchen to fetch a knife. The two got into a struggle and Vikernes stabbed Euronymous to death. His body was found in the stairwell on the 1st floor with 23 stab wounds, 2 to the head, 5 to the
sounds
neck,
like self-defense to me.
the back. After the murder, Vikernes and Blackthorn drove back to Bergen. On the way, they stopped at a lake where Vikernes disposed of his blood-stained clothes. Vikernes was arrested on August 19, 1993 in Bergen. The police found 150 kilograms of explosives and 3,000 rounds of ammunition in his home. On May 16, 1994, Vikernes was sentenced to 21 years in prison, Norway's maximum penalty. The murder of Euronymous, the arson of 3 churches, the attempted arson of a 4th church, and for the theft and storage of 150 kilograms of explosives. Though Vikernes only confessed to the theft and storage of the explosives, 2 churches were set on fire the day he was sentenced. Vikernes continued with his band Burzum, which included one other member, Samath, after his release. He released 3 further black metal albums, Bellis in 2010, Fallen in 2011, and Skiptar in 2012, and a compilation of re-recorded songs. In the years following his release from prison, Vikernes became an active video blogger on his YouTube channel, which was called Thulian Perspective, but YouTube removed his channel from the platform in June 2019. But by that point, the channel had 250,000 subscribers. So there's a chance if he redeemed the 100,000 subscriber play button, that YouTube gave a murderer a play button. I'm talking about a murderer that already killed someone, not like a YouTuber that ended up killing someone. Like they rewarded a murderer with a 100k play button.
Varg Vikernes, født 11.2.73, dømmes til en straff av fengsel I 21 år.
Well, that's Johnny 2 Cash. People here that are now out after murdering somebody. Huge. Wow. The tier 1 Platonic and the resub Licked, Doge and the Prime Lion and the resub Natanata. Yeah, they must have been real lax on that. Thanks, resub Penguin.
Johnny Cash was an American country singer-songwriter. Much of Cash's music contained themes of sorrow, moral tribulation, and redemption, especially in the later stages of his career. He was known for his deep, calming voice, kinda like me. In Los Angeles in the summer of 1965, Johnny Cash was living in the wilderness of Southern California
was that a G-flat?
when he sparked a wildfire with his overheated truck. It blazed through more than 500 acres and threatened the lives of endangered condors. This took the lives of 49 condors, and there were only 53 condors in that entire forest. Sad because in 1987, the California condor was officially declared extinct in the wild, and it's safe to assume Johnny Cash had a lot to do with it. When asked by a judge if he started the fire, he said, "My truck did, and it's dead. so you can't question it. He ended up settling the case for $82,000, or about $500,000 in today's dollars. When held legally responsible by investigators, Cash made lovely statements such as, "I don't care about your damn yellow buzzards." Yeah, he was definitely feeling pretty remorseful. If you guys are looking for ways to support the channel other than just watching the videos,
what a piece of shit!
It's already enough. Thank you so much. You can also buy from
Johnny
the
Cash
brand.
music.
The website is
I didn't know he was such a
and we
douche.
currently have our Christmas collection. You can follow us over on Instagram as
Hey!
well. Exist. We have a new comic. We upload a lot of comics, so if you wanna go see the adventures of Earl, you can go check it out. Everything from the Christmas collection will leave on New Year's, so these are very limited. We're never gonna sell these again. Next year it'll be different Christmas collection.
Steve.
These
Good to see you, man. Hope
designs
you're doing well.
are
Happy
limited. Yeah, if you want to
holidays.
support the channel, if you want to
Thanks
look
for your sub,
cool, if you
Georgia.
want to get a special gift for a special someone, make sure to shop at Earl Doesn't Exist.
Sucks, but it's not murder.
Oh, yeah,
Well, yeah, it's
by the
definitely
way,
not murder.
Make sure to use code EARL20.
I mean, I guess it is murder.
20% off anything
49
on the site. This will
condors.
expire on January 1st.
Not
And now let's
intentionally,
move on to the
but
next topic.
Still.
Ozzy Osbourne. John Michael Ozzy Osbourne is an English singer,
Resub comment.
songwriter, and television personality. He rose to prominence during the 1970s as the lead vocalist of the heavy metal band Black Sabbath. On February 19th, 1982,
Bit the head off a
Osbourne had
bat.
a few too many drinks and ended up stumbling on the street in nothing but his girlfriend's dress. He was in a dress because she hid all his clothing in order so that he wouldn't go out anymore, but Ozzy being Ozzy, he just put on her dress and left. He ended up taking a leak and thought nothing of it, and it was later revealed that Ozzy peed within the Alamo Plaza, not the Alamo itself, but still pretty disrespectful as it's quite literally nicknamed.
I actually remember this.
It holds this status because it
remember
represents
this
the
story.
Battle of Alamo, which was a pivotal event in the Texas Revolution following a 13-day battle where Mexican troops reclaimed the mission, killing most of the occupants inside. Police arrested Ozzy, who spent part of the afternoon in a local jail on charges of public intoxication. He was later freed that evening on a $40 bond and performed at the city's Hemisphere Arena Convention Center. This also led to him being banned from playing in San Antonio, Texas for 10 years. Once those 10 years were up, a sober Ozzy came back and gave a proper apology.
What? Are they speaking through a waterfall? What is that?
DMX.
Oh.
On July 1st, 2004 at 8 p.m., DMX, whose real name was Earl Simmons, and his friend were at the JFK airport, specifically in the parking lot for terminals 1, 2, and 3. Allegedly in a hurry, DMX and his accomplice were becoming irritated with the speed of the car in front of them. So DMX turned on the siren lights of his Ford Expedition. Why he had siren lights? I don't even know. DMX pulled
That's
the
so
random car
hype,
over,
though.
and keep in mind,
What?
the dude was with his wife and his daughter. DMX told the guy that he and his friend were FBI agents and attempted to drag him out of his own car. After failing to do so,
How do you
DMX
use
returned to
sirens
his
as a
vehicle
civilian?
and crashed through a gate, where he was then arrested by Port Authority police and found with multiple rocks of crack cocaine. DMX and his friend, whose name is Jackie Hudgens, were charged with cocaine possession, criminal impersonation, criminal possession of a weapon, criminal mischief, driving under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Also for claiming being a federal agent and attempting to carjack a vehicle. The victim was originally seeking compensation in the amount of $4 million from DMX. DMX's attorney, Rich Cord, spoke on behalf of his client, explaining that the rapper felt he was justified in pulling the victim over and making a citizen's arrest. He went on to say, his vehicle looked like it was a police vehicle, and he believed the victim should have gotten out of the way. When the victim didn't get out of his way, he decided he should pull him over. He read.
What the fuck? This is the... There's no way this works. It's... First of all, it's illegal to impersonate a police vehicle. You can't even have sirens. What do you mean? Like, that's already a crime. Like, a literal crime. I do love the excuse, though, that he actually wasn't trying to, like, steal their car. It was a citizen's arrest. I like that. That's an interesting angle. I like that one. That's good RP. You can buy sirens but can't use them. I don't even know where the fuck you can get sirens. I thought it was literally illegal to have sirens on top of your car unless you are a police officer. You can't flash red and blues. You can have, of course, like the workers' lights and all of that, but you cannot flash red and blues. I think that's literally illegal. Amazon. Well, yeah, I guess you can get like toy ones and slap them up there. Thanks to the resub, Cobra Molnir and Champ. It's illegal to do, but you can still install LED lights. Well, yeah, you can still have, like, some kind of lights. I'm saying you cannot be, like, siren. You cannot... I don't even think you can have fucking red or blue headlights for that very reason. Am I right or wrong with that? You cannot flash anything red or blue because you cannot be mistaken for a law enforcement officer. It's illegal. Jeremy DeWitt alert. True. Classic Jeremy. Thanks to resub, Bora. Fucking hype, though, that for some reason he had law enforcement sirens for his vehicle. That's cool, I guess. DMX was just above the law. He was the law. But he flew a little too close to the sun with all the crack and then trying to arrest someone. Oh, that's not what he was trying to do. But I do like the angle of the citizen's arrest is trying to get him out of the charge.
Billy admits to making believe he was an FBI agent and telling the victim to get out of the car. He denies striking him or trying to pull him out of the car. DMX was given a conditional discharge on December 8, 2004, but pleaded guilty on October 25, 2005 to violating parole. Here's a clip of DMX talking about it on The Breakfast Club in 2012.
I was rushing for a flight. Right. And this dude in the raggedy ass Honda, he driving wild slow. Right. Now usually if I'm in a rush, you know what I'm saying, and I'm in that truck, I'll hit the lights and, you know, throw the siren or whatever, and they get out the way. Right. But he was just totally disrespecting my authority. Not that I really...
What authority?
But what if I really did have the authority?
Right. So you threw the light on?
Yeah, I threw the light on.
So you just have sirens in your car?
Well, that one, yeah. That one, yeah.
I think that made you feel like you had more authority than you actually had.
What? Rick James. James Ambrose.
What the fuck? It sounds like they actually just gave him a law enforcement unmarked vehicle. What the fuck you mean? I just threw on the sirens. That's so wild. Yeah, I mean, at that point, goddamn, he basically was just like an unsworn-in officer. Thanks to the resub, Mitch and Teriyaki. And the bits, Eliza.
Johnson Jr. was an
DMX
American
is his own precinct.
singer-songwriter, musician, and record producer. Born and raised in Buffalo, New York, James began his musical career in his teenage years.
I only know Rick James from Chappelle Show.
US Navy Reserve to avoid being drafted into the Army. In 1964...
Oh, I also know his iconic interview where he's like, cocaine's a hell of a drug. That's it. That's all I know about Rick James. What do the 5 fingers say to the face? Slap. And Charlie Murphy. Man, this has been a night of, like, remembering old Chappelle Show moments. That show was so good back in the day. Fuck me. I'm Rick James, bitch. I know literally nothing about his music or him as a person, though.
James deserted to Toronto, Canada, where he formed the rock band the Minor Birds, who eventually signed a recording deal with Motown Records in 1966. Johnson's career with the group halted after military authorities discovered his whereabouts and eventually convicted him of desertion-related charges. He served a few months in jail. After being released, Johnson moved to California, where he started a variety of rock and funk groups in the late 1960s and early 1970s. In 1977, James finally found success as a recording artist after signing with Motown's Gordy Records, releasing the album Come Get It in 1978, which produced the hits You and I and Mary Jane. In 1981, James released his most successful album, Street Songs, which included career-defining hits such as Give It To Me Baby and Super Freak. By the
Wait,
1990s,
what? Whoa, wait. Rick James is Super Freak? Oh, okay. So I definitely know of his music, I just didn't know it was him that made it. Oh, I had no clue. I love that song. That song went so hard. Thanks, Reese. Karsten, Drag, Mitch, and the bit Smokey. Early January Smokey.
Use was public knowledge. He was heavily addicted to cocaine and later admitted to spending $7,000 a week on cocaine for 5 years straight.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
On August 2nd, 1991, James and his girlfriend Tanya Hijazi were arrested on charges of holding 24-year-old Frances Ali hostage for up to 6 days, tying her up, forcing her to perform sexual acts, and burning her legs and abdomen with the hot end of a crack cocaine pipe. All of this during a week-long cocaine binge. Ultimately, James untied the victim and she fled his house. eventually checking in to Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, where her injuries were brought to the attention of police, and her story unfolded from there. Sadly, many of the allegations made by Ali were not upheld. Due to his strong legal defense team, James managed to avoid life imprisonment after being cleared of the torture charge. You see, this is only one of the many stories when it comes to Rick James being a horrible person. And it didn't seem like Rick James was apologetic, as when another one of his victims was recounting what she went through with him, he was seen audibly snoring in the courthouse. Other stories include minors, which I'd rather not talk about. This is another one of those things where people just seem to not talk about.
Oh, holy
Frank
fuck.
Sinatra. There is a very famous picture of Francis Albert Sinatra, aka Frank Sinatra. This image is the infamous mugshot photo, and who would have thought that one of the world's best-selling music artists' arrest was, well, for a crime that doesn't even exist anymore. And what was that crime, you may ask? Seduction. This charge was usually applied when a man convinced an unmarried woman of good repute to engage in an inappropriate encounter with him. There was generally a promise of marriage that would never actually come true, thereby ruining the woman's reputation. It was basically when a man would lie to a woman of high standards in order to fuck her, usually promising marriage. In other words, the official crime for all the 1930s busters with Riz.
Damn, it man actually caught a Giga Chad charge.
A 23-year-old Sinatra found himself in that situation, and he was officially arrested and booked for seduction. The charge was eventually dropped, and it was later discovered that the supposedly single woman was in fact married. Later that year, the original charge was revised slightly, and Sinatra was again arrested, this time for adultery. Adultery is legal punishment for cheating on your spouse whom you're married to. It's a really outdated law, which some states are actively trying to get rid of. These states include Alabama, Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Illinois, Kansas, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, New York, North Dakota, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Utah, Virginia,
so like all the
and
states.
Wisconsin. I mean, this is a pretty lighthearted one on the list. I know the woman still cheated, and I feel bad for whoever her husband was, but imagine if this mugshot was for something way more heinous. Imagine it was like
Frank Sinatra mugshot for robbing blind old lady, then pushing her in front of a semi-truck.
It just wouldn't feel right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad it wasn't anything too bad from Frank Sinatra. What an actual wild charge. There was a time where it was illegal to have game. Jesus Christ. Hey, sorry to hear about that, Sinatra. But also, congrats and good work.
Elvis Presley. Elvis Aaron Presley was an American singer and actor, dubbed the King of Rock and Roll. He's regarded as one of the most significant cultural figures of the 20th century. His energized interpretations of songs and sexually provocative performance style led him to both great success and initial controversy. He became insanely famous with Heartbreak Hotel, which was his first #1 hit, being released in January 1956, and he quickly became a star. In Joel Williamson's book, Elvis Presley, A Southern Life, he writes about Elvis's life on the road, including his time spent with teenagers. Williamson wrote that while on tour, Elvis preyed on a group of 3 14-year-old girls who would pillow fight, tickle, wrestle, and kiss Elvis, who was 22 at the time. He also met his wife when he was 24. She was 14. Though they got married when she was 21, they claimed they never had sex. This has been questioned by many people, even to the point where a book has been written about it. Multiple books, actually. Now, Elvis was never charged with anything regarding these relationships, but he should have been, and I'm sure we can all agree on that.
I never heard
Thank
that.
you guys
God
so
damn.
much for watching
what the
the
fuck?
video. If you liked it, make sure to leave a like, and if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Also, go follow me on Instagram. We're almost at 100,000 followers. And make sure to go buy some amazing clothing at worlddoesn'texist.com. Oh yeah, and ear candy is out next month. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, and all the other holidays, and happy...
Ooh, is there toss in here? No, okay.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be talking about disturbing live TV moments. Before
I feel like I'll
video,
know most
I do
of
want to
these.
say we are covering very sensitive and mature topics. I know a lot of my videos, it's mainly most of them, but this one, there is a lot of more mature topics. I don't know how else to say it, but yeah, just wanted to say that as a quick warning before the video starts. And like I said, we're going to be talking about disturbing live TV moments. Pretty self-explanatory. There's nothing really more to say. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoy the video.
I don't think
Shabuk.
So I only saw like 2 of them in the thing before with Lee Harvey Oswald. I can't imagine he'd bring up the like live sides one. Right? That'd be crazy. I know, I'm watching the Boomy game up here right now. We'll see though, I guess.
On July 16th, the Herald Tribune reported on what it termed as the quote, first time a has been telecast.
Well, that was quick.
Was about
Never mind, immediately into one of them.
American news reporter working for WXLT TV, later known as WWSB, an affiliate of ABC News. She hosted a talk show about community affairs in Sarasota, Florida, titled Suncoast Digest. Her show ran for 30 minutes starting from 9 a.m. On July 15th, 1974, as she came into the studio, the news director, Gordon Galbraith, said she was in a, quote, better mood than any of the other times when she came in. However, contrary to her usual practice, she asked to read a short newscast, and even more strange, she asked her technical director, Linford Rickard, if he can record.
Her story's crazy. I don't know this one, I don't think.
Back in the 1970s, as confirmed by Rolling Stone, local TV programs in Sarasota, Florida would not be recorded for posterity. Rickard said he didn't think too much about the strange request. In her newscast, she read through 3 news items before introducing a clip from a shooting that had taken place
just won.
at
Let's
a local
go.
restaurant, Beef
That's
and Bottle.
huge.
The clip, however, refused to play as planned, at which point she looked at the camera and said, "In keeping with Channel 40's policy of bringing you the latest in blood and guts, and in living color, bring you another first attempted." She pulled out a .38 caliber Smith & Wesson, and
I can't remember if it was the host or the person they were interviewing, pulled out a shotgun and blew their fucking brains out. It was terrible. It was a politician with a handgun. Nope, that's a different one. Another one that was also broadcast is there was a pedophile who had molested some guy's child. He was like a karate instructor. He kidnapped the kid, molested the kid. He finally got caught. He was standing trial. And as he was walking back, the dad pretended to be on a payphone, turned around with a revolver, shot him, blasted him. And then the dad got off with no charges. Beautiful. That was an absolutely fucking wild video with a happy ending. That one's still iconic. Yep, why, Gary, why? Everyone was so calm about it too. Like after he shot, the guy like that went up to him. He's like, "Why, Gary? Why?" Thanks for some nodes.
Many people claim to have seen the video from places other than the initial live broadcast, such as early websites, FBI training DVDs, and Mondo movies like Faces of Death.
She did want to come
Although
up.
given
Hello,
the
Io.
circumstances, this seems implausible. The tape is still in Molly Nelson's possession, the widow of the former WXLT TV owner, according to a June 8, 2016 report by Vulture. For reasons he never revealed, her husband maintained a copy of the tape, which was given to her upon his passing. She felt uneasy when she started receiving demands to see it after this was made public. She claims that she gave the tape to a sizable law firm for safekeeping and that she has no plans to ever let anyone view it. She also claims that she only kept the tape because she wanted to commemorate her late husband. Lee Harvey Oswald. Lee Harvey Oswald is a name known by many because it's associated with the tragic assassination of President John F. Kennedy. Oswald is alleged to have made the deadly shot on November 22nd, 1963 in Dallas, Texas, as President Kennedy rode in his open car motorcade.
Whoa,
the 24-year-old was...
Hold on. No, you can't go eat those wires. Just hang out in the cat tree. Oh, it's made for cats. Oh, Jesus, what? Oh, Jesus Christ. I know, Io's great. No, 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 no. Okay. Sometimes she just gets in a wire chewing mood though, which is a little rough. Thanks the Bits Thunder. You ever hear of Ken McElroy? No, I've never heard that story at all. Yep, I did watch the Boomy set. Was that the last one of the night?
set for trial on November 24th, 1963, but was shot.
Because the stream's down now.
His case then became full of speculation, with some believing that he indeed shot the president, while others argued otherwise.
Yeah, I got to watch it
Evidence
then.
in support of his conviction
I thought there was
that
still
on the
one
day
more.
of the assassination, he had been seen on the 6th floor of the work building with an assault rifle. He was seen.
Boomy wasn't trolling; he was just having
police
fun.
Officer J.D. Tippett confronted him some distance away from the shooting. This was still less than an hour after the shooting. He's alleged to have shot the police officer and fled. On the other hand, evidence against his conviction is, for example, the conclusion by the House of Representatives Assassination Committee in 1979 that another shooter might have been involved in the assassination.
What's up? Oh, Jesus. What are you doing? Yeah, he was laughing mid-set because he's having fun. That's what gaming is all about. Though he absolutely cracked the fuck up on, like, I think it was game 4 after it ended. I don't know why, but something in game 4 about the way he lost his last stock really had him cackling. Have you seen the video of the veteran who shotgun blasted himself on live stream? That's exactly what I was mentioning, right? That's the guy who brought out the shotgun while they were interviewing him and blew his brains out. Thanks, resub HXS, Nameless, Demon, Creepy, Nibits, Kappa.
30 minutes after the officer was shot, Oswald was arrested at the Texas Theater in the Dallas suburb of Oak Cliff. He was formally arrested the next day, November 23rd, for the numbers of President Kennedy.
He's talking about Ronnie McNutt.
A day later, on November 24th, Oswald was taken to the Dallas police
headquarters. Another fucking awful one.
In the basement, while in transit to the more secure county jail. During his departure from the police headquarters, given his case had the attention of the whole nation, there was a crowd with live TV cameras and a lot of people recording. Suddenly, a man, Jack Ruby, emerged from the crowd and shot him. Ruby, originally named Jacob Rubenstein, fired from a 38 Colt Cobra revolver at a close range, and thus Oswald was fatally wounded. In the clip from the incident, Oswald is seen being escorted out of the police station while guarded by 2 individuals.
Does he? He doesn't show the whole thing, does he? I hope not. Hold on, I'm just gonna play it safe.
And in a split second, Ruby jumps in front of them from the crowd and immediately fires the gun. A reporter, Tom Pettit from NBC, is heard saying, "He's been shot. He's been shot. Lee Oswald has been shot." The entire scene is disturbing to watch, and thus it's unimaginable that it actually aired on live TV. Notably, Ruby's actions led to more conspiracies regarding the assassination. For example, he's said to have a relationship with several Dallas police and often did favors for them in exchange for leniency in the way they scrutinized his strip joints and dance halls, so there was speculation that he might have killed Oswald to prevent him from revealing a larger conspiracy. None of these claims were verified, and the official report from the Warren Commission in 1964 concluded that neither Oswald nor Ruby were part of any larger conspiracy. Initially, Ruby was charged with malice of murder and sentenced to death.
It has been confirmed to be the CIA, though, right?
Murder had brought him grief to the point of insanity.
They just released all those documents like last year.
However, in
not even a year
1966,
ago,
his conviction was reversed by the Texas Court of Appeals on grounds that he could not have been tried fairly, and also cited wrongful admission of testimony. As he waited his new trial, he passed away due to lung cancer in January 1967 in a local Dallas hospital. Rodney Alcala. The story of Rodney Alcala is pretty wild because
we talked about that on stream. That's what I said. So the documents came out. It all but confirmed the CIA was behind the assassination of Kennedy, and nobody said a word. That shit was crazy. I mean, yeah, I guess it's not fair to say they were behind it. More so, we'll tiptoe around it a bit. More so, allowed, and maybe even, gave a little nod. But yeah, that was wild. People had wanted those documents to release for a long time. They finally did it, confirmed what everyone had suspected for a long time, and nobody said shit. I did not know this. Do I believe you? You can look it up. I pulled them up on stream. The documents went public. That's why I'm talking about it. Here, let me... Where do you find them again? Here, the 2022 JFK assassination records from the archives.gov, I believe, has all of them available to download now. Yep. The 2022, December 15th, 2022, they all went public. Thanks, resub spaghetti. You're joking, right? Has to be fake. Why would the CIA want to do that? Zero logic there. I can't remember all of it now, but I think it was something to do with JFK at the time launched an investigation into the CIA itself, right? Something like that. I can't remember now. The fuck was it? Was it? I think it was something that he launched an investigation into the CIA. Yeah, and then threatened to dismantle it. Okay, so that is what it was? Okay. Easy resub, Coco.
The question, how did a serial killer end up on a live TV dating game? To better
this one's also
why
very
his
well
TV
known.
appearance was disturbing, we first have to go through his background. Before his TV appearance, Alcala was suspected to have murdered at least 4 people. This is considered a conservative number by some because other accounts place his total murders at about 130, a combined number for before and after the live TV appearance. His childhood background is a little hidden, but
he
it's
wanted to
known
cut
that
the
he was
CIA
born in
budget
San
by
Antonio,
20%,
Texas
not
in
dissolve it.
1943.
Like I said, I'm
He moved with his
foggy on
family
the
to
details. I
Mexico
just
when
know
he
it was
was
something
8
with the
years old,
CIA
and
he
then
wanted
3
to
years later, he
investigate
moved
and
with his
change.
mother back to suburban Los Angeles. His father had abandoned them after just 3 years in Mexico. He then joined the army as a clerk at age 17 but was medically discharged. He had a nervous breakdown and was dismissed on mental health grounds. Also, he was brilliant with an IQ of 135 and even managed to attend UCLA and later New York University studying film. In 1969, age 25, Alcala attempted his first kill. The victim was Tali Shapiro, an 8-year-old girl he lured into his apartment in Hollywood. The incident happened on September 25th in 1969 when Shapiro, then a second grader, was walking along Hollywood Sunset Boulevard and accepted a ride from Alcala, who lied about knowing her parents. A good Samaritan who saw the abduction followed Alcala to his apartment and then called the police. Officers came and tried to get Alcala to open up unsuccessfully, so they busted down the door and found Shapiro on the floor with severe injuries. Alcala had escaped via the back door. This was the first time Alcala showcased his killing signature: beating, biting, and strangling. His escape led him to New York, where he picked an alias, John Berger, and joined film school. Surprisingly, he studied under Roman Polanski, a renowned film producer, director,
God, that sounds about right.
and actor who fled the US after pleading guilty to intercourse with a minor. Alcala was later...
But not after winning an Oscar for it and receiving a standing applause and people lamenting the fact that he couldn't be there because he was on the run for fucking raping a kid. Hollywood is sick, man. Hollywood's fucking sick. And yeah, and he is still praised to this day. That Polanski shit, man.
Later convicted of the in 1970, but only served 34 months in jail for defiling a minor, as Shapiro's parents didn't want her testifying at the trial for rape. Fast forwarding to 1980, he was convicted of murdering Robin Samso, a 12-year-old. The conviction was overturned twice before finally getting a death sentence for her murder, and also for the and murders of Georgia Wixted, Jill Parento, Charlotte Lamb, and Jim Barracombe that occurred in the 1970s. It's therefore believed that between 1969 and 1980, he could have murdered a lot more people. In 2012, he confessed to the murders of Cornelia Crilly, flight attendant, and Ellen Hover, an heiress, and in 2016 got charged with murdering 28-year-old Christine Ruth Thornton. Now, knowing his story, it's disturbing that on Wednesday, September 13th,
the dating
1978, Alcala made an appearance on the TV matchmaking show, The Dating waiting game. Even more disturbing is that the day's bachelorette, Cheryl Bradshaw, facing the lineup of 4 eligible bachelors, chose Alcala, going by bachelor number 1. He was introduced as a, quote, successful photographer and a fan of skydiving and motorcycling. During his appearance at the show, it was however confirmed that his career was typesetting at Los Angeles Times. The mention of photography was thus a curious bit because it seemed that he only used it to lure his female victims. He would then kill them and have their bodies in grotesque poses before taking pictures. An interesting bit of his appearance on the show was also the kind of answers he gave to the Bachelorette. For example, he said his best time is at night because, quote, nighttime is when it really gets good, end quote. He also did an impression of a dirty old man while at it. He won the game, and with Cheryl Bradshaw, they were supposed to go on and get tennis lessons and a trip to Magic Mountain. However, Bradshaw said her intuition didn't let her. She said that while they were backstage conversing, she got extremely creepy vibes from him, and she just decided to not go with him. And she never saw him again. But those vibes saved her life. Saved her life. WDBJ.
She's got a great vibe radar.
On a regular morning of August 26, 2015, 24-year-old Allison Parker, a news reporter, and 27-year-old Adam Ward, a photojournalist, both working for CBS Roanoke affiliate WDBJ TV, were fatally shot while in the middle of a live television interview. Parker was interviewing Vicki Gardner, a director for a local chamber of commerce, at Smith Mountain Lake in Monetta. At around 6:46 a.m., the gunman, Vester Lee Flanagan II, approached the trio and shot about 15 times from a Glock 19, killing Parker and Ward instantly. Gardner was hospitalized, received surgery for her wounds, and as of 2020, she said she had to come a long way in both physical and mental recovery. Flanagan II was a former journalist at WDBJ and had been fired on February 1st, 2013. He had appeared on air at the station as Bruce Williams. In the incident video, he is shown with an outstretched arm holding the gun and firing repeatedly at Parker. Apparently, he had first hit Ward and Parker tried to run away. She was heard screaming and saying, "Oh my God," as she got shot and fell. As Ward fell, the camera momentarily captured the image of the gunman. The feed was switched quickly to the anchor at the station, who was bewildered and just said, "Okay, not sure what happened there." It was also bizarre that Flanagan had walked up to them and just stopped a few feet away, but didn't start shooting until Ward pointed the camera at Parker and Gardner. It was as if he wanted the interview to go live first. Even weirder is that he posted the whole ordeal on his social media. So, why did Flanagan do this? Well, it's evident that even WDBJ's president and general manager, Jeffrey Marks, knew Flanagan had the potential to do so because in an interview, Marks said Flanagan's name instantly came to mind when he heard about the shooting. Flanagan had left the station, quote, in a cloud, and it was because he was asked to leave and actually escorted by the police out of the station after being fired. Marks
I never heard about this one.
Happy man and was extremely difficult to work with. He'd been dismissed due to many incidents of anger, and he didn't take that well. On the alleged Flanagan Twitter account, the graphic video of the shooting was posted along with a series of tweets referencing Park and Ward. One tweet said, "Allison made racist comments," and another, "Adam went to HR on me after working with me one time." So it seemed there was a personal vendetta. The video posted on his social media has him uttering the word bitch before firing at Parker. Later on, at 8:23 in the morning, Flanagan II faxed ABC News a, quote, note for friends and family, and then called him at 10 a.m. to confess. The authorities managed to track him down using his phone as he tried fleeing using a rented Chevrolet Sonic on the I-81 and then I-86. A trooper tried to stop him after an automatic license plate reader identified the car, but Flanagan sped off. He ran off the side of the road and struck an embankment near Markham, Virginia. He was found in the car with gunshot wounds. They airlifted him to a hospital in Falls Church, but he succumbed to the injuries and was declared dead at 1:26 p.m. Carl Wallenda.
That one wasn't even long ago. I never heard of that one. Oh my God. What the fuck? So many places to stop this? Not really, man. Like, you can't just, like, arrest a guy because he's a weirdo. Like, that's a hard line to walk. But I will say, sometimes people actually just look like serial killers. Like, actually. Like, they were literally born to just be a killer. Sometimes people just have that fucking look. Sometimes you can absolutely fucking judge a book by its cover. And it's especially true for fucking pedophiles too, man. Sometimes you can just immediately look at someone and be like, that guy, he is probably a pedophile. And sure enough, sometimes right on the money. There's the Prime Boston and the Bits Davis and the Resub Azure. You guys remember, I think it was 2 years ago, there was I think it was a Facebook streamer, I can't remember. It was a Fortnite streamer, and it turns out he had been very inappropriate with minors. And they released his mugshot. And it was like the most stereotypical, quintessential pedophile shit ever. The guy was, I think he was, what was it, balding, purple, no, green left beard, red right beard. Fuck, I can't remember. He looked like an actual goddamn fucking clown. And the big meme at the time was, it's always the person you least expect. Obviously toying around with, like, this guy actually looks like a pedophile. Show a picture. Here, I'll pull him up real quick. I think it was Facebook. Yeah, I was off. It was just different color hair, different colored beard. But here, this guy. He's a tier 1 Uzora and the Resub Saint. I don't know actually what happened to this story. I don't remember if he went to jail or not. Let's see. What was his? Oh, it was child rape charges too. God damn. I think it's the resub MCR and Weedle. I think it's a tier 1 bup.
Performing death-defying acts is nothing new to TV, but there's always a chance that something could go wrong.
Izzy won?
This is exactly
Good.
what
I like
happened to
Izzy.
73-year-old Carl Wallenda on March 22nd, 1978. While walking a wire and with live television broadcast covering the act, the world watched in horror as he fell 100 feet to his death. He landed on a taxi and bounced onto the pavement. Wallenda wasn't new to walking on a tightrope and already had built a great reputation as a daredevil in doing similar stunts. The German-born performer was raised in a circus family and started learning stunts as a young child. By the time he was in his teens, in 1922, he started the Flying Wallendas, a group that did the traveling balancing act. The group consisted of Herman, his brother, Helen Kreis, his girlfriend, later his wife, and Joseph Geiger, a friend from school. All these individuals had circus training. They toured Europe a lot in their earlier years, garnering a reputation that had them even referred to as the Great Wallendas. They specialized in walking tightropes, high wire bicycling, and the 4-man pyramid act. They eventually moved to America under the wing of John Ringling, an American circus entrepreneur. Their debut in the US was at Madison Square Garden in New York City, where they got a standing ovation. They got so famous so quickly that Wallenda's reputation preceded him. One of their most memorable acts was a death-defying 7-person, 3-tier pyramid tightrope walk, with the highest person balancing on a chair. Their success was, however, not riddled with danger. Before Carl Wallenda's deadly fall, the crew had witnessed a...
Ringling was well known for all of the animals they used. They'd abuse the fuck out of them. They'd beat the shit out of all their animals. You guys don't remember that? They were the circus that made the animal acts, like, famous. They're shut down now, though. They shut them down, like, 3 or 4 years ago, I think. Somewhere in that ballpark. They've been shut down for a little bit now. Well, even before they were shut down, they had fallen into so much controversy over beating their animals, but they eventually phased out the animals in order to comply with the abuse complaints, but then they couldn't maintain any kind of profitability, so they kind of fizzled out. Here, let me see, when was it? Oh my god, they relaunched last year? What? Wait, no way. And also, I was wrong. It was only 2 years ago. October 21st of 2021. I forgot the date there, the most important part. It was 2021. Oh, wait. Nope. That's when they made a statement. They were on May 7th, 2017. They gave their last performance before shutting down. But then in 2021, they announced that they're going to be relaunching in 2023 without animal performances. Circuses don't need animals. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Cirque du Soleil is an incredible group, and all of theirs is human performers doing crazy stunts and shit. They even mix in like stories.
Other deaths. For example, in 1962, at the Shrine Circus in Detroit, the 7-person pyramid collapsed after the frontman
just not a traditional
circus
circus.
Died. Wolenda's son-in-law, tightrope partner, and nephew. Wolenda's son got paralyzed from the waist down, while the niece had a serious head injury. Just a year later, Wolenda's sister-in-law fell to her death from a tightrope. Also, just a few years later, another son-in-law died from electrocution after grabbing a live wire while doing a stunt. It seems all these deaths were seen as less compared to the success he got. For example, setting the world high wire record by walking 1,800 feet across Kings Island. He also did a high wire walk across the Tallulah Gorge. On the day he fell to his death, he was in San Juan, Puerto Rico, for a performance to attract his audience to the Pan American Circus performance that he was to do with his 17-year-old granddaughter, Rita. The stunt was held at beachfront hotels, where a 750-foot long cable was strung between Flamboyant Hotel and Condado Plaza Hotel. About halfway through the wire, he struggled against high winds and started teetering. This lasted for about 30 seconds before he fell. A local news crew, San Juan Star, was recording the performance for broadcast. Jane Baird, the reporter, said that around the midpoint, the wire was, quote, dancing underneath him. Members of his crew who were holding the guide wires yelled at him to sit, Poppy, sit, but as he tried to squat, he was blown off the wire. His death was attributed to multiple fractures and traumas. This, however, wasn't the end of his legacy, since his great-grandson, Nick Wolenda, kept performing insane stunts and even went back to the same location where Wolenda died just to do the same act and successfully complete it.
And smarter. Nick Wolenda's the guy who did the, was it the Grand Canyon? I think so. The Grand Canyon wire walk. He has safety equipment. Back in those days, they'd do it all natural. So, dude actually just went up there, no safety equipment, and fucking let it ride. I think it's the Bits Teach On. Wasn't there a movie about this? I don't know if there was a movie about it or not. Thanks to Resub Huge. This is something I've said before, and it's super true. People 80, 90 years ago were literally just more talented at some of the shit we still do today. I'm going to pull something up right after this video real quick that I think is still incredibly impressive.
This video, if you guys enjoyed it, make sure to leave a like.
Yeah, you know what? We can watch the new TUV tonight, actually.
Appearance of Lars Mitek.
Legitimately one of the worst.
On July 2014 at Varna Airport in Bulgaria, German man Lars Mitek was on vacation with 4 friends at a resort called Golden Sands. This resort was popular among visitors.
Candy corn sucks.
The coast of the Black Sea, and it was a fairly cheap stay. Specifically, Lars and his friends were staying at Hotel Viva Club within the resort. Everything was going great, and they spent their time hanging out on the beach, drinking, and other things of that nature. Though things took a turn about a week later when Lars got into a fight at a 24-hour McDonald's. Lars, a fan of the football club Werder Bremen, had differences with fans of Bayern Munich. He then parted from his friends outside a restaurant after leaving the bar. And
I still think it is extraordinarily lame to get in fights for the sake of a team you like in a sport. People like to pretend that, you know, liking sports isn't nerdy, but you do exactly what people on Twitter do, but to the next level. Like for anime, you do it for sports, but like an actual fist fight and ruin your life over it. I think that's just as nerdy, if not more nerdy. Thanks a bit, Bobby.
Disappeared for the rest of the night. Lars turned up at the resort the following morning and told his friends he was beaten by 4 men hired by the group in the bar who he had a disagreement with the night before. The fight resulted in Lars having an injured jaw and ruptured eardrum. He went and saw a doctor who advised him to not fly due to his injury because the high altitude pressure could make things worse. So he prescribed the antibiotic cefprozil. Lars's friends wanted to stay with him, but he insisted he was fine on his own. And he told them they could go back home without him. He'll just stay to recover. So they did. They left without him. Lars checked out of the resort the same time as his friends, friends and checked into the hotel Color Varna for one night. The hotel was cheap and close to the airport. However, a day after his friends left, he began to act paranoid. While at the hotel, Lars called his mother, and in a whisper, he told her that people were trying to kill him or rob him, and that she should cancel his credit cards. The security cameras in the hotel recorded him pacing up and down the halls, looking out windows, and hiding in an elevator.
This is sad.
At 1 in the morning, he left the hotel before returning about an hour later. It's not known what he did in this period of time. In the morning, he once again called his mother, telling her that the people pursuing him were getting closer. Lars was last seen at Varna Airport on July 8th, 2014, the day he was planning on going back to Germany. He texted his mother that he had arrived at the airport. He went to consult with the airport doctor, Dr. Kosta Kostov, and Kostov would later describe his behavior as nervous and erratic. According to Kostov, he told Lars that he was fine and he could return home. However, Lars didn't leave his office, expressing doubt about the medication that he was taking. At that time, a construction worker entered the office. The airport was undergoing renovation at the time, so it was pretty normal for a construction worker to come into an office and ask, hey, what else do you need me to do? You know, stuff like that. Kostov said that Lars then began to tremble. He yelled, I don't want to die here. I have to get out of here. He then got up and fled the office. He left all of his luggage, which included his wallet, cell phone, and passport. He was captured by airport security cameras fleeing the terminal. Once outside, he can be seen on the footage jogging away from the airport, climbing a fence, running into a meadow, and sprinting off camera. This was the last time Lars Matank was ever seen.
I vaguely remember this. The leading theory is that he somehow like fell into the construction site and died and got buried in there, isn't it? This is him, isn't it? I actually remember this now vaguely. Or am I thinking of someone else? Oh, that's the wrong guy? Oh, different guy. Oh, never mind then. Maybe I don't know anything about this. The construction really checked out though. Do you guys know who I'm talking about though? I don't remember the exact case, but there was a guy captured on security footage like acting really erratic, eventually disappears, they can't find him, but the leading theory was he like fell into like I guess it'd be like wet cement or something, and died there, and no one ever knew. Oh, that was at the bar. Oh, that's right, it was the bar guy. Yep. That's what it was. At the mall. The mall bar thing. That was his name, Brian Schaefer? Fucking terrifying story. Thanks, resub Drew. In the prime. Goralpsby. Oh, that was super wholesome, Drew.
A lot of people think that he just got brain damage from the fight and that he just went insane after that. The running into nothingness, it's so scary. And then never being seen again, bro. Truly horrifying. Imagine the last place you're seen is through a 180p security camera. Jesus. Like, that sucks. That sucks so much. Wow.
It does suck.
Move on to the next one.
Oh, there's not even like a theory around what happened to him? That's it? Man just straight vanished? No theories at all. Oh, right, I need to move this back. I just noticed. Sorry. This was for Rocket League and I forgot to move it back. These are the bits regular.
Talking about like disturbing security camera footage really makes me want to write, but thankfully, Jesus Christ, this is such a bad fucking ad. You guys
thanks to 5 gift subs, Isaac.
But thankfully,
resub Froggy.
we have the Earl notebook. We sell notebooks at earldoesn'texist.com. This is not our specialty. This is like a thing for the fall drop. This is never gonna be sold again. It's not our main thing. I just needed a segue to.
What a weird segue after the disappearance of a guy.
Make you want to write. We have zip up hoodies. Yeah, look at that. A zip up hoodie. Maybe y'all don't like pullover hoodies. That's okay. We got zip ups. We have so many things at the store. Please make sure to visit earldoesn'texist.com. Sometimes YouTube, my boss, gives me limited ads.
Slap my popcorn.
Demonetization. You guys buying from Earl helps me a ton. It helps. It's genuinely like the #1 way to support me. Thank you guys for buying at Earl. We have that goal of being a mainstream brand one day. Make sure to go shop at earldoesn'texist.com and get yourself something nice for fall.
The guy vanished because he didn't buy my merch.
Jameson family disappearance. On October 8th, 2009, in Eufaula,
That's the leading
Oklahoma,
theory.
a family of 3 went missing, and till this day, no one knows what led up to their mysterious deaths. Bobby Dale Jameson, his wife Sherilyn, and their 6-year-old daughter Madison seemed to live pretty normal lives until family members noticed they were gone. A police search began and their truck was found in Latimer County, which is an hour away from their home. In the past few months, the family had been looking for 40 acres of land to buy, where they planned to live in their storage shed. But the items found in their truck indicate that they weren't planning on disappearing forever. Inside, investigators found their IDs, wallets, phones, Sherilyn's purse, and even the family dog, which was alive but extremely malnourished. Dude, this thing is choking me. Y'all, leave a like, because I'm getting choked, bro. Leave a like, subscribe, viral. Y'all know what to do. They also found $32,000 in cash, and police still don't know where they got that money from. Some investigators suspect that
they probably just took it out.
Selling or buying drugs, but also, why would you take your daughter to a drug deal? Doesn't really make that much sense. Not only that, but in a cell phone in the car, they found this creepy photo of the daughter in the woods the day the family disappeared. It was impossible to tell from the condition of the truck if they had left voluntarily or had been forced out of the car by someone else. A search party was formed and investigators combed through miles of woods and surrounding area looking for any trace of the Jameson family, but nothing was found. On November 16th, 2013, 4 years later, just 3 miles away from where the truck was parked, hunters stumbled upon the partial remains of 2 adult skeletons and 1 child skeleton. Forensic testing proved that it was the Jameson family, but due to how decomposed the bodies were, they couldn't find a cause of death. So the police decided to open the case back up again and check through the family security footage. What they found was extremely odd. In the video, the couple is seen going back and forth between the house and the truck, packing up their things, and in the video they didn't interact once, and they seem to be bringing and taking the same stuff from the house. Prior to their disappearance, Bobby Dale had gone to his pastor and claimed that his home was haunted, saying that he had 2 to 4 ghosts.
Oh, Jesus
Sherilyn
Christ.
had also purchased a satanic Bible, allegedly as a joke. However, Bobby Dale confessed to his pastor that
that's definitely a murder-suicide.
That witchcraft may have been a factor in their deaths. Sherilyn's mother believed that the Jamesons had somehow gotten involved with a cult and were murdered by violent members. But she never named the cult, and there's no evidence supporting that theory.
Nah, I think that's definitely like a murder-suicide.
On
That's
January 10th,
fucking
2019,
awful.
in Birmingham, which is in the United Kingdom, a thief was caught on an inner home security camera. First, he triggers the patio light, which he doesn't care about, and then shines his flashlight inside the home to see what he can take. He then proceeds to pick the lock on the sliding glass door, and eventually is successful. He slides the door and listens in for a while before leaving the scene in a hurry. But seconds later, he returns, and this time he actually enters the home and begins getting a better look at the place. Then the house alarm goes off and he makes a run for it, for good this time. Keep in mind, the homeowners were in the house the whole time. They were upstairs and they were fucking horrified seeing how deep someone got into their house. One of the homeowners explained on Facebook, "So last night at around 12:30 a.m. we got broken into by this scumbag. Luckily he fled by our house alarm, but still managed to break our patio lock completely and get into the living room. Absolutely mind-boggled that someone was in my house while I was asleep. We noticed a car come down the road and pass our house twice, just a few minutes before this man ran up our drive. The car looks like a black BMW 1 Series. CCTV also shows he has a funny limp with his walk. Someone must recognize this. Honestly gutted. Hopefully this.
Does he have a limp? It didn't look like it. It looked like he was sneaking like a cartoon character.
How quiet the thief was and how deep he got into the house. And luckily for them, they had a camera inside the home, which I don't really see most homes do. It's usually businesses that have inner security cameras. The person was never caught, in case you're wondering. I mean, they're wearing a mask. You can't really do anything about that one. But yeah, I thought this was a scary one to add to the list. Let's continue. Ghost.
That one's like something out of Mr. Nightmare, like the actual footage stuff.
Caught on security camera footage. A lot of people think these are ghosts or souls, and this is how they appear in video. Just bright balls of light that the human eye can't see. Some people like to see it as their loved ones visiting them, but we'll never really know. Though it is interesting how many orbs are caught on camera. Moving on to more creepy stuff are actual like ghosts caught on film. Now there are many of these cases. I think most of them are fake. I'm not gonna lie, but I'll show you some that I think could be real.
I want to be convinced. I've been wanting real evidence.
People just try to fake it to get clout, you know? So I got some genuine ones for you guys. Here we have a video taken by a mother of a little boy on his bicycle, and if you look closely at the balcony, you can see the shape of a little child. This took place in England, and the
a little child. I thought this was like the ghost of like Charles III or something up there. That's a kid? What's he wearing? A suit? With like a flower in his pocket? That's not a kid. That's an old monarch.
In England, and the property dates back to the 19th century.
A Jedi.
The mother asked officials about the figure, and they said only security was in the building at the time. And I don't think they have 4'9" securities guarding the place. The next clip is from 2019, and I'll just read how the video starts off. The following clip was filmed while my mom and I were on vacation. We decided to leave our cats home alone for the few nights we would be gone. We scheduled a house sitter to come by and check up on them every other morning. When we arrived back home, we noticed a strange change in their behavior, so we decided to review the footage.
Now they're bipedal.
One of the cats already seemed startled
and
by
they
the time
bench
the video
press.
starts, and if you look at the right side of the video, we can see a shadow walk past the hallway.
Oh shit.
Then we see this table shake and the door open. The video ends with this title card. This happened December 18th, 2019. We decided to wait before releasing the footage publicly. Please share this video. We are still looking for answers. Okay, while I was writing the script down, I realized this one kinda seems fake too. Sorry for saying these could be real. But I mean, why beg people to fucking share the video? What the fuck are they gonna do? Get Bill Nye the Science Guy to fucking, oh, it's scientifically proven. Like, no. Like, you have ghosts in your house. You don't need this to get...
You don't understand.
That's all I
There's
think about
experts
it. Let me know
out
what you think
there.
about it.
There's always the TikTok, or witch talk, excuse me, that can explain away anything. I still remember the time I accidentally played a prank on them with the haunted egg video. That was unlucky. They were not happy about that, but god damn it, reading those or watching those responses about like, finally it's confirmed, was pretty joyous. If anyone remembers that. That wasn't even on purpose. You mean, yeah, Matt put the prank on me, which ended up pranking them. Because I genuinely didn't know. God, that's still so embarrassing. Banger, though. Banger, though.
Okay, but this next one I think was 100% real. Like, actually 100% real. This footage literally gives me chills. Apparently, this family in 2019 thought their house was haunted, and they had been experiencing paranormal things. Like, for example, the mother said she felt someone's hands on her neck while sleeping. The footage shows a figure walking by the baby's crib, and the baby ended up with a scratch on her face the morning after.
Thanks, resub frogs.
Also, the baby's grandpa explained that he had heard a story about the previous homeowner committing by jumping out the window.
The story that I was told was the gentleman that lived here originally committed, apparently, by jumping out this window.
But then they showed the house, and I think you could break your bones but not die from this. Also, fucking scary place to own a house? Literally in the middle of the fucking woods.
That is a fair comparison.
House from Courage the Cowardly Dog seems safer than this. Fucking
I will agree, this is a fucking weird house. Where do you even find a listing for this? This looks like a shed that someone just stumbled upon. They're like, yeah, I can sell this. What an interesting abode.
The house from Courage the Cowardly Dog seems safer than this. Woman in handcuffs. On August 24th, 2018 in Montgomery, Texas, security camera footage caught a woman in handcuffs.
Oh, I actually remember this one. This one's just legitimately sad.
It was about 3:20 a.m. and the frightened home resident called police, saying that there was a woman wearing what looked like restraints with no shoes and that she was ringing their doorbell late in the evening. The footage went viral, making national news. At first, no one was able to identify the woman as police searches intensified. Local officials were worried that something may have happened to the woman as she appeared to be in distress in the footage. 5 days later, on August 29th, the woman was identified as 32-year-old local resident whose name was kept private for safety reasons due to suspected domestic violence. She told police she had been sexually and that the broken restraints on her wrists were bondage cuffs.
A lot of details, but I was scared at the time, and that's what caused me to ring the neighbor's doorbell. I believe in my heart that is not who he truly is, so I don't want... It hurts me to see him bashed online.
When she was found, her boyfriend was also found with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. She explained that not only did she try ringing doorbells, but she also tried waving cars down, but
I didn't remember that part.
She wouldn't disclose details about what caused her to flee from the home, but she told local news that she forgives him.
I woke up and he was kneeling on my chest and stuffing some sort of cloths in my mouth and duct taping my entire head. Felt like when that was happening, like
I just remember the ring footage thing.
Going to die there that night.
Missy Beavers killer. Terry Missy Beavers was born on August 9, 1970 in Graham, Texas. Married to Brandon Beavers in 1998, Missy was a mother to 3 daughters and the family resided in Red Oak. Missy Beavers worked as a fitness instructor, holding Camp Gladiator boot camps at Midlothian's Creekside Church of Christ, only 20 minutes away from her residence. On April 18, 2016, the body of Missy Beavers was found at that same church. Beavers' murder garnered a lot of media attention after Midlothian police published surveillance videos from inside the church. Captured around the time period before Beavers' murder, the video shows an unknown person in police tactical gear walking around. They would also break glass and break into doors. Police believe the person in the video is Beavers' murderer.
I don't remember this one. Where can you even get tactical gear like this without being a police officer?
Initial case, but it's not solved yet, and I don't know if it ever will be. Before dawn on April 18, 2016, there was a heavy thunderstorm. The night before her murder,
you can buy that on Amazon?
That the fitness class would be held inside, as opposed to the typical site at the parking lot.
That looks official as fuck.
Surveillance tapes arriving at 4:18 in the morning. Shortly after 5 in the morning, a student entered the class, stumbling upon Beavers' body. She was pronounced dead not long after the police arrived, and she was found with several puncture wounds to the head and chest. A police warrant alleged that these wounds were consistent with tools the suspect was carrying throughout the building. Although police did not confirm whether it was a weapon of murder, the hammer was found alongside other tools near her body. At first, the investigators were sure the suspect was a man. However, as time went by, more and more people had begun to suspect that it's actually a woman under that costume. Investigators shared another potential clue. The suspect appeared to be walking slowly, sometimes steadying themselves with the wall and having trouble moving their right foot or leg. In 2021, a forensic podiatrist contested both claims, alleging that the walk was affected by the weight of the gear and the weapons, and there's no relationship between the walk and the gender. Initially, a reward was set at $10,000 before doubling to $20,000 and then rising to $50,000. And ever since 2021, the price stayed at $150,000 simply for information about this person. Wow, rest in peace.
What the fuck? This doesn't really look like a costume you'd buy on Amazon, though. I mean, granted, I've never tried to buy police tactical gear, but this looks like the whole shebang. Like, that shit looks super official. It's 240p video, what are you on about? Look at the size of this shit! It looks like there's a bulletproof vest under the initial vest. I mean, I guess it could just be shitty quality, but she looks like he or she looks like the Juggernaut from Call of Duty. Usually, like, the police outfits that you'd find at Party City and everything look a lot flimsier and shittier than that. True, I guess they could just be rather large. I'm assuming it's all the equipment, but yeah, they could just be a large person, I guess. I suppose. Not that intense. I don't know. I'm pretty impressed by it. It seems like official gear. At least compared to the other shit you ever see from, like, police costumes that you'd find on Amazon and eBay.
$1,000 simply for information about this person. Wow. Rest in peace. Disappearance of Meta Valentine.
Airsoft cosplay. True. The tactical equipment. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. I'm not deep into the airsoft community. The people that dress up in the tactical stuff, like the actual tactical stuff, legitimately have connections to the real distributors, right? I remember watching a video about one of them getting into a fight and him talking about his connections to, like, the actual enforcement agencies and the distributors. I don't know if that's something just a normal civilian can buy. Not always. Okay. Maybe it was just that one guy then.
After she failed to show up for Bible study. The last footage of her was this surveillance video taken from outside of her apartments.
Thanks, resub CJ.
The man that chased her down in the video was later identified as Reginald McDowell, her ex-boyfriend. Meta and McDowell first met in high school, but their relationship was extremely complicated. By 1999, Meta ended up dating someone new, a man named Kenneth D. Thompson, and that same year, Meta and Kenneth were reportedly bound, gagged, pistol whipped, and placed into the trunk of a vehicle by the ex, Reginald. He was later charged with 2 counts of first-degree kidnapping and 1 count each of first-degree burglary and shooting into an occupied vehicle. In 2001, Reginald was sentenced to 15 years in prison, but was released in 2011. Once he was free, him and Meta got back together. In 2014, Meta ended up just breaking up with him. And 11 days after doing so, she went missing. Meta's body was never found, and Reginald was never caught, but he's suspected to be somewhere in New York. Ugh, that's so sad. Imagine the last footage of you is, security. Imagine your kids. She was a mom.
God
the last
damn.
thing.
Jesus Christ.
Just like some pixels of her running.
Why though? That's a cycle of abuse, man. It's not uncommon. We were talking about it earlier. I thought it was 5, but I guess number 7. It usually takes someone 7 attempts to leave an abuser before they finally actually leave an abuser. Everyone likes to make it sound like it's so easy, like, well, just leave. Just get the fuck out. What are you doing? Just leave. It really isn't that simple. It's just not. And it never has been, never will be.
Wait, that's horrible, that's horrible. But yeah, rest in peace, sir. Supposed alien abduction caught on film. In 1996, the TV show Paranormal Borderline had a submission that contained a VHS tape and a letter. The letter told the story of a worker who appeared to have been abducted by aliens. The footage shows 4 angles of different sections of the warehouse. The top right one is the one we'll be focusing on. We see a worker leave the gate at 11 p.m. and then boom, a flash of light knocks all the cameras out and only come back until 1 in the morning. Then we see the man crawl back, vomit, then leave the scene again. Apparently the man quit his job and moved away. Now, I know this one's most likely fake, and it's already extremely corny, but let's hear what a UFO researcher has to say about this same footage.
I work with many people that
a UFO researcher,
suffer
huh?
from post-traumatic stress disorder. Something happened to them, externally happened to them, that they don't maybe quite remember, but they know they became ill. They know that, you know, they came back and it was 1 o'clock in the morning, and what happened? I was just opened the gate and it was 11:15, and then next day
Oh, I actually remember this story. I haven't seen his video on it, but I remember this was on Reddit. There was a random TikTok that was taken, well, at least this story, I guess the whole thing might not be connected. A random TikTok taken of a girl with like a black eye and shit. And then Redditors actually were the ones that maybe potentially connected her to a missing persons case. I don't remember the result. I don't know if it actually turned out to be true or not, but yeah, I guess we'll check it out, sure.
This 14-year-old girl is accused of stabbing her sister to death.
Exit Tier 1 Sam, Tier 1 Pringles, and the resub Brian, and the Prime Brad, Airman, and WQ, and Tier 1 Iron Man. Yeah, someone mentioned the Andrew files earlier.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be talking about the darkest TikTok Iceberg. Now this is a sequel to my darkest YouTube Iceberg, but this video is a lot more gruesome. Reason being, because in the YouTube Iceberg, we talked about just creepy videos on the website. Now for this TikTok Iceberg, we're gonna talk about real world events. In case you guys don't know how an iceberg works, which you should by now, honestly, it's a list that starts at the tip and ends up going all the way down to the dark abyss. As we go down, we begin covering topics that not the general audience knows about, but we're actually switching it up for this video. We're not doing it from most known to least known. We're doing it from most tame to most gruesome. This video gets really, really dark, and it sounds so ironic because it's TikTok, but you guys would be
TikTok's a fucked platform.
Also, I made
Shit's
this
nutty.
list. Here is the list. If anyone else wants to make a video on it, just make sure to credit me, and you can add on, remove, I don't care, but I made this list because this didn't really exist before. I hope you guys watched the whole thing. By the way, make sure to follow me on Instagram and subscribe to the channel if you are not already. Actually, don't subscribe yet. I'll earn your subscription by the end of this video.
Hey.
Without further ado, let's head on to the iceberg. The tip of the iceberg. Botting accounts. Like most social media, TikTok has
underwhelming.
Users that want followers can easily look
Everyone
up
knows
how to buy
TikTok's
TikTok
botted the
followers
fuck.
on Google and be met instantly with millions of results. Most being shady websites.
I saw some wild stories on that iceberg though.
Not only can you buy followers, but you can buy views, likes, and even comments. I don't know how lame you have to be to do that stuff.
Hey, fun fact. That's how Travis Scott started. Travis Scott bought all of his followers on SoundCloud when he started. His manager came out and said that Travis Scott, paid him to set up a bot farm for his SoundCloud engagements, and then he was able to pitch that manufactured success to a record label. So yeah, that shit really works.
Jail talk is a term used for inmates which have their cellular devices with them and make TikToks. These videos are for the most part innocent and wholesome, with the comment section usually joking about how they can escape. They're not hurting anybody, but there is a reason why they are in jail in the first place, which is why they are on this list at the tip of the iceberg. Fetishization of murderers. TikTok is a place for anyone with any interest.
That was big on Tumblr.
Some people are interested in murderers. I mean, my whole channel is dedicated to morbid topics. But some people, mainly young teens, push the boundary a little when they begin romanticizing these murderers. Take Cameron Herron, for example. In April of this year, this 21-year-old man was sentenced to a total of 24 years in prison for killing a 24-year-old mom and her baby during an illegal street race. Yet people on TikTok were begging for his freedom because he is quote-unquote cute. With dedicated fan edits, comments like, chances should be given and he deserves it, and he is innocent, please let him go, or justice for him.
They still exist. I see them on Twitter all the time.
These comments have no real sense of murder and have no idea how this affects the family. Hey Emily, just because you sat through the entirety of true crime on Netflix doesn't mean you have a special connection with murderers. It's not only male murderers that are simped for, though. There's also the case of Isabella Guzman, who in 2013 was the age 18 and stabbed her mother 151 times, killing her. TikTok teens began requesting for her freedom because 1, they just thought she was cool, and 2, people said that the only reason she killed her mom was due to being abused, though that was never proven, so people were just going off word of mouth. Fetishization of school shooters. Just like young teens simp for murderers, they also simp for school shooters. Most notably, Devin Erickson, which we actually talked about on this channel back in March.
Who the fuck is that?
That's exactly what you'd expect. Fan edits, comments saying he's hot, and I wouldn't doubt some asking for his freedom. Speaking of romanticizing school shooters, I remember FTP made a couple shirts referencing
who the fuck was that? I've never heard of that guy. He was a school shooter? Dude straight up had like cotton candy hair. I guess it's good that I have no idea that dude's name. But yeah, no, I had no clue. I've never seen that guy before in my fucking life.
Columbine school shooters, Eric and Dylan. And in one shirt, there's a print of both of them after they committed. I don't know who started this trend of thinking school shooters are people you should idolize, because they're not. They're shit humans that took away lives of innocent people.
Yep.
Hey guys, I just want to take a few moments out of this video to talk about today's sponsor, Atlas VPN. They actually sponsored the last Iceberg video.
Nice.
Buying rare usernames. Rare usernames are exactly that. Usernames that are 3 to 4 letters each, or usernames that are a single word or name. Twitter and Instagram also have these communities which sell and buy rare usernames. These purchases take place outside of the app on forums and sell for upwards of $4,500. Usually these purchases are made using cryptocurrency, but at the end of the day, it is up for the people within the deal to decide. Fake TikTok
No,
login sites.
I haven't heard of that
This
one,
is a
grown-ass.
scam that aims to steal your account by
Sounds
collecting
goofy.
your username and password. Scammers do this by sending you a fake login site that looks just like the real TikTok website, except the only difference is the URL. The URL should be tiktok.com, but instead is something like tiktoklogin.site. Once putting your information in, you'll be met with a fake 404 error screen. The surface. Faking disabilities. There was an instance
Ooh, this
last
was
week
big,
when this girl
still
on TikTok
big.
did some detective work and found out that the account at adopted and disabled child was actually a guy pretending to be disabled. For what? I'm assuming for clout and then collecting donations afterwards. All credit to her because she actually found out that the quote-unquote disabled man in the video is a soccer player for a Norwegian football team.
What?
I don't know what goes on through your head to say, you know what? I should fake a disability
Holy
today
shit.
and post it on TikTok. Eventually, your friends and family will find out, and if not, then a random girl on TikTok will. Lopez brothers. Okay, I honestly don't want to waste my breath on these fucking idiots, so I'm gonna
I
make
don't
this
know
one
them.
really quick. Yes, they are both guilty of soliciting minors. Yes, there is proof.
She's 14. And you are how old?
Who the fuck are they? I've never heard of them.
23.
Yeah. You know what can happen to you?
I do.
You can end up in jail.
I do realize that.
Man, that video didn't really pop off. Let me take a peek. I bet they're doing just fine on TikTok. Honestly, it might even be good marketing on TikTok, so that way the little girls think they have a chance with them, I guess. Which they very well might. Tony Lopez. That's not Tony Lopez, that's an old man. Tony Lopez has 23 million followers, and he's doing real well. Posted a day ago. Let's go! He rated his attractiveness. Look at this. Nice. Yeah, no, that really, man, him being outed as a pedophile apparently really, fuck, it really ruined him. Who was the other one? Andre Lopez? He probably took the brunt of it. 21 million followers. He's doing even better than his brother. Hey, look, he's doing a dance. Nice. See, that's the beauty of TikTok. No matter what you do, you can't be canceled on there. And you know why? Because kids don't care. Kids do not give a shit. These two could have literally executed a child on TikTok livestream, put a gun to his head, blew their fucking brains out, and then did a dance on their corpse. Kids would have forgiven them. Literal next day.
You can end up in jail.
I do realize that.
And yes, for some reason, little girls still love them.
Oh, he even mentions it, yeah.
Jarob. Jarob was a TikToker with 4 million followers. His
Like
content
recent
consisted of
Plasma
being
and
politically
Jossie?
correct and yeah, that was it. His TikToks would get millions of views, and I'm sure you've seen them on your For You page at some point. Well, last month, multiple minors came out explaining that Jarob had groomed
I guess
them.
Tori.
One of them, the one that got the most views, was a boy by the name of DYLG16. This person goes on to explain that Jarob is a disgusting hypocrite and abuses his clout to groom and prey upon underage boys. He goes on to say that Joe asked for his Snapchat during a live stream, and that led to Joe being invited to Zoom calls with his friends. Joe would send him and his minor friends online BDSM tests and would ask to see their scores so
Jesus
he could
Christ.
see what their kinks were. He then personally invited the 16-year-old minor to stay with him at a 1-bedroom Airbnb. He even offered to buy him alcohol. And if that wasn't damning enough, Jarob ended up deleting his account shortly after these allegations came out. Bro, if there's one thing I don't like, it's fucking groomers, bro. Get the fuck out of here. You're weird. You're weird. You're weird. Cartel TikTok.
To be fair, that dude probably wouldn't have recovered. I think you're probably right. The people that are fine and uncancelable on TikTok are like the dudes that are decent looking. This guy stood no chance. This guy was fucked the second he got outed as a child groomer. But yeah, the other ones are doing just fine for literally being outed by multiple people for preying on minors.
Weird. Cartel TikTok. Cartel TikTok is a series of TikToks that display the lavish lifestyle of the cartel, or, well, the bright side of it, if that's what you want to call it. All of the
There's a Prime
expensive
Chris and the
cars,
Reset Blade.
houses, jewelry, and money. There have also been some more violent ones of members shooting at rival gangs and the police. Apparently, I'm saying apparently because this is word of mouth, teenagers from the US were really intrigued by the lifestyle and asked if they could join the cartel. Some cartel members would respond and say yeah, and they would force these teenagers to smuggle drugs for them, I'm assuming into Mexico. As of now, TikTok has taken down any hashtags related to the cartel.
Damn. What a good way of
Zombie
recruiting.
Woman. Zombie Woman is the nickname given to a woman in distress recorded from a neighbor earlier this year in May in Seattle, Washington. Now, I've tried researching what actually is the story behind this video, but there isn't really a solid story. So, I'm just going to read you guys some popular theories. The first theory is that this woman is a victim of domestic abuse due to dyeing her hair pink and her boyfriend not liking it. Also forgot to mention that in that same theory, the boyfriend allegedly ripped her hair out due to not liking the pink. That's the most I could find for that one. The second theory
That's
is
probably
that this
not
woman
it.
is just on some type of heavy drug like bath salts. The third theory
That's
is that this
more
woman
likely.
is a victim of human trafficking and she had escaped her abuse.
That is possible.
Someone said that she was holding a pseudo baby to cope with her real baby being killed. Again, these are just theories.
Man, that actually does look like a fucking scene from Martyrs, if any of you guys are unfortunate enough to have watched that movie. That movie's disturbing. This actually does look like a scene from that. So this was real? This wasn't like some theater promotion thing or something? Like some kids doing high school theater? Because the cops are actually here, so I'm guessing this was a real person. Damn, that is fucking sad. Martyrs isn't that bad? Bro, that movie hits hard. That movie, not just the gore shit they show. That movie, even its message is disturbing. The whole movie is about torturing women so they can get as close to death as possible, so hopefully they'd have an out-of-body experience and see what's on the other side. And to accomplish that, they torture the women, by literally, peeling all of their skin off, degloving their whole body. That movie's nutty. That movie is, really nutty.
Someone said that she was holding a pseudo baby to cope with her real baby being killed. Again, these are just theories. The body. Indian trend. Yes, you heard that right. I know I'm gonna censor a lot for this video. Hope you guys still watch. Before TikTok was banned in India, in the summer of 2020, a popular Indian user by the name of Muhibur Rahman and his friend filmed and uploaded a disturbing video where they duetted a woman's video. I'm assuming the woman's video was made to raise awareness of sexual abuse, but these two men used that as an opportunity to make it seem like they just got done using her. Another popular Indian influencer uploaded a similar video, but instead lip-synced to a song with the lyrics, "Only I have a right over your body." Eventually, women of India took to Twitter to report this new trend, and the chairperson of the National Commission for Women in India took note of this and managed to get TikTok to ban the trend. Holocaust challenge. Yo, I remember this one. Stuff I'm saying right
I remember that one.
This is real stuff that happened on TikTok. In August of 2020, a new trend began emerging in US TikTok. In this trend, teenagers would pretend to be Jews that had died during the Holocaust.
Yeah, that one was pretty fucking crazy.
Diane Saltzman, the director.
One thing I always found pretty interesting about this is what is the thought process here? So they died at Auschwitz and they went to heaven, and yet they're still covered in dirt and hurt and stuff even while in heaven. That's gotta suck. You go to heaven in the same state you left the world. If you get hit by a fucking train or something, you just go to heaven in pieces. That'd be terrible. What a horrible entrance.
Diane Saltzman, the director of Survivor Affairs at the U.S. Holocaust Museum, told Insider, imitating Holocaust experiences dishonors the memory of victims, is offensive to survivors, and trivializes the history. I don't know how fucking stupid you have to be to do this shit, bro. That's just weird and disrespectful. Fucking weirdo. I like that I could shit on these people and there's no backlash because they all do stupid shit. Give me more ideas for Iceberg Part 2 for TikTok so I can shit on more people. Ronnie McNutt video.
This one, I remember this one too.
TikToks would be posted onto the app.
Fuck, this one was heavy.
Until the TikTok would then cut to a clip of a man shooting himself in the head with a rifle. Well, he actually shoots himself in the face, not right here. I'm sure you guys have probably seen the video. These TikToks were disguised as your average dancing videos,
that
memes,
was a fucked up
K-pop
trend.
fan cams, and everything else, but were meant to traumatize kids on the app. In case you're wondering exactly who started making these videos, there is no lead, but I'm sure we can all assume it was some edgy teen who just wanted to make some kids' days that much worse. The man in the video is Ronnie McNutt, age 33. A friend of his named John Steen, who was a live viewer of the stream, confirmed that the rumor of Ronnie doing this, quote, because his girlfriend broke up with him, is entirely false. He explains that Ronnie did this due to suffering from PTSD and depression.
Oh, yeah, that one was super
TikTok
sad.
beheading video. In the summer of
That
this
one was
year,
really
a
fucking
video
sad.
began
Thanks, Risa
circulating
Pablo.
on TikTok that showed a little girl dancing and then cut to a video of someone getting beheaded. We're assuming it's the Mexican cartel because they are speaking Spanish in the video. Everyone assumed this person in the video to be her. Well, spoiler alert, it's not. They're two different people. It's just a random girl and it cuts to a Mexican cartel video. Like the Ronnie McNutt video, this spread like wildfire. I'm sure people would just post the video itself or like cut the clip into a normal TikTok and trick people into thinking they're watching a normal TikTok, and then it cuts to that clip. Anyway, like I was saying, the girl dancing and the person in the other video are not the same person. That person is a man by the name of Rodolfo Bellucci, which coincidentally has the same body type as the girl. If you're wondering how a tween girl and a grown man were mistaken to be the same person, well, almost all gore videos seem like they're filmed on a fucking Chromebook, so the best you'll get is 360p. Abyss, Cassie Compton. In January of 2021,
this one I remember from
video
Reddit.
posted on TikTok went viral due to showing a woman sitting in the backseat of a car with a black man sitting next to her. She had two black eyes and was slumped over staring at the camera, almost silently pleading for help. People compared this woman to Cassie Compton, a 15-year-old who disappeared from her home in Stuttgart, Arkansas on September 14th of 2014. Though, these were later found out to be two completely different people, and
Oh,
the
it
woman
wasn't
in the
right?
video was confirmed by family to be Haley Grace Phillips. She had been reported missing by a family member
Oh,
who saw the
well,
video.
it was
but
right, though.
on her own account had just left home due to a falling out with her father. So, you know, she didn't think she was missing. She just like left home. She went on to host a few Instagram live streams where in the first one she says, "I don't know who this Cassie bitch is," which already gave her a negative look. And when asked about the black eyes, she explains that she had been jumped and robbed by two women when leaving the store, and the men in the car were friends of hers helping her track down the attackers. Many were still skeptical to if she was telling the truth or if her abusers were telling her.
So Reddit was almost right,
Though we
kind
have no
of.
idea what the actual truth is because she disabled her account and never gave the public any more details. Austin 13. Austin Morosky was a TikToker with many followers who was accused of raping his 5-year-old sister. Yup, you heard that
Jesus
right. So basically,
Christ.
there is no hard evidence that I could find to this case. It's all just word of mouth from people that went to high school with him. So the story goes that he allegedly raped his little sister of 5 years old when he was 9, and then was sent off to a juvenile detention center during high school. Yes, during high school, which is already weird as part of the story because to enter juvie, there's not like an age limit. You could be 6 and be in juvie, so theoretically he should have gone to juvie right when he did it, not during high school. Or maybe the story is that the information got leaked while he was in high school. But again, this is all word of mouth. Anyway, people on TikTok started rushing to spread awareness about this guy. He eventually ended up releasing an apology.
Hey everybody, my name's Austin Morowski, and the reason I'm making this TikTok is to educate my followers, friends, and family. Regardless of the lack of knowledge, this
He's reading it like a
concerning my
report.
life and my
Book report.
family, I as a TikToker and a man will continue to make my fans happy and entertained. I just want my true supporters to know that if you happen to get in the same scenario like myself, don't beat yourself up. Let this be a lesson to my followers and whoever's watching that words will and can affect someone's life along with the cyberbullying.
Which, by the way, is one of the worst apology videos I've seen.
What?
It's right up there with James Charles and David Dobrik. You'd expect them to be like, "No, I did not rape my sister," or "Yes, guys, I did
Holy
it." But
shit.
he just dodges the question. He acknowledges nothing. He tells his supporters that words can affect you and to keep your head up during hard times. He victimizes himself. I'm assuming this is why people think he's 100% guilty. Though we'll never really know because those juvenile records aren't available to the public since they're minors.
What the
Lady
fuck?
Cat Killer.
Wait, what the fuck? That was actually like his response? I imagine he's doing just fine on TikTok. He probably didn't even need to do that for his TikTok followers. They don't give a fuck. What was his name? Austin 13? He does not have a TikTok anymore. That's a first. Unless he changed his handle. He's the Prime Frog in the resub Oscar. Yeah, I typed it in right. The AWS. Yeah, I typed it in right. Oh, 316. Oh. Okay, hold on. Let me double check. No, still not. And it was Austin 13. Man, fuck you guys making me think I was wrong. Thanks for resub, AB. Yeah, it looks like he got banned.
In 2020, there was a person that would go on Omegle with the tag furry from
Stone
12
Cold
a.m. to 2
Oh,
a.m.
you
and
son
would
of
show
a
off
bitch.
skinned and burned cats,
I
cat
see.
skulls, and other things of that nature. Even though this happened on Omegle, the quote-unquote lady would post on TikTok, which is why it's on this iceberg. If you were on TikTok
I
at the
see.
time, you might remember the amount of people that were talking about this. Shout out to the Netflix documentary, Don't Fuck With Cats. I love that. I love that film. That was cool. It was never proven or not as to if she was the person on TikTok, considering many accounts were made due to getting banned. But whoever was on the account seemed to be trying to pull off the "you'll never catch me" scheme, which no, it was 2020, your ass is gonna get caught. And actually, law enforcement did get involved, and it is most likely that this person was tracked down and charged. Though we'll never have any confirmation because we don't know the cat killer's name, which means we can't look it up on public records.
I vaguely remember that. I didn't see the documentary,
One of the
though.
most recent situations from this entire iceberg is the case of Bethany Martin and her minor friend. On July 28th in San Antonio, Texas, this girl and her friend saw someone hanging from the railing of a drainage ditch. The 25-year-old man had just committed suicide, and instead of calling the police, well, one of the teens filmed the other one stealing his necklace. Yes, removing it from his lifeless body. To make matters even worse, they filmed it and posted it on
Full-blown
Snapchat.
Logan
I have
Paul.
no idea how stupid you have to be to film yourself committing a crime. I mean, because if you think about it, they could have gotten away with it, and I'm not condoning them getting away with it. But seriously, how stupid, like, just don't film
Holy
it. Again,
shit.
I'm not condoning what they did. Good that they got caught. I'm glad they were idiots and filmed it. But like, bro, y'all are stupid. When asked by the police why she stole the necklace, she says that it matched her fashion style. Honestly, I didn't expect any better
That's a
reasoning
good
from
point,
this girl.
actually.
The police returned the jewelry to the family. Bethany was arrested and charged with theft of a corpse. Her bond was set to $2,000, and she has since been released from jail. The minor was also charged with the same thing.
Thanks to Prime Reginald. How are they doing on TikTok? What was her name? What was it? Bethany what? Yeah, I'm sure if I type in how many people are actually fucking named Bethany in 2022, I'm sure it'll come up. Let's see. Is it Bethany Martin? Bethany what? Bethany 3160. I'm not falling for it twice. Okay, I guess it's this one then. No, it looks like she has also been banned. Man, maybe TikTok actually does sometimes take action. Then why not for the other, like, predators? Yeah, it looks like she is also off. Her name was Bethany Martin. Unless she's just not popping up when I search her. No, she's also gone. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Jicho. Thank you for that, man. Thanks for the Prime Inzo and the gift sub Sakurai.
Abyss. Zachary Lathan.
Her account still exists,
often
it's at
dubbed
50K.
The TikToker who killed his neighbor for clout.
Thanks for some
Zachary
Dal
Lathan
stars.
did just that, though whether he did it for clout or not is unknown. Here is a rundown of the story. Zachary had been having problems with his neighbors due to driving recklessly in the neighborhood. At one point, he films a woman that's part of the family and calls her a Karen repeatedly. He then allegedly swerved his car into their son's bike while he's biking. Eventually, the family's son and father confront Zach by going to his house, and meanwhile, Zach's wife is recording everything. Yeah, the dude had a wife at the age of 18. Anyway, Zach ends up going ape mode and stabs William in the armpit, puncturing his lung, killing him. People say this was an attempt to gain TikTok clout since the wife was recording, but I personally think it's just a man with mental and anger issues not knowing limits. Also,
Jesus.
the argument that he did it for clout is odd considering the dude he killed came up on his property first. You would think that he would go to the neighbor's house, kill him over there. But no, the people came up to his side, and I'm not defending again, that kid's a fucking idiot. But yeah, rest in peace to that man. Rest in peace. Joseph Jimenez.
I'm assuming
Another
that
recent
TikTok
event from
guy's
this
in
list
jail
is
now.
this Joseph Jimenez movie theater shooting. This happened last month in California. Anthony Barajas, a 19-year-old TikToker with about 1 million followers, and his friend Riley Goodrich went out to watch The Forever Purge, where they were shot and killed by a 20-year-old man by the name of Joseph Dumbass Jimenez. A reporter actually conducted an interview with this person, so I'll give you guys some takeaways from that. The movie theater was mostly empty. There were only a total of 6 people, 3 of those being Riley, Jimenez, and Anthony. The other 3 were Jimenez's friends. Halfway during the movie, Jimenez went to go get something from his car, and he told his friends that he came back with a gun. In the article, it says that his friends left to the parking lot. I guess they were just like weird. They were just fucking scared. They went to the parking lot. Then they see Jimenez running to his car, getting in, and speeding off. The bodies of the 2 teens weren't found up until the cleaning crew came up, which is odd. Like, no one heard a gunshot, like 2 gunshots in the movie theater. Anyway,
I mean, it could have just sounded like the movie.
Execution style. So Jimenez went behind their seats, aimed his gun at the back of Anthony's head, and shot and killed him. When he killed Anthony, Riley reacted horrified, and then he shot her in the head as well. Riley died at the scene, and Anthony was on life support for a couple of days until eventually dying. When explaining why he did it, he says that voices were telling him that by killing both of those 2 teenagers, he would be saving the world.
Fuck, maybe, Jesus Christ, maybe that Reddit commenter really was real then. Fuck me, oh my god. What? Jesus Christ. Yeah, going out in public's scary, man. What's the name of that old song from Under Oath? It's dangerous business going out of your front door or something. The shit is super true. And it really feels like more and more people are becoming unhinged. I don't know what it is, but it just really feels like more often now than when I was growing up, people are becoming significantly more on edge and dangerous. Thanks to Tier 1 Dat Boy and the resub up down. It might just be like more access to information, but goddamn, this fucking scary.
Claire Miller is a 14-year-old girl that murdered her disabled sister, Helen, that had cerebral palsy, a disorder that affects a person's posture, muscles, and balance. We actually covered this topic on the channel when it happened back in February, and I also remember that this was an interesting case because there wasn't really like a reason. You know, there wasn't really a reason, so I'm gonna let my past self explain to you guys that. At 1 in the morning, the police got a phone call from Claire herself saying that she had just murdered her older sister. Her older sister, it was 19 years old and she was wheelchair bound. So she had a disability, but it doesn't really say what disability she had. So it says here that Claire hysterically called 911 and just admitted to murdering her sister. And when the police arrived, they noticed that she had tried washing the blood that was on her hands in the snow on the ground. So I guess there was just bloody snow everywhere. And they had found a knife inside of the older sister's neck. The name of the older sister was Helen Miller. I don't want to just like not mention her name. And since this happened in 1 in the morning, it says here that the parents were asleep. I don't know how you could sleep through a murder. You know, we don't know that many details, and I honestly don't really want to cover an update. They are charging her for murder as an adult. She's not being charged as a minor. She's being charged as a full adult. So she's gonna get consequences, bro. She's probably gonna get like life in prison or 100+ years type stuff. It's obviously that this Claire girl has a mental disability. Like, no one just murders out of nowhere. Even in her mugshot, like, she looks like she's not fully there. Okay, cool. Let's head on to the next topic.
God damn.
Nicola Priest. This is by
I think as TikTok continues to grow, pretty much every criminal ever is going to be able to be traced back to a TikTok account. So literally every criminal from this point forward, I imagine, will be able to watch TikTok videos of them doing the Doja Cat dance or some shit at some point. Because it's just everyone has one now. So literally every single murderer is also going to be a TikToker by extension. That's a pretty wild future.
One of the worst things I'm going to talk about on the channel. So this woman from the UK named Nicola Priest would post TikToks mourning her dead daughter. Her daughter seemed to be like about 2. And I'm sure when people saw this on their For You page, they would, you know, leave loving comments like, oh no, you're strong, you're gonna be strong. Come to find out, this woman actually murdered her own kid and then went on TikTok post mourning her own daughter. People found this out because you can actually search her up on public records and it says there that she murdered her kid. She only got 15 years in prison, which is so fucking weird. Why? So yeah, when that information came out, it flipped the story on its head. Now people see this woman as a demon because that's what she is. And if you go back and watch some of the videos, her account is still up, by the way. If you go back and watch some of the videos, it's so fucking creepy seeing like just no.
Why is her account still up?
Acting like she didn't fucking kill her own daughter.
What? What was her name? Nicola Priest. Let's see. How is she doing? No, it's down now. Okay, so it must have been up in August. It is down now. That's good news. So far, almost all of them have been. I'm very surprised. Usually they're not. Why just 15 years? I have no fucking clue. I have no idea. I imagine, if I had to take a guess, I would say it's probably the UK. Let's see, in fact. Mom who killed 3-year-old for interrupting her having sex posts... what? Posts apology to her parents. And yes, she was from Solihull, England. She made a fucking YouTube apology video for killing her 3-year-old daughter. She was having sex with her boyfriend and got interrupted. And so she killed her daughter. What was the thought process? It's not like she was going to go back to getting laid after committing a murder in front of the boyfriend. Oh shit, the boyfriend is also implicated in this. The vomiting was the result of the severe beating you were both responsible for inflicting on her. No doubt you irritated by her crying, asking to be let out. It interrupted the two of you when you wanted to have sex. You lost your temper and you were joint participants in the assault. Holy shit. And they got 15 years. It's a fucking joke, man. That's a fucking joke. Thanks for resub, Justinian. Yeah, so they beat the kid to death. Yep, that should be life for both of them, I would say. And what's even wilder is she used it for clout on TikTok.
On TikTok, whether it be creeps paying little girls to message them, or little girls going out of their way to show off their queefing skills. I'm not lying. You can't fucking believe I'm serious. There are so many grown, disgusting ass.
There's a queef trend on TikTok?
TikTok just looking for children. So the most I could say for this is just protect your children. All right, yeah, that was the Iceberg.
That was a lot of shit.
Let me know if you guys want a part 2. If you guys want a part 2, you guys are gonna have to let me know a lot more information. Let me know what I missed. Maybe there's some crazy topics that I missed, but let me know what you guys want to see.
There's a shart trend as well. Now that just sounds like good fun. No one's getting hurt in a shart. Damn. Yeah, that was a lot of shit I'd never even heard of. Thanks to the Prime Chicken Lay. Watch part 2. Maybe a different day. Let's save it. And there's a part 3. Watch the new tub video.
Why is this image creepy? I mean, it looks like a human, but it's not.
My man, this does not look like a human at all. This looks like the You're Not Perfect guy from Courage the Cowardly Dog. This shit looks like it's a, thumb person. One of Mr. Fluke's Fluglies from Spy Kids. This shit does not look like a human, if you ask me.
It's not. Let's take it a step further. Why is this thing creepy?
This thing's kind of cool. I take it back.
What exactly makes us feel unsettled when coming face to face with something that is almost human?
That's the I feel fantastic lady.
In today's video, we'll be talking about the uncanny valley, the flashed face distortion effect, and the visual perception theories. Also, thank you to Astrigal for suggesting this video topic.
Are you the tier 1 wizard?
The
in the tier 1
valley.
jail?
So,
the Prime Beer?
The uncanny valley is a phenomenon introduced by Masahiro Mori in the 1970s. It's used to describe the relationship between a human-like object and the emotional response it evokes in people. The average human has 2 eyes, 2 ears, a nose, a mouth, eyebrows, and hair. But why does this image look normal, and this one just looks like something straight out of your nightmares? That's because what we're looking at is almost human, and our minds can recognize that. If we take a look at this chart here, we see that it's using two scales, familiarity and human likeness. We're very familiar with stuffed animals and industrial robots. However, the closer the object is to humans, the closer they reach the uncanny valley. A state of mind.
Which one was the robot there, am I right?
Because we don't know if what we're
Jimmy or the girl
or not. All we know is that they're almost human. Masahiro Mori wrote an essay all about the uncanny valley and goes into detail on what exactly makes us feel uncomfortable. For context, Masahiro was a Japanese roboticist, most known for his research in humans' emotional responses to non-human entities. The essay was written in Japanese but has been translated to English. In the effect of movements section, he states, for example, one robot had 29 pairs of artificial muscles in the face, the same number as a human being.
Are they grieving?
Smile in a human-like fashion. According to the designer, a smile is a dynamic sequence of facial deformations, and the speed of the deformations is crucial. When the speed is cut in half in an attempt to make the robot bring up a smile more slowly.
Hey, real quick, I've said this a million times and I'll say it again. What the fuck is the point in making robots that look like humans? Why? That doesn't do anything to help us. Like, if we want robots to, like, do chores or something, it could just look like a goddamn drone. It doesn't need to look human-like, right? It makes no fucking sense unless they're sex robots. Outside of fucking it, why even make it look human at all? It could just look like a drone. As long as the job gets done, it doesn't matter if it looks like my grandpa, right? It could just look like a giant hunk of metal doing the task to adequately. The only possible logic I could see with making a robot that looks human is to fuck it. Which I don't think every robot needs to double as a sex bot.
Instead of looking happy, its expression turns creepy. This shows how, because of a variation in movement, something has come to appear very close to
Oh my god,
human,
never mind, I see
like
the
a
purpose
robot,
now.
Puppet, or
Einstein's back,
hand,
baby, let's
could easily
go.
tumble down into the uncanny valley. Movement is a great part of the uncanny valley. It's one thing to see a creepy robot, but if that dude blinks at me, bruh, I'm dipping the fuck out of there. Our minds are set to recognize that movement coming from an object is most likely alive. A caterpillar, a dog, a bird, a fish, your Uncle Jose. But this sensation of eeriness runs through us when we see a human-like robot. Now, why? Why do we feel this way? There's not really a specific answer. This is just a phenomenon that everyone seems to agree on. But many people theorize that the reason us as humans have this sharp emotional ability to recognize other humans is because maybe at one point, recognizing other humans was a living necessity. Again, that's just a theory. No, not a game theory. Or
that is an interesting idea. That's something I think about from time to time. Early human beings had so much shit that they had to learn that today would make no sense to us. There probably was a time when you wouldn't be able to recognize if what you were looking at was a human being or not. I think about that a lot. And also, I remember this from a movie called, I think it's The Man from Earth. There was a time in our history where we would watch someone go to sleep and they never wake up and we just wonder why. The concept of death eluded us. That's just baffling to me, to think about that. You're millions of years beyond that, why worry? Well, it's not worrying, it's just something I think about. I find that interesting. Like, starting from the bottom. Like, just thinking back to that. What's now become just, like, basic common sense for humans was something that had to be learned over so many years. Just kind of cool to think about, I guess.
I don't know, maybe 2025 there'll be some aliens coming down to Earth that look just like us, but thanks to our uncanny valley senses.
Grug, no wake up. Yeah, exactly.
Alien, arrest him. I don't know what we would do. So, how does a roboticist or an artist avoid the uncanny valley? Well, Masahiro Mori explains that this can be greatly avoided by not combining robots and humans. Many problems will be faced, including that of false smiles. When robots seem disingenuous smiling simply because they don't have all the muscles our face does, and their movements are far more coordinated than ours. We've talked enough about the uncanny valley. Now let me give you some specific examples. Tara the android. If you have watched previous videos on my channel, then you might remember
Do we know
us talking
Tara?
about a video called I Feel Fantastic.
Oh, it's her. Yeah, this one's OG YouTube shit.
The video began gaining popularity in the 2010s due to being extremely creepy. The video depicts a female robot singing with a text-to-speech voice. Since this is the internet, rumors started spreading that the creator of the video was a murderer and other weird stuff, but no, just another classic internet rumor. The bot was created by John Bergeron in 2003, and multiple music videos were made. It just so happens that I Feel Fantastic was re-uploaded onto YouTube either by him or another person, and it went viral. It's obvious the creator was going for an unsettling vibe with the use of the robot, dark synths, odd voice, and overall disturbing atmosphere. Visiting androidworld.com/prod68.htm will lead you to a buying page, where apparently you can buy a DVD with 5 3-minute songs by Tara. I mean, they have a working PayPal link, but in all honesty,
let's go.
you're probably not going to get what you ordered, considering the website was created in 2004.
No, he's still
Medal
probably
of
active.
Honor Warfighter. Medal of Honor Warfighter is a video game developed by Danger Close Games, released in 2012.
Man, rest in peace, Medal of Honor.
PS3 and PC. Though these aren't physical robots, they do create very unsettling avatars, resulting in the uncanny valley. Let's take a look at this cutscene.
So you picked a name.
Oh, wow. I don't remember this.
Girl, that didn't work.
Well, keep Michael in your hip pocket. That way when...
Isabella.
Oh, beautiful. When Isabella shows up...
Holy shit, yeah, this is weird.
What? That's how I met you. God bless older sisters.
I want to play it. This shit's like a creepypasta. Animated.
Okay, I'll take that as a chance to hit the ladies. Married to that man for 22 years. And one of the things I've learned that some of the other wives didn't is that it's better to have them happy than to have them safe.
Easy resub, Chad.
Now, what's the difference between these player models and player models in a game like GTA 5? Well, GTA 5 had a far greater budget, which meant they could hire actors, not voice actors, in motion capture suits and in general afford better technology. I don't mean to be a Rockstar fanboy, but Rockstar always goes all out when it comes to their models' facial expressions.
They definitely
such
do.
As LA Noire, where a major task in the game is to read other characters' expressions to tell if they're lying or not. They achieve this with facial scan technology, which is also meant to skip over the uncanny valley because their characters actually look good. On the other hand, animating 3D characters by hand, or at least without a big budget.
That actually is kind of wild. I haven't played Medal of Honor Warfighter. I think most people stopped playing Medal of Honor after the PS2 era because the game just got turbo shit. But now I want to play it. This is kind of wild. You have to try really hard to make character models look this bad with a big budget. What's wrong with it? Bro, it looks like shit. What do you mean?
And trying to make them look hyper-realistic
looks super weird.
Only lead to an ugly design.
They look like
very awkward
greased
specifically
corpses.
In the hair, eyes, and head. I feel I should say this again. This is a phenomenon, not a fact. I'm sure there's a handful of people out there that are scared of Trevor Phillips because he looks like the uncanny valley. But the game made $1 billion 3 days after its release date in 2013, so probably not the majority. Off topic, but as a toddler, I was always afraid of the Chuck E. Cheese animatronics, specifically their eye movements. Like, stop blinking. You're not supposed to blink. You're a robot. But now that I'm older, I actually invented a piece of body protection that actually scares the Chuck E. Cheese animatronics and lets them know to not fuck with you. It's the Earl hat. Look at that. It's the
it's a
Earl
merch
hat.
plug.
We also got the I don't exist sweatshirt. But what's that? You don't like pastel colors?
Good
That's
shit.
completely okay. We also got the black Earl hat. In case you want to pull up
Kendrick
some school,
just dropped?
you know,
Did he?
People know that
Nice.
animatronics can't fuck with you. Blue
I'll have
hat
to
also
listen.
exists. We also got trucker hats. And my personal favorite, the beanies. But yeah, that's enough of the self-promo. If you guys want to see all the items of my new brand Earl, make sure to click the link in the description or go to earldoesn'texist.com. Now let's head over to the next Uncanny Valley example. Telenoid. Let's talk about the thing in the thumbnail. Here in the US, we have Alexa. In Japan, they had Telenoid.
There is one question I would like to ask
Oh,
you.
wow. He moves so cool.
In 20 years in the phone market too.
It's like a fetus.
Created in 2010 by Hiroshi Ishiguro,
Jesus
Telenoid
Christ.
was a telecommunications avatar, which meant that when connected to your phone,
Like a
it would
weird
mimic
marshmallow
the other person
thing.
on the line's facial movements, and their voice would come out of the robot to, quote, make the call more enjoyable. The eyes follow you around, and the Telenoid is also 31.5 inches tall and has short limbs in order to make it huggable. Yup, so if you get horrible news and you're receiving it through a Telenoid, all you gotta do is pick it up, hug it, and start crying. And then probably crying even harder, you're hugging a fucking Telenoid. The whole idea
I'd never heard of this.
Non-ideal because the other person had to use a webcam and a specific software in order for the Telenoid to work. So if you got a Telenoid, you would literally have to tell all your friends, hey, you guys should buy a webcam and also download this specific software. No one's gonna do that. This was supposed to be the next big invention, which would replace video calls.
God, it's so cool.
But I guess the researchers forgot that FaceTime exists. If you want to get your hands on one of these bad boys,
What
the
the
price starts
fuck?
at $8,000 for the consumer version and $35,000 for a research version.
It is actually like straight out of The Grudge. Why would he make the bottom of it look like this? Well, what is that design idea? Oh. It's like a pseudo sperm cell almost. Or like one of the boos from Mario. So you don't fuck it. Well, you can still fuck it in the mouth, though, if you wanted to. Like, if you're having phone sex with a telenoid, you can still put your dick in its mouth. Doesn't stop it. Oh, that would be so horrifying, too. Your wife on the other end of the telenoid just making the noises that the telenoid mimicking her, like that beast from Annihilation.
Limbs in order to make it huggable. Yup, so if you get horrible new version. But I guess the researchers forgot that FaceTime exists. If you want to get your hands on one of these bad boys, the price starts at $8,000
Hugo,
for the
Fungi,
consumer version
Tidleon,
and
Tuggy, and the
$35,000
Prime
for the
Guardian.
research version.
The resub trilogy.
The flashed face distortion effect, otherwise known as the alien faces illusion. In front of you are faces that will begin to change semi-rapidly. I'd like you to stare at the cross in the middle.
Alright.
Keeping your eyes focused on the cross, you should begin to notice that the faces become distorted.
Yeah, I'm looking at like
non-realistic facial features.
Oblivion NPCs.
This video is not edited. Every image is normal. This is the flash face distortion effect, aka FFDE. But why did these?
I don't believe that. Those faces were absolutely fucked. No way. Were those just normal? Oh wow. What? Okay. I've never heard of that before. That's kind of cool. Alright, I fuck with that.
Edited. Every image is normal. This is the flash face distortion effect, aka FFDE. But why do these images become alien-like? This is because our brain is trying to fill these gaps through peripheral vision using our memory. Obviously, it has a hard
They look
time
like
doing
Titans.
that, and the flipping of the images doesn't help it at all either. Our brain does its best to detect faces, which is why we see faces on random objects. This part of the brain is called the amygdala, a section of our brain that is commonly thought to form the core of a neural system for processing fearful and threatening stimuli, including detection of threat and activation of appropriate fear-related behaviors in response to threatening or dangerous surroundings. At the end of the day, the FFDE is a phenomenon based on our peripheral vision facial detection skills, since our brain just likes to assume that all faces are normal at first glance. I'd also like to show you guys an illusion called the Thatcher illusion. Here's a normal image of me. Look how hot I am. Then we flip it around and oh wow, I'm hideous. Anyone can do this. All it takes is a photo editing software. All you gotta do is flip your eyes and flip your mouth upside down and then flip that image 180 degrees. This illusion is the best supporting evidence as to how our brain just assumes a face that we're looking at is normal. Visual perception theory. This is what the creepiest phenomenons and illusions fall under. Visual perception is the ability to see, organize, and interpret one's environment, aka our brains just assuming things. If you're this deep into the video and for some reason you don't believe that our brains don't assume things for us, let's take a look at this video. This mask is not going to change in direction of rotation.
Was that Charlie Chaplin?
However, our brains do like to assume that it's facing us. Now, there are a lot of examples of the visual perception theory, though that video
I've seen something like that before.
The easiest and best one. The way I like to explain it is just assuming. Our brains just think they know everything. I don't know why. I don't know why she thinks she knows everything. The next theory for visual perception is called the bottom-up theory, and that means understanding a concept's individual components before we understand the whole thing. For example, if you were to individually analyze my mouth and eyes in this image without me rotating it, after some time you'd be like, wait, that's not right. But that's simply too much work for us, so we'd rather much let our brains do the work for us and assume that a face is a normal face. So, to end this video off, this image is creepy because it falls under the uncanny valley. And also, he's pretty fucking ugly.
True. Telenoid's fucking awesome, though.
Hey guys,
I kind of want a
thanks for
Telenoid.
watching the video. If you guys enjoyed the video, make sure to leave a like. And if you're not subscribed, make sure to subscribe. You made it to the end of the video. You like me to some degree. And if you haven't already, make sure to follow me on Instagram. And I'll see you guys
How old is
next time
Telenoid?
I upload.
How long has that been around? Is that a new thing or an old thing? It has to be old, right? (2011) Released in 2010. God, it's so fucking cool. Like, I love the idea of it, but the price I don't like, and also I would stop liking it very quickly and just start to probably be a little disturbed by it.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be talking about the darkest TikTok iceberg part 2. My most requested video ever on my channel. The last one completely blew up with 800,000 views. So thank you guys so much because the last time I made the iceberg, we were at 85,000. Now we're closing in on 150,000 subscribers. So if you like my personality by the end of this video, make sure to subscribe and maybe you could watch the 100,000 celebration, hopefully, because the goal for that one is 50,000 views and 10,000 likes. Anyway, I'm not going to explain how an iceberg works because this is part 2. Also want to mention that just like last time, this list is not going to be from most known to least known. It is going to be from most tame to most gruesome. Should credit me. A lot of people have been reacting to my old video and they don't credit me in the description. Only one channel did that, so please, if you're going to react to this, credit me. Also, I want to let you guys know I'm not only an iceberg channel. I know a bunch of you found me through that part 1, but I am not an iceberg channel. I love making morbid videos, basically. So if you like that, make sure to subscribe. But, you know, I make whatever I want. So if you guys like my personality, make sure to hit that subscribe button. And yeah, let's get started with the iceberg part 2. The tip. Faking disabilities part 2. Last time we talked about faking disabilities, we spoke about this man that was just pretending to be disabled in general. There was no specific disorder that he was faking. It was just, you know, he didn't even explain it. That's how bad it was. But you guys were telling me in the comments that a lot of people fake Tourette syndrome and multiple personality disorder, aka DID. I always knew about these, but the reason I didn't include it in the original video is because I didn't want to call anyone out in case I called out the wrong person, and let's just say that person actually does have Tourette. I would look like a horrible person. But luckily, someone was called out, and they were called out because they were faking Tourette's and they were caught. A user by the name of @TixandRoses was caught faking Tourette's. So this person would make TikToks showing their daily struggles dealing with this disorder. Though when they had a tic attack, this person was smiling throughout the experience. If you know anyone that has had a tic attack, you know that it's a painful and irritating experience, not something that you smile about and get giddy about. Anyway, this person was found out to be faking this because 1, people with real Tourette's were calling them out,
this got
and
controversial.
2, they had a second account focused on crystals, energy, and astronomy.
I privated the video because I didn't know what to believe
they
anymore.
Had no tics at all throughout these TikToks and the live streams on that TikTok account. Eventually, their sister posted on Reddit explaining that they had never shown any signs of tics as children. She goes on to explain that they want nothing to do with their family anymore, but they are mentally ill. Now, in the case of multiple personality disorder, aka dissociative identity disorder, there are a bunch of posts on the subreddit called
their sister retracted the statement,
where a bunch of users are being called out. However, I'm not going to be calling out any specific users for the multiple personality disorder because I simply don't want to. But what I will say is, if there are people faking Tourette's, I'm sure there are a bunch of other people faking all kinds of disorders on TikTok. Cryptic translations. In late 2020, early 2021, users found out that typing re into the comment section and then clicking translate would lead to creepy messages such as, "It's crying, it's weeping." Cry. What is the meaning of the word?
Lame.
It cries out behind you. Suffering, it's all right. At first, I thought people were just changing the code or, you know, basically glitching out the TikTok system in order to make these comments look creepy.
We're still in the most tame section,
it was a genuine glitch that anyone could do. You could type it out and it would translate to that. But trying it out now in 2021, it seems like it has been patched by TikTok. So, I mean, I got it to work on one comment, if that means anything.
Identity disorder is the new favorite thing to fake.
Why does re translate
I mean, that's still very popular on TikTok.
According to Google Translate, the word re and its variations could be translated to Maori, an endangered language spoken by one of the indigenous tribes of New Zealand. According to the Maori dictionary, the word re means to be angry, annoyed, or enraged. It does not mean Rihanna. The word ear, on the other hand, is detected as Shona, or I'm not going to pronounce that. I'm going to butcher that. One of the native languages of Zimbabwe and South Africa. So at the end of the day, it seems like TikTok was going off the Maori definition of re, but it would like glitch out because it interferes with the other languages, leading to some very messed up translations. Confused_me2. Confused_me2 is a TikTok account that one of you guys said I should include. So while editing this video, the account actually got taken down. But I think I described it with enough details for you guys to understand what's going on. So I'm just going to put some stock images as I talk about the account. Also, I really want this in the iceberg because I want to let you guys know to not believe everything you see on TikTok. The account only has 2 posts, and one of them shows someone squirming around in a garbage bag, and the other shows a river. The song playing in the background is I Feel Fantastic by Tara the Singing Android, a video we covered on the darkest YouTube iceberg. Anyway, the watermark says the video belongs to Devin KB816, but it seems that account has been deleted. I do think this is fake because, I mean, come on, it just looks so staged. It's like some teenagers just wanted to prank the TikTok community. And also, if you
it's very easy to do that.
First of all, you wouldn't upload this. Second, that person in the bag
Prime
shouldn't
Dan.
have their feet out, because then you can see their skin color. Now you can tell that they're a light-skinned person. All the community in that area would have to do is see who's been missing recently that can
Makes
match that
research
skin
coloring.
color and, you know, probably trace it back. And that was just me thinking about that. Imagine what detectives would be able to do. So yeah, I wanted to include this on this list on the tip because, guys, don't believe everything you see on TikTok. And imagine, like, I messed up.
I'm
This
still
actually
gonna
is, like,
believe
real.
everything. Because it's more fun that
Suffocating
way.
flies trend. In 2020, a new trend began emerging where users would trap flies in syringes and squeeze the bottom, alluding to the idea of the fly being squished to death. Most of the times they wouldn't squish the fly, at least
What a
on video,
weird
but
trend.
sometimes they would actually post it. This is a rare case where someone actually claims they made the trend. The user goes by DJSHBDBDB, and his bio read,
Hey girl,
"Squishing
I made
fly
that
at 50K.
squishing
I
fly
really started
trend
a
on
fly and
TikTok.
syringe trend now." This user has since
So we
changed
fucking at
his
my
name
place
and
or
gotten
yours?
banned due to violating community guidelines. I saw some people arguing in the comment section saying, "Wow, Gen Z is so soft, we're really protecting flies now," but like, that's not the point of the argument. No shit, we all kill
Like the
flies
tier
when they're
one
flying
reckless.
around in our room. But it's just really stupid when people do shit like this for clout. Like, dog, everyone kills flies, but it takes a special kind of person to
Hey, I
trap
don't-
a fly,
I
put it in
don't.
a syringe,
I make Tiana
start
do it.
squeezing the bottom of it, and then post it for TikTok clout.
I don't
and
feel
make
like
your
hunting
bio,
that shit down. It's such a
"Squishing fly
hassle."
at 50K. The surface. Skinwalker dog. Before I get into this, let's go over the definition of skinwalker. In Navajo culture, a skinwalker is a type of harmful witch who has the ability to turn into, possess, or disguise themselves as an animal. One day, a woman posted a TikTok of her dog opening the door from inside the bathroom. She screams, "Oh my god," as the dog looks at her and closes the door again. The comments were full of people telling her that her dog was a skinwalker. Look, if the doorknob was...
Yes. From Upper Kazuki. Yes, of course. The only man qualified to diagnose your dog with a possession. I have no doubt, too, that this kid truly believed it. They're like, oh my lord. That's our real possession. Just like in Demon Slayer.
Skinwalker. Look, if the doorknob was spherical, then yeah, I would be creeped out too. But the owners then showed that the doorknob was one of those lever type doorknobs. So, you know,
my
that's
dog
how
opens
the dog
doors.
opened the door. There is a whole community on TikTok dedicated to finding skinwalkers, but let's be honest, most of them are fake or just misunderstood. Bolivia College Incident. The Bolivia College Incident is another one of those situations where users would just upload these shock videos onto TikTok until they get taken down, because that's how a lot of you guys told me you guys found this video. Anyway, this clip showed a bunch of college students on the 4th floor all cluttered up together. Eventually, the railing breaks and students begin falling to their deaths. It's so scary seeing this one girl about to fall
Holy
to her
shit,
death,
what?
but is pulled up by a colleague. Usually I know about these shock videos that go around.
I've
but
never
I
heard
had
of that.
no idea that this even happened. So thank you guys for informing me. Also, to the people posting this to get clout or likes or just
Wait, what
shock
the
value.
fuck? When did that happen? I've never heard of that in my life. Well, I'm not looking it up on stream, obviously, but I've literally never heard of this ever. It happened in 2021. What? Damn, what overshadowed this? Like, did Dream stream during this day or something? How is this not trending on Twitter? How far up were they? 4th floor, it says right here. It was all over Reddit. Damn, what the fuck was I doing in March of 2021? I never heard of that at all. Thanks to resub Watt and the resub Kazama.
You're fucking weird, bro. You're a weird piece of shit. The body.
Jesus, I'm sorry, I just haven't heard of it. Jesus.
TikTok.
That man came after me.
April 24th, 2021 was no longer a normal day. Instead, it became TikTok's day. I'm sure you all remember this because the news seemed to have went mainstream, considering my mom was talking to me about it because it was being talked about on Univision. But yes, this was supposed to be a day where guys would go out and girls? I don't think anything happened though. I read a lot of articles about it, but
No, it was just
no
a
one
big
really
troll.
said anyone got hurt. At least I hope so. I hope no one got
I
hurt.
remember
on
that
April
one, yeah.
24th. The person who started this trend can't really be traced. It didn't seem like there was a person. It seemed like it was just a community that did it all at
5K
once.
reckless.
So
God damn, man, thank you.
yeah. Update on cat
Appreciate
killer's
it.
identity. In part 1, we talked about the lady cat killer that would go on Omegle with the tag furry from 12 AM to 2 AM and would show off skinned and burned cats. She would also go on TikTok basically having fun that she wasn't caught. And in the video, I said that the authorities did get involved, but I did not mention who she was because I thought the internet never found out, which was stupid of me because This is the internet. The cat killer was found out to be Crystal Cherica Scott, a
She looks
19-year-old
so
woman
sweet.
in Indiana who apparently sold animal crush videos on the internet. She would go on websites looking for families that were giving away their pets and then proceed to kill them on video. When searching her home, FBI agents recovered
give some
numerous
name.
animal parts and skulls that were consistent of the size of cats and dogs. Agents also discovered approximately 3 live dogs, 12 live cats, and several lizards. Scott is facing up to 7 years in prison, 3 years of supervised release,
That
and
is
a
so
maximum fine
fucking
of
stupid.
$250,000.
That is so dumb that they are not more strict on that. It is fucking shocking. Even if, let's say you don't even like animals. Let's say you're a person that just fucking hates animals. At the very least, there is so much documentation to prove that people that harm animals or torture animals on camera for views or to sell the videos are literally the most likely to be serial killers. So even if you fucking hate animals, there is no argument where this person should ever be free again. For this long, this many tortured and killed animals on camera, there is no world where this person should be allowed back in general population. Fucking crazy. 7 years maximum with 3 years of supervised release. Good lord.
Foreigner challenge. So the foreigner challenge is something I witnessed people talking about, but never saw any of the videos themselves. I mean, thank God, because this seems horrible. So this was a trend that started in April of 2020, where people would post compilations
so
of little fan
infuriating,
edits
man.
of themselves, basically, with Pop Smoke's song Foreigner playing in the background. Rest in peace, Pop Smoke. You cannot say pop and forget the smoke. Except the people in these edits would put their into these edits.
Yeah, exactly. The animal harm is often a precursor to murder. Like almost every single murderer, like Richard Kuklinski, the Iceman, claimed to have killed over 200 people when he was working as a hitman for the mafia. Jeffrey Dahmer, I believe, also in that group. Ed Gein, pretty much everyone. Ted Bundy, I think, as well. Pretty much everyone you can think of all started with killing animals. Like just like torturing animals as a kid in their home or finding strays and beating them to death. They all started there. And yet still the law doesn't seem to take it seriously. Crazy.
Which is already weird for TikTok. I mean, that's against community guidelines. But the reason this foreigner challenge blew up was because the main people
Thanks to the
doing
resub
this were
CJ
minors.
and the 5 gift subs Tyler. Thank you, Tyler.
Little girls. I don't know why. I don't know either. But basically a bunch of like bigger TikTok influencers were just like calling this out and telling like people to report these videos right when they saw them and, you know, trying to stop it basically. And I guess it worked because I've never seen one. I've never seen one to this day. Again, thank God I haven't.
Well, yeah, you'd be in jail if you did.
Suitcase murders. In the summer of 2020,
I remember this
teenagers were using an app called Randonautica. This app provides you with totally random coordinates within a set radius. You can then choose if you'd like to adventure to that point. Honestly, it seems like a fun app. I might even download it after this video. No, this is not a sponsor. But in this case, these teens were led to some rocks on the beach. While there, they discovered a suitcase that they said smelled horrible. After recording some of it, they called the police, and authorities later discovered that there were human remains inside of that
This
suitcase.
one was real.
The
Yeah, I
man
remember
was
this.
27-year-old Austin Winter, who was killed by a gunshot wound. Police also connected this to another body they had found a month before near the same location. And that body belonged to 35-year-old Jessica Lewis,
Thanks, Yusuf
who was his
Fernando.
girlfriend and died from multiple gunshot wounds. The killer hasn't been found to this day. Also, the family's GoFundMe is linked down in the description in case anyone wants to visit it and donate.
Thanks to resub
Abyss.
Kazbot.
TikTok Bangladesh human trafficking. In June of this year, Bangladeshis were shocked when they saw a video circulating on WhatsApp. The video showed an almost 4-minute clip of a woman being gang and tortured by 4 men and 1 woman. Authorities got involved and were able to save this woman, which was a victim of human trafficking. The reason this is on the iceberg is because a popular TikTok influencer who went by the name of Babo not only and trafficked the women in the video, but also would use his social media clout to lure 50 other women into a cross-border human trafficking ring
Christ.
between Bangladesh and India. Traffickers use TikTok and Facebook groups to find women in Bangladesh. They were lured to India under the false premise of either shooting videos or finding employment. Man, that's sick. Imagine like a struggling woman in Bangladesh looking for a
Jesus
job, looking for
Christ.
employment, just to be lured into one of these
No, I don't
puberty
think I've ever heard
advice
that one,
pages.
Goblin.
In May of this year, an account on TikTok began gaining traction called Puberty Helper 101. The goal of this page was to help little girls go through puberty and deal with the changes their bodies were going through. But eventually, people found out that the owner behind the account was a grown man. It was even more disturbing when the account
sounds
posted
about right.
this. Hey guys, I'm going to pick 3 of you randomly and DM you and give you my phone number to help you and talk you through anything you need. If any of you would find this helpful, write in the comments and maybe I'll pick you up. What the fuck? This TikTok account
Thanks,
was banned
Austin
shortly after
Jones,
the
I
TikTok
guess.
community found out it existed.
Who ran that account? EDP? Like,
Blackout
goddamn.
Challenge. In April
What
of
the
this year,
fuck?
a 12-year-old boy by the name of Joshua passed away due to attempting the quote-unquote blackout challenge. This challenge consisted of choking yourself until you
I
passed
remember
out.
this one.
Joshua's twin brother ended up finding him unconscious on the bathroom floor. This resulted in Joshua being brain dead and being on life support for 19 days until eventually passing away. Their GoFundMe is also linked down in the description. They're almost near their goal. Their goal is $200,000. Yeah, if you guys want to donate, then donate, but rest in peace to Joshua. Rest in peace. 1444 video. The 1444 video is another video that would circulate around
Thanks for the
TikTok,
bits,
just like the
username.
Bonnie McNutt video and
Yeah, I heard
the
it's out.
Bolivia college incident. This 2019 video showed a teenage Russian boy sitting on his couch saying a quote and then shooting himself in the head with a semi-automatic rifle. The way this video got its name is unknown, but I'm sure someone just button mashed, you know, just 1444. But it was actually uploaded to YouTube with the name 1444 and was left up for 3 days. So YouTube just didn't take it down for 3 days straight. Anyway, the young man in the video went by Gleb, and I'm not gonna pronounce his last name, I'm gonna butcher that. And the story goes, and I quote, according to friends, the young man decided to commit after a quarrel with his girlfriend on the basis of jealousy. Against the backdrop of personal problems, this event became a
I've never heard of
fatal,
this one.
irrevocable moment, after which the young man decided on a desperate step. Beloved Gleb was a 17-year-old Muscovite Elsa Gumirova. Girl showed no interest in the last hours of the young man's life and didn't even go to the broadcast. She refuses to comment on what happened.
Why would she go to
I
the
think that's probably a
broadcast, though? Like,
translated
that's-
paragraph because the English
That'd
wasn't
be
that good
fucking
on that. Please take this as a
traumatizing.
grain of salt because that was submitted by an anonymous user. He was live streaming this on VK, which is a social media in Russia. Before he commits, he says a quote, and that quote translates to, Nikita, if you tell my parents about this too quickly, I'll get you from beyond the grave. I know that you have their phone numbers. Anyway, how does the saying go? Neon Polka. Neon Polka is a reference to another Russian person that also committed. And that person actually laid on train tracks and was, I don't even know how I could say
Holy
that, but her
shit.
head came off on the train tracks, and her last post on social media said Neon Polka, and it became like a meme in Russia, I guess. So you say that before you commit.
What a
Yeah, to
fucking
make matters even worse, Gleb's
awful
mother had
way to
manually
go
remove
out.
the video from his account, so she had to sign in and delete it because I guess VK just
He's a
wasn't
prime
taking it
Oster
down.
sub zombie. I don't know why that reminded me of something. Do you guys remember the hot coil challenge? That was back with the Tide Pod eating shit. There was a dude who threw his arm onto like a hot coil on his stove for the hot coil challenge. Anyone know what ever happened to that guy? And then he just like burnt the shit out of his arm, like probably a permanent branding. And then he was about to do it again before his friends stopped him. It never caught on or anything. But I was just wondering, does anyone have a follow-up to that? No? No follow-up? Damn. He's got nice scars. No, he's got stupid scars because it was literally just a hot coil. So his scar is just going to look like a pile of dog shit on his arm. It's not even like a cool scar or anything. Thanks to Tier 1. London resub zombie. I guess no one knows what happened to the guy.
Chao Kiyome. Chao Kiyome was an Asian TikTok influencer with over 100,000 followers who was also a crane operator. She would make videos showing her daily life and made innocent videos. One day, while live streaming, she accidentally misstepped on the crane and fell 160 feet to her death. There is a video of this, but it doesn't show anything because the phone's just like rapidly spinning in the air. Yeah, I mean, rest in peace to her. I don't know if this was one of those like shock videos where people would just post it on TikTok. I'm sure it was. If you guys are telling me in the comments, I mean, I'm sure people would post this too, which is so fucked up. Stillborn TikTok. Mothers coping with the loss of their unborn children isn't anything new. I guess it just comes to a shock to people when they see it on TikTok or any other form of social media. The loss of a child
weird
is
to
a
do
pain
that.
I never want to feel, let alone a child that you never got to
I knew
meet.
about
Most
this one.
women cope with
I
this
know this
loss
one.
by holding the child in their arms and pretending that they're alive, even if it's just for a few hours. Usually it's done right after the delivery. I guess. A lot of you guys were telling me about these mothers that go through these traumatic experiences, and I feel like you guys wanted me to really go in on it, but I'm not. It's just these women coping with a horrible scenario. If it's how they cope, then let them. And if you don't like it, then keep scrolling. Even in the case of this one woman everyone was attacking because she seemed quote-unquote happy in her videos. Now, I understand everyone on the internet.
I know which one he's talking about,
a woman holding a dead child. And yeah, smiling while holding a dead body is something I'm sure none of us would expect to see. But I hope none of us have to go through what this woman had gone through. And not only her, but the millions of other women that deal with this that just don't post about it.
Kind of weird to post it. It is. On your For You page, it absolutely is. It's fucking stupid.
Just keep scrolling.
Again, it just feels like mom's trying to make everything likes on TikTok.
Sierra Halseth and 18-year-old Aaron Guerrero were dating for some time, but Sierra's father did not approve of their relationship. The reason for the unapproval is unknown. Perhaps it was the fact that he was 18 and she was 16? Anyway, these two teenagers ended up murdering Sierra's father due to him not approving of them being together. The creepy part is that they posted this TikTok acting like it was a normal thing to do.
I don't know what to say. Welcome back to our YouTube channel. After murdering Day 3 after murdering somebody.
Whoa! Whoa! What a way to start a vlog. Hey,
the father had been
hey,
stabbed
whoa.
to death and his body was set on fire. His body was found in his own garage. Cops say Sierra and Aaron then took off in her dad's car right after the event. They were arrested days later 400 miles away in Salt Lake City after apparently trying to dodge a train fare. The teens were also caught on camera buying these tools such as like bleach and other cleaning products like if they were gonna clean up the murder scene. The teens have been charged with murder but haven't entered a plea. If convicted, Guerrero could face the death penalty. Because she is a minor, Sierra faces life in prison. CP/gore profile pictures. Again, you guys requested this, but this one's pretty self-explanatory. I'm happy I haven't seen any of these, but you know how on TikTok with there was like an update a couple updates ago where you can now set your profile picture and you can also set like a video profile picture. So I think people were abusing the video profile picture thing, and whenever you would click on their account, it would play a clip of CP or gore, which is so like, bro, why? You're weird. Yeah, I'm assuming there was
well, it's more than weird. It's
gross.
It's a fucking crime
anymore.
Like
so yeah, that's it for part 2 of the darkest TikTok iceberg. I think we're done because it was even hard to come up with this list. If I earned your like and if I earned your subscription, please make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. My next video is going to be a really nice video. It's not an iceberg. Like I said, I am not an iceberg channel, so don't.
We already did part 1.
I'm an iceberg channel. I talk about anything I want. And
nice. I only knew a couple of those. I knew more from this one than that one, actually. Yeah, we might as well just finish it, I guess. I can't imagine there's too much more that he hasn't covered, because he's doing really broad topics instead of, like, specific instances, or at least in this that he did. So yeah, we can finish it.
Hello guys, welcome to the darkest TikTok iceberg part 3, the final tier. I do want to start by explaining how this video is going to work, because it is a little bit different from the first 2 parts. So first I want to start off by saying I'm not an iceberg channel. just want to get that out there. If you guys want to watch my last video, make sure to go watch it after this video. It is called Cartoon Episodes That Traumatized Children. So yeah, if you like morbid horror video essay,
I already know what's going to be on there.
Make sure to hit
Courage of Charlie Dog, King
anyway,
Ramsey's
usually
Curse.
we go from most tame to most gruesome, but for this video we will be talking about 10 topics, those being the worst of the worst that we could find. And why do I say we? Well, today we actually have a co-host for this video. Joining me today is the amazing True Crime Cam. You guys may have seen her TikToks on your For You page, considering she has 1.3 million followers on the app. I just really needed someone who had the TikTok knowledge. So this video will be split evenly. I'll go once, then she'll go, then I'll go, then yeah. Make sure to subscribe to her. She's gonna earn your subscription by the end of this video, trust me. Also, thank you guys so much for letting me get the 100K plaque. That's so amazing. When we started this series, I was at 85,000. Now we're nearing 200,000.
Isn't he close to like 500K
so thank you guys so
now?
much for sticking around.
He's over.
And
God damn, he's popping off.
Grab a snack. Let's get started with the video.
Jesus. I feel like he was at 500K like a day ago, or whenever we watched the first part.
Jonathan Melindo. I don't want to say his actual name, simply because I think YouTube demonetizes whenever you say his name. That's why we're going to go with Jonathan G. You guys most likely have heard of this, but let's keep talking about it. Jonathan G was a TikTok account that appeared in 2020, but the original account has since been banned. To understand exactly who and what Jonathan G is, first we have to go back to 2016 and inform ourselves about the Blue Whale Challenge. The Blue Whale Challenge began in Russia and was basically this game where anonymous users on the internet would manipulate young teenagers into themselves. The challenge would last for 50 days and you were supposed to do one challenge a day. The last challenge involved jumping off of a high building. It is believed that Rina Palenkova was the first victim of this horrible game. We spoke briefly about her in part 2. This happened again in 2019 with the infamous Momo picture, which I can't show or else this video would get demonetized. YouTube does not like this image because of just how controversial and popular it became and the negative connotation it carried with it. Then, in 2020, the same type of challenge returned, but in the form of Jonathan G. So, where was the first sighting? Apparently, the first sighting of any of these accounts was on TikTok, going under the username @JonathanG54.
I remember the Momo thing.
Eventually, more and more people began adopting this Jonathan G persona. These people would message others on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, and Discord, and force them to play their game. Yes, this game involved harming yourself and eventually committing. If you're wondering how these anonymous people were able to convince these young teens into doing these horrible actions,
I don't think they did.
Because they would threaten to dox, which means find your address, kill your entire family, and do other disgusting things. Usually, they would send a link, and if the victim clicks that link, their IP address is leaked. Then, all the Jonathan G accounts would have to do is copy and paste that into an IP address finder, and boom, he has enough to scare a kid with. So now that we all know this is just Blue Whale 3, who is the real Jonathan G, and who is the person in the images? Well, the origins of the name cannot be traced back to anyone. I'm assuming it's just a random name someone came up with and everyone else just rolled with it. But the person in the images is Samuel Canini, aka Dusky Sam. He wrote on Twitter, "Hello everyone. This Jonathan G madness seems to be terrorizing a great many young, impressionable people. The photos and videos are mine from 2012 to 2013. They were for my own amusement then, not for some modern day thrill seeker looking to scare and bully people. If you get some message from anyone starting up some game, do not engage with them. Do not let them into your life. This world has enough real problems, and suffering or dying for someone's cheap pleasure should not be one of them." Sadly, this game and all the other versions of it have resulted in a lot of kids committing.
Well, I don't think so. If I remember correctly, I haven't done research on this, but I do remember that Momo thing. I don't remember Goofy, whatever that is. I remember that guy's face, but I don't remember that being anything like further than that. But the whole Momo thing was all just a complete hoax. It was all completely fake. No one actually like hurt themselves or anything like that. I don't even know what I type in to find it. Momo related deaths, maybe? Let me see. Oh, that's what it was called. The Momo Challenge. Yeah, the Momo Challenge hoax. I don't think there was an actual case of somebody, you know, killing themselves from it. Who Momo is? I don't know why you asked that so awfully, but it's this thing. It's a picture from some old horror skit or something. This thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure no one ever actually hurt themselves. It was just people making it up, and then places like Mirror ran with it. So like, here's Mirror's headline: Momo Challenge victims revealed, kids as young as 12 killed by twisted craze. But I don't think any of it was ever actually real. I'd have to look more into it, but yeah, I do remember it all being outed as like all those stories that were reported weren't actually true. Thanks to Prime Outlander and the resub Dictron and Tier 1 Hammer. Give me one sec. Okay.
This 11-year-old boy in Italy, and he left a note on his tablet, like his final message, and that...
Okay, people keep saying blue whale. I don't even know what that is. That is foreign to me. I know blue waffle, I've never heard of blue whale before, so I don't even know what to look up here. Blue whale death? Well, I just got videos of blue whales dying, okay, so probably not. What do I look up? Blue whale challenge? Okay, let's see. It was a Russian thing? The piece, so there was initially an article that came out linking multiple children's suicides to the Blue Whale Challenge, and then it is critiqued by saying the piece was later criticized for attempting to make a casual link where none existed. None of the suicides were found to be a direct result of the group activities. Claims of suicides connected to the game have been reported worldwide, but none have been confirmed. That's what he's talking about. Well, I know, I'm just saying, like, I've never heard of the Blue Whale one, but none of this was ever, like, actually confirmed, ever.
At Red, I love you, Mom and Dad. Now I have to follow the man in the black hood. I have no more time. Forgive me. I just can't believe people are out there trying to manipulate kids into doing this. Just why? Because it's fun? Because it's cool? Like, if it makes you guys feel any better, people actually were caught trying to be this Jonathan G character, and they were sent off to prison.
And thank you for the tier 1.
Hello everyone, I'm Cam, aka True Crime Cam on TikTok. I also have a YouTube channel if you want to subscribe. I would love you forever. And I also want to say thank you to TUV for inviting me to collab on this video. You're awesome. Okay, let's get into it. Let's talk about John Ferry, aka the founder and CEO of John's Bones. I'm sure a lot of you have seen this guy on your TikTok For You page at least once. And if you have seen him, you would remember because he has a massive collection of human bones. He's come under scrutiny recently because people are questioning if his business and the way he treats the remains are ethical. John told Mashable this in an email referring to his business. Quote, "These pieces are not decoration. They are teaching tools and serve a very important purpose." This is a very hypocritical statement considering John has dressed up these human remains and let his cats play with them like toys.
Oh. I was gonna say, like, that's a pretty reasonable response.
How to tell the difference between a male and female skeleton? By fisting. We drove to buy a real human skeleton. The thing about the question of where do I get them from?
I bet the people would be happy to see their bones being so enjoyed.
It doesn't matter to like 99% of you because you won't do anything with that information. And the second thing is, it's kind of like going to your weed dealer and being like, where do you get your weed from?
I first want to point out that John is not an osteologist, which is a trained professional who critically analyzes and evaluates remains to determine where they came from, how old they are, etc. People have stated that if he tried to get into this field, they would shut him down as soon as they saw his TikTok. John is just a designer, a rich guy in New York City that started his business with the help of his parents. John buys his remains from old medical collections or bone traffickers, then sells them back to the public under the guise of making the study of bones and human anatomy accessible. Anyone could buy these human remains and do whatever they want with them. You could close out this YouTube video right now and go buy some human bones. That is it.
Give me just 1 second. Is that true? I had no idea. I know you can buy, like, for, like, I remember in college some classes had human bones to teach. I didn't realize that was just something I could get on Amazon. Let me see. Bone trafficking? Let's see. Looted skulls and human remains are being sold in the black market. So where is this site? Because that's not coming up for me. Is it on Etsy, maybe? And do I get to know whose bones they were? Like, do I get, like, a picture of what they looked like before death? And it's like, hey, it's belonged to fucking Paul Cheeseburger. These are his bones. Thanks to resub Skykill and Squatch. Yeah, I just read about that, Shadow, but like I said, there's no actual reports of that being real or anyone actually doing that. Thank you for the 2K bits, Nick, and the resub intervention. Thank you for that, Nick. Yeah, I don't know where I'd find bone traffickers. They're like an NFT. I mean, unironically, you get more value out of human bones than an NFT. Yeah, this guy seems like a real maniac.
If you have the thousands of dollars to spare. There's also absolutely no way to know if these bones were collected ethically. I mean, if someone really donated their body to science, do you think they want to be hung in some random New Yorker's apartment put on TikTok? So the even darker side of this practice is the history of colonizers grave robbing indigenous people and stealing their bodies for, quote, scientific collections. At one point, John listed for sale the skull of a Sami person. The description of the skull also included a slur in reference to the group. Once people found out, he quickly removed it from his website and didn't address it. To give some background, Sami people were routinely collected during the 19th and 20th centuries through grave robberies, excavations, and trade, none of which the Sami people agreed to nor wanted. Specifically, during the 1950s, 25 skulls were exhumed and examined to test racial theories. It wasn't until August of 2019 the Swedish History Museum finally returned the remains of indigenous Sami people to their original burial grounds. I want to end this topic by reading a direct quote from the Pedestrian article written by this individual. Quote, "Black, indigenous, and other ethnic bodies are not props for art. They are not objects to be pillaged and dissected by anyone. They are not exhibitions."
So is that what John was doing? Was he personally going and exhuming these graves?
And we shouldn't be okay with the private trade
or he just
of
had
these
his mom and
bones,
dad's credit
which
card
people have
and
no
bought bones.
ethical right to procure in an industry built on racism and violence.
Gemini, corrected. Okay, so in part 2, I spoke about Gemini and Daniel Larson.
bought
I got some
them.
backlash for my
Okay.
bad research from a very
Thanks for your sub, Dave
serious Papa Gut. We spoke in DMs and I even popped into his stream and we had a very nice and wholesome conversation about the topics that I messed up on. He was extremely nice when educating me on both situations, but today we will only be talking about the Gemini situation, not the Daniel Larson one. Reason being, I was planning on talking about both Gemini and Daniel Larson and correcting both, but Daniel Larson, or at least I think it's him, left this disturbing comment under Papa Gut's video, which made me say, you know what, I'm not sticking my head any further down this rabbit hole. I spoke to Papa Gut in DMs and he agreed that that situation is just kind of getting out of hand at this point. So if you guys want to know more about that specific situation, make sure to go to Papa Gut's channel. He has a bunch of videos about Daniel Larson. Anyway, back to the Gemini situation. In part 2, it seemed like I almost downplayed the Gemini situation. By the way, if you guys go back to the video is updated. Those 2 segments are actually trimmed out of the video. It seemed like I downplayed the situation, which is something I would never want to do.
Who the fuck is Daniel Larson?
About the R word here, I would never want to downplay that. I was telling Papa Gut in the stream that those were not my intentions at all. Like I was not doing this with ill intent, you know? Anyway, I went on Papa Gut's Twitch stream. As I was saying, he was educating me on both situations, but I would like to share with you guys some notes that I took while learning about all the horrible things Gemini has done. So first off, I want to say that Papa Gut was actually one of the people that really pushed for Gemini's termination of all of social media. And judging from Papa Gut's uploads, it seems these stories I'm about to tell you happened in 2020 or were at least revealed in 2020. These stories are not in chronological order, but they are all true. Trust me, I tried finding it in chronological order, but wow, there is a lot to cover here. So I'm going to give you guys my main bullet points. Gemini registers as a minor on Yubo to talk to other minors. This isn't necessarily illegal, but the implications of this are very odd. Gemini has sex with a 15-year-old not knowing she was 15, and him being 19. Then Snapchat screenshots came out revealing that when he did find out, he still wanted to have phone sex. And him having sex with a 15-year-old is still illegal. Like, that's extremely illegal and irresponsible. As influencers, we're supposed to make sure that the people we carry conversations with on the internet are over 18. Gemini was an RA in a college dorm and would be creepy and break into girls' dorms, sit on their beds and wait for them to come home. This resulted in Gemini being kicked from the school due to sexual battery. Papa Gut says he received this info.
Did he pull the naked man?
At the college. A girl came out with her story about Gemini in which she showed images of her bruised body and claimed that she was drunk, so Gemini took advantage of this, drove her home, and R-worded her. I in no way meant to downplay the situation when I first talked about it, and I'm sorry to anyone if it seemed like I was downplaying the situation.
I don't even know what you said about it.
It was all my fault. It was just bad research on my part. Gemini has since returned to Instagram as ZZER_00, where he took the religious route and praises God every chance he gets.
Happens every time.
You can even tip him or buy a cameo from him, which I said in the original video, which is why? Why? So yeah, this Gemini dude is disgusting and trying to get people to pay for his cameo, like, or tip him. It's absolutely disgusting. And again, thank you to Papa Gut for educating me on the subject.
I've never heard of him
Victor
or Daniel
Sosa,
Larson.
The killer that TikTok users found and caught. So on February 23rd of this year, Daisy De La O was fatally stabbed outside of her family's California home by her ex-boyfriend, 25-year-old Victor Sosa. Her body was discovered the next morning by a property manager, covered by a roll of carpet.
Planet and Tier 1
Victor was a suspect
Asian
immediately after her death, but he had already fled the country. Daisy's family and friends decided that they weren't going to sit by and wait for authorities to act, so they launched an investigation of their own with the help of TikTok. They posted videos and images of Daisy, shared her story, as well as images of Victor calling for people to share and find him. They used the hashtag #JusticeForDaisy. Luckily, the videos landed on the right For You pages, and tips started rushing in. Victor
should have just
Sosa
asked
had been
4chan.
spotted working at a bar in Mexico called Papas and Beer. The person who sent this tip in said that Victor had been working at this bar for weeks and was living his best life like nothing ever happened. The tips were confirmed by authorities, and Victor was arrested on July 2nd. He was transported back to LA and pleaded not guilty to the murder of Daisy. Daisy had ended her relationship with Victor just weeks before her murder because he had allegedly been
This was not the
abusing
story I
her.
thought it was.
Victor then texted her, convinced her to come outside, and that was the last time she ever saw her family. Daisy's mother, Susanna, told the media this, quote, "He took a part of my soul and I can never get it back until I reunite with her again. I hope he remembers my daughter's face every single minute of his life. I hope he rots in jail and never hurts anybody else." Susanna wants justice for her daughter and hopes by telling Daisy's story that other young women will find the strength to lead these abusive relationships. If you or someone you know is suffering in an abusive relationship, go to www.thehotline.org.
I feel like TikTok would actually be a really good tool for something like
Benadryl
that.
challenge.
Just
In
because everyone has
mid-2020, a new trend
TikTok.
surfaced on TikTok. That being
Like,
the
look at
Benadryl
EDP,
challenge.
for example. EDP literally can't exist in even like a parking lot in bumblefuck nowhere without someone videotaping him for TikTok. That man can't go anywhere. So actually, maybe using TikTok as a resource for catching people would be pretty effective just because there is so many people on TikTok.
Benadryl is an over-the-counter drug that anyone of any age can buy. It's used to help relieve symptoms of hay fever, other allergies, and the common cold, as well as itchy skin due to insect bites. Teens began taking more than they were supposed to experience the high. Overdosing on Benadryl can lead to abnormal heart rhythms, hallucinations, seizures, and even death. So the typical dosage for Benadryl is 25 to 50 milligrams. These teens were taking 12 times more the expected amount and taking 300 to 500 milligrams. A teenager in Oklahoma died from this challenge, and several other teens were hospitalized.
An unthinkable tragedy. An Oklahoma teenager dies
How is
as a
it
result
unthinkable?
of the latest TikTok
It's a
challenge.
Benadryl
Is
TikTok
also blamed
challenge.
for the hospitalization
As
of at least
expected.
3 teenagers in Texas earlier this year. While young people meet.
Now, I couldn't find any of these TikToks, probably because they were all taken down, but even if I did, I wouldn't be able to show you guys. If any of these trends come back, like try to make a comeback, please guys, don't let this happen. For the love of God, don't overdose on drugs and then record yourself and then end up getting hospitalized. It's one of the dumbest things you can do.
It is definitely up there.
The TikTok challenge that dares people to
Prime
strangle
Ryan.
themselves and escape. This challenge has been referred to as the blackout,
Yeah, the
challenge,
blackout
the
challenge.
game of choking, and
just did this
speed
one.
dreaming. Even though this is public information, because this
Speed
child is so
dreaming?
young, I'm going to be referring to him as Junior. In June of this year, a young boy was found unresponsive in his room
Yeah,
with
this
a
is-
belt around
this was
his
also
neck.
just in the last
His
one.
family rushed him to the hospital where he was pronounced deceased. In an interview, Junior's family said, quote, "It wasn't until later on that we found out there was some type of video on TikTok letting kids know how to strangle yourself. But he's 7 years old, so how is he going to get out of it?" A spokesperson from TikTok has since said that the challenge has been banned from the platform. Junior's family encouraged parents to block various social media sites and educate themselves about what could be lurking behind their kid's screen. The effect of
I mean, as a
TikTok's
parent, you have to
blackout
know
challenge
TikTok's not
reached
gonna be
far
great for
beyond
'em.
the United States. In
Shit's
January
trash.
of this year, Italian authorities launched an investigation into the death of a 10-year-old girl who participated in the challenge. The girl was discovered by her younger sister in the bathroom. Authorities then seized the young girl's phone. In an interview, the girl's family said, quote, "We didn't know she was participating in this game. We knew that she went on TikTok for dances, to look at videos. How could someone imagine this atrocity?" Italy's data protection agency even filed a lawsuit against TikTok in December of 2020. This
Hopefully
lawsuit
they win.
alleges a, quote, "lack of attention to the protection of minors," and it criticizes the ease in which young children could sign up and use the app. These are just 2 of the several kids that have passed away after participating in this dangerous TikTok trend. And this really begs the question, what dangerous TikTok challenge is going to trend next? And is TikTok even going to stop it in time, or is it going to take the lives of more kids?
Yes.
Zombie Woman is
You want to know
not
how you
Marilyn
solve it?
Stan-
Unironically, YouTube had the solution. You have YouTube Kids, where you literally can't have anything but shit for kids. Then you have normal YouTube. And then they fucked it by just still allowing kids on normal YouTube anyway. So that's how you solve it. You have TikTok for kids, and you have a TikTok that kids cannot access. And the two never collide. That's how you also get rid of all your child predators. Easy. But then again, it's hard to well, you wouldn't know people's ages on TikTok for kids, I guess. I don't know how you'd enforce it. Right? We're prototyping right now in the lab. I'm still coming up with the solutions. Thanks to the resub Roston and the gift sub Mr. Asian. Require an ID to sign up? Yeah, but kids don't have an ID. What are they gonna give me? Their fucking Roblox username? Yeah, it'd be tough. How would you enforce it? A biometric scan? I don't know what the fuck you'd do. Social Security? That'd be good, because that solves 2 problems. Not many people want to give up their Social Security number, so then TikTok dies, and that's a net positive overall, too. So, yeah, I mean, I guess you could do SSN. Thanks to the resub. Necreus, Genix, and Roston. And the 5 gift subs Cyaxis. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Stanley. In part 1, we spoke about a woman in Seattle, Washington who was clearly in distress. Many of you were telling me in the comments that the woman in the video is a woman by the name of Marilyn Stanley. At first, I thought so too, but after more research, these 2 cases are actually completely separate. These are not the same people. The Marilyn Stanley case took place in Kentucky in 2017, and she was not recorded by anyone. The story goes that this woman was in an abusive relationship with her then boyfriend, named Zachary. Throughout the relationship, he would beat her, and she didn't leave because he threatened to kill her if she tried. Eventually, she was over at his house, and out of nowhere, he punched her repeatedly in the face. She sobbed and said, "Why are you doing this?" And he said it was because of a Facebook post. She was tagged in a post by some random guy, and Zachary ended up seeing that. But the guy wasn't so random. Marilyn actually went to the park with her son and her female friend. That random guy just so happened to be a friend of her female friend, and he just came up saying hi, you know. I guess they ended up taking a group picture where then he tagged her. He dragged her to his bedroom and continued beating her. Then his pit bull came and bit half of Marilyn's ear off. She blacked out and woke up to Zachary smirking, and he said, "Look at you. You're bald. Now nobody's gonna want you. Go look at yourself in the mirror." She describes going to the mirror, but you know, only seeing her bloody head, didn't think much of it at the time. I mean, the adrenaline in you, and you just want to escape. He then continued beating her for another 2 hours straight. And this dude had the audacity to drop her off at her mom's house so her mom could see her. And then he just drove off. So then her mom drove her to the hospital, gonna call the police now. And Zachary, he ended up blaming the scalping on his dog. But detectives were able to find out that the knife he used had scalp on it. So it was obviously him that did that to her to make sure that she wouldn't be able to find a boyfriend in the future. And sadly, the pit bull was euthanized. This idiot ended up getting 20 years in prison, which, bro, honestly, I think we can all agree he deserves a lot more. And sadly, Marilyn has to wear wigs now since she cannot grow hair at the top of her head anymore.
God damn.
TikTok helped identify an Appalachian Trail killer.
Because that video looked like it was like
2019,
makeup
TikTok
or something.
user
I thought it was like
Taylor,
from a horror
aka
set.
Flowers Don't Growl,
Holy
went
shit.
camping with her boyfriend at Fall Creek Falls in Tennessee. Taylor was just 5 months pregnant at the time and expected her boyfriend Chris to propose, so she heavily documented their trip. The morning after they arrived, most of the nearby campers left and they were left isolated on the campgrounds. That night, they heard a large boom and went to investigate. It ended up being a car crash about a half a mile away. They just went over and made sure that everyone was okay, and after police arrived, they made their trek back to their campsite. Ahead of them, they saw a man with a flashlight sprinting to the bathroom. They joked about it and assumed that this guy just really had to use the bathroom. However, instead of going into the bathroom, he just stopped, turned around, and started staring at the couple. He then said, quote, "Wow, you guys are fast." Chris thought he was referring to how quickly they got to the crash, and responded that they just wanted to make sure that everyone was safe.
Maybe
At
tier
this
1
point,
ham.
Taylor and Chris were just really confused and wondering why this creepy man had a weird smile across his face. They wanted to get out of the situation, so they just said they had to get back to their campsite because police were waiting there for a statement from them. They attempted to walk past him, but the man just kept moving towards them and playing with something in his hoodie pocket. This is where things got really scary and intense for them. The man said, quote, "Car accident? It got me thinking about when I was hiking and past these flowers. I stopped as they were beautiful and I heard deep growls and it scared me. And it made me think, you know, you never know what day is going to be your last." This is when Taylor finally saw the outline of what the man was playing with in his pocket. It was a knife. She told Chris to run and screamed, quote, "Flowers don't growl," hence her TikTok name now. She and her boyfriend took off and the man started chasing them. They ran back to the crash site where luckily officers were still on the scene. The man must have been scared by the police lights because he just eventually wandered off and faded into the darkness. An officer accompanied them back to their campsite so they could gather their belongings and get the heck out of there. A whole year went by and there was no word from authorities on who this mysterious man was and why he tried to kill them. So Taylor went to TikTok to post her story and share her terrifying experience. Her videos went viral, and Taylor learned not only the identity of the man, but the fact that he had killed someone just 2 weeks after they'd crossed paths. A month after Taylor and Chris's scare in May of 2019, Ronald S. Sanchez Jr. hiked the Appalachian Trail. On the 10th, just 2 weeks after Taylor and Chris were nearly killed, Ronald made it to Southwest Virginia. This is where Ronald ran into the man that attempted to murder Taylor and Chris, who was later identified as James L. Jordan. Ronald managed to send an emergency signal via his GPS device just before James Jordan fatally stabbed him. A Canadian woman nearby was also stabbed and managed to survive by playing dead. She then ran back to meet the other hikers and made a 6-mile trek to safety with them. In April of 2021, James Jordan was found not guilty by reason of insanity.
Devious lick trend. The devious...
What? I actually just read something the other day that when you plead insanity, it's actually worse for you. Thanks to the resub, Hot Dog, Limbo, and 130. What was that dude's name? James what? Oh, my fucking searches are all fucked up now. It's just putting bone trafficking at the end of everything I Google. What was it? Not James Corden. The fuck was it? I was reading that, like, if you plead insane, it is significantly worse. Then you're just confined to a mental institution for, like, your entire life with no chance of parole or anything or some shit like that. James L. Jordan? Is that it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so he's not free. He's still in federal custody. That's what I just wanted to say. Though there is that, we even went over this on stream a while back. Do you guys remember, I think it was in Canada, there was that guy on a bus who out of nowhere grabbed a knife and stabbed a passenger. I think he ripped his head off, like cut his head off, and ate his eyeballs while everyone else on the bus watched. Because they got off the bus, he just out of nowhere started stabbing some random passenger. They all got off the bus, and he just sat there in the bus and ate the dude's eyeball. That guy only spent, I think it was 5 years in jail, and then was let go. He's completely free, he changed his name, and now he works a normal job. He's just back in general pop. No, it wasn't drugs, it wasn't anything like that. He pleaded insanity. And I guess after 5 years, they said he was good. No, that's real. What the fuck was his name? We're kind of going back in time because we already did this, but let me look it up again. The killing of Tim McLean. But who's the killer? Vince Lee. Oh, the man formerly known as Vince Lee. Vince Lee was found not criminally responsible in the killing of Tim McLean. Bro, I don't know who he hired in court. He must have got Saul fucking Goodman. He was found not criminally responsible for the beheading and consumption of Tim McLean. So he was discharged in 2017 and changed his name, and he's back to business as usual. Fucking wild. He spent 7 years, though. It was 7 years, not 5. God damn. Wasn't drugs. Apparently, they said that he had untreated schizophrenia. That's what his legal defense said. Whether or not that's true, I mean, that's up to whatever you want to believe. But after spending 7 years institutionalized, they deemed him safe to be put back into like general pop. So he went to independent living. From independent living, he changed his name and now he's just full-blown like back to being a citizen. Though even the people that discharged him have said, I'm concerned about a relapse. So the man ate someone. Yeah. Not only did he eat someone, he ate like the worst part of someone. He ate a fucking eyeball. You know, like, push comes to shove, you and me were trapped on like a mountaintop, we're running out of food. The first thing I'm eating from you is not going to be your eyeball. I'd start with something that looks a little familiar, like maybe like your leg or something, like nibble on your calf. I would not start with an eyeball. Thanks to the resub. Bob, Lunar, and Straight Up. And the Prime Sinister.
This lick trend is the most recent trend that I'm going to be talking about, and it's so recent in fact that it's happening as this video is going to be uploaded. In case you don't know, hitting a lick means robbing someone or robbing a certain place. Shout out to GTA for teaching me that. Basically, high schoolers are stealing things from their school,
this one was trash,
and posting it on TikTok like it's some sort of achievement. At first, they were stealing things like the clock in the classroom wall, calculators, expo markers, but as time went on, kids began stealing things of way more value. Why? For shock humor and TikTok likes. They have stolen things like water fountains, fire extinguishers, bathroom mirrors, security cameras, hand sanitizer dispensers, toilets, and so much more. Not only this, but kids began like just basically destroying the inside of their bathrooms, just making it a living hell for all of the staff and janitors. This trend has actually forced schools to remove the bathroom doors, go on lockdown, make announcements, and overall just super glue everything to their facilities. It's fucking dumb. I'm just kidding. That last part was a joke. They don't have to super glue. I don't know how vandalizing and committing theft is a trend now, and especially the fact that you snitch on yourself when you post about it. You know, we only have 3 months left in 2021, and I won't be surprised if there's one more stupid trend just squeezed in there, maybe even 2, but I won't be surprised if we get one more stupid trend by the time this year ends.
TikTok user Frey Todoroki. A Brazilian TikToker who goes by Freya conspired with 2 friends to kill a girl. I'm really sorry if I slaughter the pronunciation of any of these names in this story. 19-year-old Raíssa Borges wanted to know if she was a psychopath. To test this theory, she conspired with 18-year-old Freya and 22-year-old Jefferson to kill a petite person that couldn't fight back. They made a list of 3 possible victims, eventually settling on 18-year-old Ariane Laureano.
That's what they decided to test.
On August 24th,
their
the group invited
nature
Ariane into the woods to hang out. Ariane texted her mom that she was hanging out with friends and she'd be coming home shortly. However, Ariane never returned home and her mother never saw her alive again. The group planned the murder in great detail beforehand. They decided that after they were all in the car, they would start playing a specific song about murder. During the song, one of the teens then snapped their fingers, and that was the cue for Raíssa to attack Ariane. Raíssa then started to strangle Ariane, but ultimately couldn't kill her alone. That's when Freya and Jefferson joined in. As Ariane passed out, they stabbed her 3 times to make sure that she was gone. The group then disposed of her body in the woods and fled. Ariane's body was discovered a week later on the 31st after reports of a foul odor came to authorities. On September 16th, authorities arrested Hyessa, Freya, and Jefferson, and this case is still ongoing.
Hopefully it ends with
if you guys
life
enjoyed
in prison.
the video, make sure to leave a like, and if you're not subscribed,
If you want to know if you're a
please, man, ask
psychopath,
for
just
your
do what normal
subscription
people do.
if you
See
enjoyed
if you
the
like
video.
Overwatch.
Also, don't forget
The
to
answer is
subscribe
yes,
to
then
Cam. She makes
you're
amazing
diagnosed.
content, and I'm sure if you guys enjoy my videos, you're gonna love her videos. Make sure to go check out her link.
I
in
never
the
heard of that
description.
story.
And also shout out to Papa Gut for educating me on the Gemini and Daniel Larson situations. And as for the Iceberg videos, I am gonna continue making them, but I don't want my channel to be an Iceberg channel.
Thanks, Reese of
So
Legend.
you guys, I
Get
hope
some
you guys
kimchi.
can watch my like cartoon episodes that traumatize children. Like, I make morbid videos. I say it every time, but I want you guys to realize that and just don't subscribe to me because Iceberg guy.
That was good though. Those were good icebergs. I had heard of a decent bit of them, but not a ton.